Hi everybody, my name is Hannah, but you may know me better as Stinker Stinker Meow Meow. I don't know why I thought that would be funny, but it wasn't. And I don't have any other ideas. So we're just gonna roll with it. Basically, what I did for the structure of this video is I went through every episode of Degrassi and gave you a plot breakdown of what the characters were doing and what was happening. Alexa, please play the Hannah acapella version of the Degrassi theme song for the intro to this video. Whatever it takes, I know I can make it through. Oh yeah. If I hold out, if I do, I know I can make it through. Oh yeah, yeah. Be the best that I can be. And what I say to you, whatever it takes, I can be it. I know I can make it through. I know I can make it through. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Did you miss me? From my around 80 comments, it seems like you did miss me. My Secret Life video, it has like 2.5k views now. This is not a lot. I have about 80 subscribers. Also not a lot. However, the 30 or so of you that commented and told me that I'm funny and you love me, it did horrible, horrible things to my ego. If you watch my other two videos I uploaded, the one with the Sims Hunger Games, I love it, by the way. Me loving my own content. I made a Sims Hunger Games and I made a Sims polyamorous wedding. And in those, you can hear me talk about my love for Degrassi. Somebody picked up on this and they started commenting, asking me to do a Degrassi deep dive. At first, I was like, I'll never do that. I could never do that. The Secret Life video took way too long. It took so much energy, like I can't deal again. I can't do it again. But then I got to like 1,000 views and I was like, hold on. People are watching this shit. For some reason, people are watching this. And then everyone called me funny, which is all I really need. And I figured I do need a creative project for over Thanksgiving break and winter break. Next thing you know, I'm filming 9 hours of raw footage for a Degrassi deep dive. You know how it goes. It's like one of those domino memes. The first domino is one of you commenting, "You're so funny." And then you hit it, and the biggest domino is 9 hours of raw footage on my iPhone Max. Why I thought I would have to tell you it was a Max, I don't know. It's huge. She's a mammoth, of course. I'm filming this long after I've finished filming the video. It is currently January 12th. I filmed the video the day before Thanksgiving and the day of Thanksgiving. And then I didn't do anything because I had finals. And then I started editing over winter break. I am currently 5 seasons through editing. I have 4 more seasons to edit, 6, 7, 8, 9. If I really go for it, I can get it done by this week. I don't know if that's possible, but that's what I'm going to aim for. You're seeing the video, so it's up now, whatever. Before I get into the full wall picture of everything, I'm going to tell you the rules, how I did the tape colors. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the show, and then I will get right into season 1. We've got 9 seasons to go through. This is going to be a long one. I hope you're ready, and I hope you really enjoy it. Some disclaimers. I did get a new mic. I'm pretty sure, as far as I am in the editing, up to season 5, the mic worked, and everything sounds good. I haven't gotten to the seasons past that yet, but I don't expect there to be any issues with that, so that's good. I'm not sure how I should be censoring things. Like, I don't really understand the rules of YouTube. There's a lot of words in here. I'm not sure if they should be censored or not. I think S-E-X is okay to say, but I don't want to say it too close to the beginning of the video, which is why I'm spelling it right now. I don't think it's like a huge deal. I also can't say the C word. I'm pretty sure I said the C word in the last video. Sorry. It's part of my normal vocabulary. If you're wondering why there's like inconsistent cuts with some words, that's why. As trigger warnings come up, I'm going to insert them into the video with timestamps. So if you're worried about that, I got you. I also put it in the description. Okay, so as for the tape colors, I did this video largely how I did the Secret Life video. I decided I wanted to map out relationships mostly because this show has, like, if you can believe it, more relationships than Secret Life. Let's just go through the line colors really quick. Light blue line equals family connections. This could be step family, adopted family, family.
This is family relations. You're in a family unit together. Green lines equal friendship. The pink lines equal romantic or physical contact without explicitly being in a relationship. So if two people kiss, they'll get a pink line. If they hook up but they're not dating, they'll get a pink line. It's anything without the dating aspect, but you're doing something romantic or physical. I've also put a couple of these kind of lines up for other things, like if I felt it was really important to the plot, flirting, going on a date, or in some cases like a crush that I thought was so important to the plot that I wanted to put it up. The dark red line is a relationship line. So this means the two people are in a relationship. And if they break up, I put a dark blue line somewhere along their line to signify that they're broken up, just so we can keep track of who's dating who at what points in time. If someone has a dark blue X across their picture, that means they're no more. They're dead. DEAD. And you would think, Hannah, how is it possible that more than one person dies in this teen drama? Well, let me tell you. More than one person dies in this teen drama. At some point in the very last season, I ran out of dark red tape, so I used yellow tape for the relationship lines. But I'll talk about that when I get there. And finally, our fun little silly extra line, she's a little bit devious, she's a little bit silly, is our orange line, which indicates physical violence. An orange line will be placed between two people if they get into a physical altercation with each other. Physical violence, a physical fight, if one person attacks another, some sort of violence from one person to another or back and forth. They're going to get a line between each other to signify that there's been violence between them. When I decided to add this, I didn't expect there to be so much. But there's so much. I do not this time have a I am in jail plaque because there's so many episodes, like I can't even begin to explain how long it would have taken if I was moving that around every episode. Okay, so now let's go a little bit more into Degrassi in general. Degrassi, The Next Generation, aired in 2001 on CTV, which is Canadian Public Television. It is the fourth installment in the Degrassi series. The first Degrassi series was an after-school special program. It was made as a program that would come on after kids got home from school, and it would teach them about like serious issues like drugs, sex, relationships, stuff like that. This show was so popular that they followed it up with a series called Degrassi Junior High. The after-school special, the characters weren't like around for very long. It was just like one-off storylines. So in Degrassi Junior High, they brought in an actual cast and started running it like an actual TV show, basically. When the kids from Degrassi Junior High grew up, that's when the show turned into Degrassi High. It continued to deal with serious issues that teens would deal with at the time. Pregnancy, bullying, R-word, drugs, body image, being gay, hello, violence, gangs, and all sorts of other stuff. And what I think is really special about Degrassi, especially the way it started, they actually let all of the kids do their own makeup and hair and pick their own wardrobe when they came onto the set. And they would actually write by having like big group sessions where they'd say, okay, today let's talk about abortion. And then the kids would go back and forth talking about their views and how they felt. And then they would write an episode based on how the kids actually felt. So I think it was a really good way to make things as realistic as possible. It was actual teenagers, not adults playing teenagers. They were wearing their actual clothes. They repeated outfits all the time. They did their own hair and makeup. They looked like normal kids. The original Degrassi franchise was created by Linda Schuyler and Kit Hood, not to be confused with what's her name? Linda. My fake old person Facebook account is called Linda.
Fortnite.
Not to be confused with that bitch from Secret Life.
It's rewind time.
The show was created by Brenda Hampton, Menace,
Linda Schuyler, and Kit Hood. These two kind of slay. They kind of slayed at the time. I'm not going to say they did everything right. I don't know enough about them. However, they decided in the 2000s that they should, after the success of Degrassi High and Degrassi Junior High, reboot the show as we went into the 2000s and everything was technological. They wanted to reboot the show but focus on technology and how that impacts kids today. I'll talk about how they connected the plot lines when I start talking about the show. However, that's how Degrassi started That's the creators. Degrassi The Next Generation was the reboot. They had a large ensemble cast, including Drake. We all know this. Technically, Degrassi The Next Generation ran from seasons 1 to 9. After that, seasons 10 to 14 are just called Degrassi. There is a clear separation in these two because all of the characters have completely gone by the end of season 9. We don't see any of those original characters anymore. That is why I stopped this video at season 9. The show is now on HBO. It's on Tubi, Vudu, any of those free kind of things. It's on all of those for completely free. You can watch it. The old show, Degrassi High and Degrassi Junior High, is on YouTube for free. So you can watch all of that there as well. Last little thing. Thank you again to MikesMic, my king, for giving me the inspiration to do my original Secret Life video and therefore be included in the domino effect of me making this video. His videos are great. We love him. Just a little shout out. Thank you all so much for being here. I know this is long. Sit down, have some fun. I mapped all the relationships and the violence, and I included clips, I included serious plot lines, my own commentary, and just for funsies, because I'm a little fun and silly, devious little goose, I also included any lines that just make me laugh. Enjoy the show.
Hey, Liberty girlfriend.
I'm gonna try my best not to fuck with this microphone, but I'm kind of worried about it. I'm extraordinarily worried about the audio not coming out correctly like it did last time. It was all fucked up and it sounded really bad. Everyone say thank you to my girlfriend Megan for buying me this microphone. Here we are in front of my Degrassi wall. It's 11:17 in the morning. I got my Red Bull. Okay, good. I've got my first shirt on. It's my Luna YY by Y Beauty and the Beat album cover with Marco, Spinner, Craig, and Jimmy. That's going to mean so much to you in just a few short minutes. I wanted this one first because it has 4 of the main cast that are in the first 2 seasons. And then, of course, Stan Luna. Stan Luna. If you see the dark circles under my eyeballs, it's because I stayed up too late last night because I was going to go to bed at 3, but then right before 3 at 2:30, the news came out that BBC kicked Chew out of Luna, and we've been in the trenches since then, let me tell you. Also, I know the wall is crooked, but I redid it 4 times, and this is how it ended up, so that's all. I'm also wearing shoes. I'm hoping that doesn't make too much noise because last time I did this, I not only lost my voice, but my feet and my back hurt so bad from standing up in front of this wall for 5 hours. So I'm hoping that the shoes will negate that. So today we will be talking about Degrassi The Next Generation, which is the second installment, technically the second installment of the Degrassi universe. Degrassi first started on Canadian public television in the 80s. That was kind of an after-school program. It was just short one-off episodes. The characters didn't really carry over. It was teaching about serious issues that teens of the day would have, and then it was so popular that they continued it with a full recurring series, Degrassi Junior High, and then Degrassi High followed as the characters aged up to high school. It took me so long to prepare for this video, and I still don't have everything I should. Anyway, Degrassi The Next Generation aired October 14th, 2001 in Canada, and then it aired July 1st, 2002 in the US. After it was such a big hit in Canada, they moved it over to PBS and started airing it here. I actually never watched this show when I was a kid. In 2002, I would have been 4. I wouldn't have been watching Degrassi, but by the time I got old, I also didn't watch it. I was watching iCarly, and that explains a lot about my mental space. Anyway, let me introduce you to the characters that we're starting out with here. How I've set this up is I have a circle with the important characters, and then in the middle are all the adults, because the adults play a pretty big role in the show in general. These 4 adults are carryover characters from Degrassi High, Degrassi Junior High, and they're all friends, which is why they have this weird mix mash of tape there. I didn't know how else to do that correctly, but they were all friends in Degrassi High. Okay, we have Spike.
Your room's a disaster. I thought you were gonna clean it up. I will. And turn off that computer.
She is Emma's mom. I would describe her as mostly slay. I don't really have that strong of an opinion of her in general. Caitlin.
Caitlin Ryan, Ryan's Planet. Birth date, March 2nd, 1972. You're a Pisces, right?
And you're a stalker.
I can't...
This bitch has crazy eyes. She has the craziest eyes. I feel like I didn't even notice that until season 2 or 3. But then every time she was on screen, I'm like, holy shit, that bitch has crazy eyes. You know what I mean? She's fine. I don't like her. As the series goes on, I like her less and less. Joey.
You say hi, Lucy.
We love Joey. Joey Jeremiah was the character in Degrassi High that was like the jokester, prankster, funny kid. Haha, funny kid. And now he is an adult. He has a young daughter and his wife is dead. That's what we know about him. This scene, this picture I pulled for him, is going to become the most iconic scene of his. You will learn more about that later. Snake.
I can see fedoras are making a comeback. Hey, no running.
Slay. We love Snake. Snake's real name is Archie Simpson. He was kind of like the nerdy sidekick to Joey in Degrassi High, and he is now a teacher at Degrassi. So he's like the media immersion teacher is what they call it. When they rebooted this show, they kind of wanted to focus on like technology and how technology was shaping the world in 2001. So he is the media immersion teacher. We love him. He's so funny. He has a lot of really great lines. Yeah, we just overall like Snake. On to the kids. Spike is Emma's mother. Emma.
Love you.
I would describe as annoying. You know how I described Shailene Woodley, or what's her name, Amy, in Secret Life? I feel towards Emma as I did towards Amy, but it's like slightly less.
A little bit about Amy. Amy's our main character here. Some words I would use to describe her are selfish, evil devil. She's a little witch.
Because Amy's just like the worst. I think I called her the C word in the last video, which I'm not supposed to do on youtube.com. But it was only once, and it didn't seem to have too much of an impact. But just now, I would call her the C word right now if I could. She's so super annoying and so super selfish. She is definitely one of the main characters, and at the beginning of the show, she is like the driving force of the show because she is Spike's daughter. So in the first episode, we meet this friend group. So Toby, Manny, JT, Emma. They're all friends. They're all going into the 7th grade. Toby is like this nerdy kid.
Toby? JT? Mickey Hickey Wampum! Mickey Hickey Yap! Mickey Hickey Wigwam! North Creek Summer Camp!
Every time I see a picture of Toby, I feel like he embodies the word Bizarrevark. Like that Disney TV show with Jake Paul. I know that's like not a word, but if you look at him, he just looks like the word Bizarrevark. And he's just nerdy and lame. That's what I would say about Toby. Manny
Jordan
starts out as kind of a sidekick to Emma, and then eventually she's going to have a glow up and become hottie of the hour, which we love for her. We love Manny. JT is Worldwide Funny Guy.
You sure you can handle that? I small but strong, like Bobby.
Doesn't really care too much about school, but he's like super funny. Everyone loves him because he's so funny. He's the class clown. And we love that for him. The other thing Degrassi does, when one set of characters is done existing in the universe, they just take the exact same character models and put them onto the next group of kids. So like Joey and JT are like the same character. Like the base model of their characters is like the same. The first 2 episodes, we have that cast of characters, and the plot is basically focused on the kids are about to go back to school, but before they do, all the adults are having a class reunion. So it was like kind of a good way to like segue into the new series so that the adults of the kids watching could get interested if they watched the old show. The very first scene of the show opens with Emma sending an email to her online boyfriend, Jordan.
Just a minute.
We don't have a minute. JT's waiting for us.
She is like desperately sending him emails. He wants to like meet up with her. Apparently, I think he said he's from Australia. They're in Canada, remember? Okay. He said he's in Australia and he says his school group is coming to visit. Not suspicious at all. Okay. Spike is like, hey, we gotta go. It's time for the school reunion.
She rushed me out of the house so fast I didn't get to read my new email. I hope it's from Jordan.
Caitlin comes back. She's like engaged to some Hollywood producer, but he is like an asshole. Nobody likes him. Joey wasn't going to come to the reunion because he's wallowing in his own self-pity because his wife died. However, one of their other classmates, I forget her name.
You say hi, Lucy.
She shows up to see Joey and she goes, Joey, I know your wife just died, but it's been a year.
Joey, we're all sorry that your wife died, but it's been a year.
That was such a good way to introduce Joey's character because his friends were like, hey, why don't you get over that? Get over that. Nobody cares. No one gives a shit. Okay, get over it. Emma tells her friends that she is thinking about meeting up with her online boyfriend, Jordan, because he's coming into town and she wants to meet up with him at a hotel. And Toby says,
okay, if you're meeting a stranger you met off of the net, that could be really dangerous.
This might be my favorite line from the whole series. The way he delivers the line is just so, like, little kid first acting job. It's, like, hilarious, and I love that. And Emma's like, okay, guys, whatever, I'll think about it. Maybe I won't go meet up with Jordan. In episode 2, Emma decides she is going to go meet up with Jordan at his hotel. However, she doesn't tell her friends because she knows they will try to stop her. So she's heading to the hotel to meet up with Jordan while all the adults are at the high school for their reunion. Manny, Toby, and JT are all hanging out. And they're like, hey, where the hell is Emma? And they're all like, I don't know. So they hack into her email to see if she went to meet up with Jordan. What do they find? Not only emails about Chicken Run, which seemed an unnecessary addition.
Chicken Run sends an email to you.
He likes Chicken Run too. Big deal.
They found out that he had hacked her email. So they hacked her email, but also the Jordan, who is an adult man, hacked her email and was reading her emails to other people. So Emma would send an email to Manny and be like, I love Chicken Run. And then the next day, Jordan would be like, do you like Chicken Run? Get it? So he's trying to get close. He's grooming her by hacking her email and seeing what she's interested in.
The guy's not looking into her soul. He's reading her email.
They're like, we've got to go save this bitch. Emma is at the hotel and she meets a man in the lobby and he's like, hey, I'm Jordan's teacher. Come up to my hotel room, little girl. I've got pizza. Like, he makes a good case, okay? He's like, I'm his teacher. He's upstairs taking a shower. Just, like, come up and meet him. And then they get up there. Surprise, there's no Jordan. It's just this man. And he, like, tries to assault her. Uh-oh, trigger warning. He tries to assault her. I'm not going to include any of that. However, he's, like, smelling her. Also, he has a camera set up. He's taking videos of it as well. Weird, freaky, strange, right out the gate, crazy way to start the show. When I saw this episode, I was like, damn, Secret Life could never, like, I will be continuing to watch this. So he's like smelling her. He's got his VHS camera set up to record them. What he's going to do with that, I don't know. It was 2001.
Emma, your mother's at her reunion. She doesn't even know that you're missing. We have ours.
While that's all happening, Toby, Manny, and JT are rushing over to the high school to tell the adults. They eventually tell them what's happening, and Spike and Snake are rushing to the hotel. They've called the police, but they're also rushing to the hotel to stop anything. Snake, like, beats the shit out of the guy. It's pretty iconic. And then the episode ends. And at the end of the episode, the cops show up. And the cops are like, well, they're taking the computer for evidence, first of all. They say, stop. When this comes back, keep the cyberstalkers out of her room. No computer in her bedroom. And also they mention that maybe this time they'll finally get this guy. Because he's done this multiple times, and apparently they hadn't been able to catch him yet.
When this comes back, keep it downstairs. Keep the cyberstalkers out of her room.
How they haven't got a man whose signature is filming himself touching little girls, I don't know. However, they said maybe we'll finally have enough evidence to get this guy. Like, shouldn't there have been enough evidence after once? Like, if you know he's done this before? Like, I don't know. That's how the first 2 episodes go. I would say, like, a big problem with the beginning of the show, especially, is that they do these, like, crazy big plots. Like, crazy huge plot lines. Like, if you talk to someone online, you will get kidnapped, and they'll do that plot and then completely contain it to 2 episodes and never talk about it again. Like, Emma will have no trauma from this experience ever again. She won't mention it again. That's it. That's the last we hear about it. These first 2 episodes, because they're so focused on, like, just these people, can be completely contained. You can forget about them. You can pretend they didn't happen. It doesn't really matter. It has no impact on the plot of the story at all. All it does is connect Next Gen to the adults and introduce us to these 4, who will also be introduced in the next episode anyway. In episode 3, we are introduced to these guys. These kids are in grade 7 when they start, and these kids are in grade 8. So 7th graders on that side, 8th graders on this side. I'm just going to go in a little circle here. Ashley.
This is gonna be the best year ever.
Who is Toby's stepsister. So they have this family line because they're step-siblings. At the start of the show, she's like the popular student council president type. Ashley is dating Jimmy.
What was that all about?
Yo, it's Jimmy Brooks. The competition shook. Jimmy's played by Aubrey Graham, Drake. Jimmy is school basketball star, aspiring rapper, popular boy Jimmy. He's dating Ashley, student council president. And because Ashley and Toby are step-siblings, Jimmy and Toby are friends. Jimmy's best friend is Spinner.
Grade 7s are such geeks.
He's kind of like the bad student, cool kid type. He's called Spinner because he has ADHD. So we love that for him. I wish I got a fun nickname because I have ADHD.
Gavin Reginald Mason.
I prefer Spin.
But Spinner, because he can't stop spinning? I don't really know.
Ritalin would boost you up big time. It's like 50 cups of coffee.
Paige, her first scene is her in that outfit that says, like, hottie on her chest. And she's got, like, low-rise jeans with her stomach out. And she says, new look, new year, new Paige, or something like that. So we're meant to believe that this is, like, a change from last year. And she's, like, upgraded her look. She's now the most popular girl in school.
Hey guys! Haven't seen you all summer. How are you doing? Paige? New year, new look, new Paige.
Paige slays. We love Paige. And then Paige is best friends with Terry.
But Toby, oh, he's everywhere. He's like a little mosquito that keeps buzzing in your ear. Hey Ash, maybe when you're president, we can get him expelled.
And Terry is also a popular girl, but most of her plot lines revolve around her being insecure because she is chubby. Okay, we love Terry. Terry's the best. She gets paid dust. She gets fed dust. She's disrespected, constantly disrespected, but we love her. And then Hazel will get introduced later. There's friendship line kind of connecting all of them because they're all friends with each other. They're like in the popular group in 8th grade. And then Heather Sinclair, I will talk more about her later, but Heather Sinclair is like this invisible boogeyman that is a name they just use whenever they want to say something villainous, and we never see her. We see, like, her body once, and they say something really rude to her, but she's just, like, this invisible being that is, like, a constant within the story. So we don't know what she looks like, but I thought it'd be funny to put her up. And then, before I forget, Liberty.
Ashley Kerwin, we haven't met. I'm Liberty Van Zandt, and I'm running for secretary. We're gonna be a great team, just think. I'd like to discuss a few ideas so our policies will be in sync. First, I think we should tackle a lack of the school newspaper.
Why don't we wait till after the election?
Great. Your poster's a little high on the left.
Liberty is in 7th grade with the rest of them. She's like the type of person Ashley is, but younger and worse, where she's like obsessed with student council, getting good grades, and like just the school in general. She's like very much super mega nerd. She doesn't have a friendship line connected to the rest of them because I would say at the beginning they're not all really friends. Like, as it goes on, they'll kind of like integrate her into the group. However, at this point, they're all just like really annoyed with her all the time because she's annoying. Excuse me? What are you doing? Why are you doing? You're a naughty cat. Liberty, autism coded character number 1, reminds me of myself in middle school. In a sad way.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass.
Now that we know those characters, here's what happens in episode 3. Ashley decides that she wants to be student council president. So she's running for student council president, and Toby, because he's mad that they're step siblings, and in the first scene we get like them fighting over the bathroom, and Toby says, "Your mom," and I cut it out of context so it looks like he's just saying your mom.
How do you know it's me? Could be your mom.
Toby's fed up with having a stepsister, so he has decided that he wants to counter Ashley's student council campaign by convincing JT to run for student council president as well. Running on a campaign of, I don't give a shit about anything, and everyone's loving it. Everyone's loving it. Ashley does not like this. So what happens is her and Jimmy decide that they need to pay JT off to stop his campaign so that she can win. So they like are trying to convince him to stop. They eventually like pull him into a room and they're like, "We'll give you money if you quit." They think he's going to win, so they're really nervous about it. And they end up paying him off. I think they give him like $60 or something.
My parents were shattered. They had to go on Prozac. I can't put them through that again.
JT does drop out because he realizes he doesn't actually want to be president. He was just doing it because Toby asked him to. Ashley wins student council president. Toby says sorry for trying to ruin her campaign, so they're kind of made up and they're like on friendly terms now, and Liberty wins secretary. She just annoys the shit out of Ashley every day now. The subplot in episode 3 is that Spinner and Jimmy are bullying Emma and Manny because they're 7th graders. Okay. In order to get them to stop bullying, in order to get these two to stop bullying them, Emma and Manny come up with a plan where Manny's going to fake cry in the hallway, and she does so, and they feel so bad that they stop. And Manny says, "That always works on my brother." She does not have a brother. Brother never mentioned again. She is an only child. So, plot hole.
I knew it would work. Always does on my brother.
The student council president episode is like an exact copy of the first episode of Degrassi Junior High. This next episode is the school dance episode, and that's also like a direct copy of one of the next episodes in Degrassi Junior High. So, season 1, episode 4, we are introduced to Sean.
Why don't you tell the class a little bit about yourself?
No.
Now, Sean is kind of an interesting case here because part of the lore is that Sean was in the 8th graders class, but he got held back. So he knows all these kids. They know him. However, he got held back so they don't like him. So now he's in the same grade as these girlies. He's smart, but he doesn't apply himself. He has a bad home life. After he got held back, he moved to Wasaga Beach with his parents, which is just a place that is mentioned a few times. He moved to Wasaga Beach and got in a fight with a kid, and he deafened him in one ear. He deafened a kid, so that's why he's back at Degrassi. He doesn't really fit in at the moment, but he'll start making friends soon. However, he is kind of the outcast because of this, but this is his first episode. The plot of episode 4 is that there's a school dance, and Terry wants to go, but she feels like she can't because she's too fat. She also has a crush on Spinner, so she wants to go to the dance so she can dance with Spinner. Paige, who also has a crush on Spinner, by the way, is like, "Don't worry, Terry, I'll help you." So Paige gives her a little makeover, makes her feel confident, and Terry's like, "Isn't this outfit a little bit too sexy?" And it's like the longest skirt ever.
Don't you think this outfit's a little too sexy?
Hun, it's not that wild.
And then, like, immediately after, she changes her mind and says it's not sexy enough.
Then maybe it's not sexy enough.
Well, we could add just a few final touches.
Paige, I don't know if I can go out looking like this.
Paige decides in order to ruin Terry's chances with Spinner, she's going to get Terry super drunk before they go to the dance. She does so, And at the dance, Terry vomits all over Spinner. So their chances together are kind of blown. And then the subplot in this episode is that this is an 8th graders only dance. So these guys are all at the dance. Manny and Emma are trying to figure out how to sneak into the dance because they're naughty. JT and Toby's parents are going out for date night. So they say, hey, what if while the dance is going on and while our parents are out, we look up porn on the internet? And then Toby's parents walk in and catch them.
Whoa. She can be my online officer anytime. Whoa. Are those real? Real something.
Actually, I'd say silicone.
In episode 5, it's Parents' Day. The main plot is that Toby is nervous because both of his parents are coming and he doesn't want them to fight. So it's kind of like a child of divorce plotline. Ashley and Paige are competing for Toby's mother's attention because she's a famous talent agent and they both want to be famous. I want to be famous. There's also a subplot in which this national, like, kids news station keeps getting shown, like, in homeroom. So, like, I know in my high school, or in my middle school specifically, we had Channel 1 news. I was just talking about this with someone the other day, where, like, Channel 1 news was, like, run by ABC or something, but it was, like, news geared towards kids, probably biased, but all the middle schools would show it in their schools because the station would, like, pay for the schools to get, like, a bunch of computers. So this is, like, what was going on here. So NAK is, like, national something kids, whatever news. And Emma thinks it's really biased, as does Ashley.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
Here we go what again?
Every time NAK claims your airspace, you go all manic depressive.
And when they go and ask the principal says, there's nothing I can do about it. They bought the school a bunch of computers. That was part of the agreement. We have to play their advertising. And Emma's all mad about this. And she's like, you need to return those computers right now. Sean and his sexy older brother, who's not on the wall, but he's sexy, run into Emma while she's, like, upset about this. And they kind of tell her off, saying, people like us can't afford computers at home. Like, you can, but we can't. So shut the fuck up. Like, that's it. Emma feels bad, and then that whole plotline is over. And we learn a little bit about classism. Episode 6 is the first sex plotline. We love this. So Ashley and Jimmy are kind of, like, in a weird spot in their relationship where they feel like they should be moving it to the next level. I can't even imagine in 8th grade dating someone and being like, this is serious enough that it's time to fuck. Like, 8th grade, really? This was me in 8th grade. Bruh. Imagine if I was trying to fuck.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
It's not realistic. Like, it's not realistic. It's their anniversary. It's like their 5-month anniversary or something. So they decide they need to fuck. Okay. Dr. Sally shows up. Dr. Sally is, like, this sex educator that was really popular, and she always shows up to do sex talks at school. So she, like, gives the sex talk at school.
As the male becomes aroused, the penis fills with blood and he gets an erection.
Right after sex ed class, all the 8th graders are in English class and they're learning about Shakespeare. Okay, this is where it's going to get interesting. For this Romeo and Juliet play in English class, Jimmy and Paige are playing Romeo and Juliet. Drake is rehearsing a Shakespeare line, and it's, like, really funny to me. I don't know. I think anything he does is funny.
Oh, then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do. They pray. Grant thou, lest faith turn to despair.
However, Paige and Jimmy, like, are full-on mouth kissing in English class as part of the play. Hello? This is, like, maybe one of the most unrealistic plot lines. However, that happens. So I'm going to add a pink line between them because they kissed. After I finish talking about this episode, Paige and Jimmy kiss, and this is when Ashley starts getting really insecure about how she's not going to be able to keep Jimmy around unless she, like, escalates their relationship. So she decides she is going to have sex with Jimmy that night. They both set off from school, and Jimmy is telling his friends about how Ashley wants to have sex with him, and Spinner says, you got horseshoes up your butt. And then there's also, like, this random kid there that's literally never seen again, but he's like throwing a basketball around with them.
He shoots, he scores, the crowd goes wild. For our anniversary, Ash wants to give me the ultimate gift.
A Ferrari.
You're such an idiot. No, what Juliet gave Romeo.
Ash wants to have sex. Man, you're gonna get some? You got horseshoes up your butt.
Ashley goes home with Terry, and they go online, and they go, who knew you could buy condoms on the net?
French delight. Thai tickler. I can't believe you can buy condoms on the net.
Great. Fantastic. Funny. The best part about this is when the delivery man shows up, she has to like give him her credit card, and he slides it at the door. I didn't know this was a thing that you could do. I think I asked my dad, I was like, is that how you used to buy things online? Like you had to pay the delivery man? Not the point. They both get condoms. They end up meeting up, and like they can't go through with it. They decide their relationship is good how it is, and they both were feeling pressured, so like neither of them really wanted to, so they don't end up having sex. The subplot here is that Toby has a crush on Emma, and he's trying to get with her, and the only way he knows how is by his internet skills, so he's making like a fake Google search page for Emma, and she's trying to Google sea turtles because she's obsessed with the environment, and it goes, no results, ask Toby, and then Toby helps her, and there's like this scene where there's like wind blowing. It's really cute.
There's nothing. How did you do that?
It's a little gift I have. See the girl by the wall. Yes, that one there. Who I know, Toby, that one day she will care.
Toby! Whoa, check out this site. It has tons of stuff on turtles.
Maybe not cute, but it's fun. Toby has a crush on Emma. Liberty is majorly cock blocking. They're going to hang out after school, and Liberty goes, Emma, I need your help with something for student council. It's scheduled on my Palm Pilot.
You said you'd help proof this issue of the Grapevine, remember? It's scheduled in my Palm Pilot.
I feel like I need to take a COVID test. Like, I don't know, I woke up this morning coughing. I feel like maybe I should take one. In episode 7, Liberty is kind of out of her depth. She thinks that she can do the morning announcements, and Ashley's like, fine, if you think you can do it, then do it. And she like completely flops and gets embarrassed. And Ashley's like, learn this lesson, little girl.
Anyone can read a cue card. A monkey could do your job.
This is just sad.
Ball. Biting Earl. You can run, but you can't hide, Earl. This has been Liberty Van Zandt filling in for Ashley Kerwin.
More like loser Van Zandt.
So that kind of like builds some respect between the two of them. I still wouldn't say they're friends. And then the other plot line is that Jimmy really needs to do well on his big basketball games so he can retain his spot as like the team captain.
Downtown, go Jimmy! Oh yeah!
Spinner says, hey, I could help you out. I could give you some of my Ritalin. And every time he mentions his Ritalin, he shakes the bottle. So he goes, hey, Ritalin would lift you up big time.
Ritalin would boost you up big time. It's like 50 cups of coffee.
Ever since the doctor upped my Ritalin dose?
Yeah, I know the feeling. Since they upped my Ritalin, I'm like a complete zombie.
And he shakes the bottle, and Jimmy's like, hey, what if I have some of that to help me play basketball? And Spinner's like, okay, fine. Jimmy does well in the game. However, he becomes a complete ball hog because he's all hopped up on Ritalin. And that's when we learn it's not good to abuse drugs.
Jimmy, pass the ball. Jimmy.
Mom, what you doing? Come on.
Pass the ball. Oh, yeah.
And when Spinner is off his Ritalin, he goes nutso crazy, runs into the gym and like moons everybody because he's off his Ritalin.
Yo, Degrassi, who needs some halftime entertainment?
And house spinner has to go to the nurse every day to take his Ritalin because he can't be trusted to take it by himself because he was giving it to Jimmy. In episode 8, our first gay episodes, which are some of my favorite genre of Degrassi episodes, Liberty is crushing on JT, and in order to get her off his back, he's decided he's going to pretend to be gay, so she thinks that he couldn't date her even if he wanted to. I don't know.
Okay, this may sound desperate, but it's a plan. Remember that little talk we had about Ashley's dad and his orientation?
Yeah.
Well, you know what coming out did to his marriage. What if I came out to Liberty?
Ballroom. Oh, I get it. It's a joke. JT, you are beyond funny. Dance lessons with a boy?
So he starts acting gay, and he goes, "Hey, Liberty girlfriend." It's offensive.
Hey, Liberty girlfriend.
Maybe you should tone it down.
Just a little bit offensive, but we love it. And this all kind of kicked off because Ashley finds out that her dad is gay. Ashley comes home and her dad is there. Her dad had recently moved to England after her parents got divorced. And he came back and he kissed her mom on the mouth. And she was all excited because she thought maybe her parents would be getting back together. Her mom is like, no, we are not getting back together. That's not even an option. So Ashley goes to school and she's like, why would my mom say that? Why isn't it an option? I saw them. And Paige says, maybe he's gay. My brother is gay. So we find out that Paige has a gay brother. And when Paige says that, Ashley gets really offended. But she goes home and asks her mom if her dad is gay. And her mom goes, your dad is gay. And then it does this awesome zoom where it zooms in on her and the background's swishing. I don't know anything about film.
Is he gay? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Your dad is gay.
Toby is kind of like, JT, you should stop pretending to be gay. It's not cool to pretend to be gay. And they have a lot of good lines where there's one where they make a don't ask, don't tell joke. And I wonder if the Canadian military had don't ask, don't tell, because that was one of the best jokes in the episode, I think.
I'm sorry, I just don't get it. How can Ash's dad do it with other guys? Not only that, how does he do it?
I don't know, JT. I didn't ask. Some people are just gay, I guess. So how'd your interview with Liberty go?
Don't ask, don't tell.
In episode 9, we learn about being smothered in a relationship as well as feminism. Jimmy and Ashley are having trouble in paradise. Ashley is feeling very smothered by Jimmy. Jimmy wants to be with her constantly. He's always over at her house and she's like, God, I just need a break. So she breaks up with him. Toby is upset with this because he thinks that Jimmy's just lonely. So Toby's like, Team Jimmy, you shouldn't have broken up with him. We find out that Jimmy is, in fact, just lonely because both of his parents are lawyers and they are very busy, so he's just home alone all the time. And he calls the pizza place. He's home alone after Ashley broke up with him and no one else can hang out. And he goes, yep, Jimmy again. Just the usual. Medium pepperoni. Thanks.
Hi, Antonio. It's Jimmy. Yeah, the usual. Medium pepperoni. Thanks.
It's very sad. So eventually Ashley and him figure this out and they get back together. So that was just a 1-episode breakup. The second plot line in this one is that Emma is learning about feminism and also getting her first period. Emma is at the mall with Spike and this creepy man cat calls them.
Ooh, I'd like a lick of that.
And Spike fights back because she's a baddie. And Emma's like, oh my God, Mom, you're embarrassing me. And her mom is like, you need to learn how to stand up for yourself as a woman.
Can we go now? I am mildly dying.
And then Emma gets her first period at school. And she walks down the hallway like a robot. The way she walks is so fucking funny. Manny's like, this is so exciting. You're a woman. You can get pregnant now.
You can get pregnant now. Oh, great.
Also, this episode, Emma is wearing a sweater and JT goes, sexy shirt. And the sexy shirt line is like clearly not meant to be picked up by the camera, but it was.
Wow, sexy shirt.
In class, Emma is like, yeah, I got my period. What about it? And she stands up for women. In episode 10, Hazel is introduced.
Get this. Liberty and Armstrong were seen kissing outside. Yeah, they were in his car, kissing in front of everybody.
Hazel's a little bit smaller because she's a side character. She never really makes it to full character status. However, she's besties with Terry and Paige. She's kind of Paige's like second in command, I would say. This episode, we're learning about rumors and defamation. Emma sees one of the teachers like put his hand on Liberty's shoulder and pass her a note. And Emma just assumes that he is grooming Liberty. So she finds Manny in the hallway and tells her that the teacher is like inappropriately touching Liberty. Manny is like, you shouldn't say things like that. It's just a rumor. Little do they know, Terry's right around the corner and overhears. And Terry just starts going and telling fucking everybody. Eventually they find out that what was really happening was Liberty needed extra math help because she has dyscalculia, which is like math dyslexia. I'm pretty sure if I got tested for that, I would have that because, yeah. Anyway, so that's why she was passing notes with the teacher. He was giving her a pamphlet on it, and she was really self-conscious because she's like the smartest kid in school kind of thing. And we learn about not spreading rumors without any proof, especially because Emma didn't even like ask Liberty what was happening. She just started saying shit. This is also one of my favorite quotes in the early episodes because the other plot is that Spin is mad at the cafeteria because
I forgot why. Here's why. Thank you, Degrassi TNG guy, and thank you to this voice-over woman.
And there's this fantastic scene where he's in the hallway where he goes, hey, boycott the calf. The calf has bugs. Boycott the calf. And then the teacher comes up and goes, Gavin, defamation and rumor mongering are serious offenses.
Boycott the calf. Hey guys, the calf has bugs. Boycott the calf. I found a bug in my food. An earwig.
Then defamation and rumor mongering are serious offenses.
Defamation is a big word for that. Episode 11, we have another brewing relationship. So Sean and Emma are about to go on a date. So that's nice. It starts out really awkwardly when Spike wants to like take a bunch of pictures of them and the pictures like do not turn out well.
Sean, take one giant step towards Emma. And cheese.
And then like everything keeps going wrong. Like Emma gets pooped on by a bird. Their date doesn't go well, but they're kind of still like dating-ish. Like they like each other still, so I'm only going to add a pink line, not a red one. Jimmy and Spinner are mad at their teacher, the same one who said, defamation and rumor mongering are serious offenses, Gavin. Her name is Miss Kwan, and they're both mad at her because she's got a stick up her butt. They're in class, and they're making fun of her.
Shakespeare is the greatest writer, not just of his time, but of all time.
But Miss Kwan, if he's such a great writer, why is reading him such a big yawn?
So she gives them detention because they're making fun of her. And she also, like, smashes the shit out of Spinner's Discman.
You can't... My Discman!
Which will come up again, but this is one of my favorite lines where it goes, my Discman! And to get back at her, they show up to the school after hours and, like, egg her car. And she has a breakdown, like, mental breakdown. And they find out that, like, her husband was sick. So she was really stressed out, which is why she was being mean in class. Which, like, okay, but I also feel like the lesson shouldn't have been, if your teachers are mean, they probably have a reason. Like, Maybe the teacher should just be nicer. I don't know. And she ends up taking a leave of absence until her husband gets better. Episode 12, the main plot is that Manny wants to be a cheerleader. Paige and Hazel are like the leaders. Paige is the real captain. Manny wants to join, and Emma is like, hey, it's sexist to be a cheerleader.
How can it be sexist if they're guys?
Manny does some backflips in the hallway to impress Paige and ends up making the team.
What can you do?
And Emma gets over her little gripe. Emma's whole thing about, like, it's sexist to be a cheerleader, like, yeah, I think, like, the 2000s era feminism would probably say that, but, like, now we know that that's not correct. And Manny falls in with the popular crowd, so Manny is going to become friends with Paige, and by association, Hazel. So I'm going to add their friendship line as well. The subplot in this one is that Spinner, JT, Liberty, and Toby are working together because Pringles is holding a competition where if you eat one of those little snack-sized box of Pringles, it has a card suit on the bottom, like Heart, Diamond, Spade, Club. If you get all 4, you win $1 million. They end up getting 3 of them, and then they recruit JT to their operation, and JT goes, I have that other one at home. I have it at home. And he goes home and brings it back, and it turns out he had a club when he told them he had a spade, which is definitely something I would do because I also mix those 2 up all the time. That's just a funny little side plot that they have going on, probably sponsored by Pringles. Okay, I'm like terribly afraid my phone's gonna run out of memory. I don't think it will, but like I'm just afraid of that. Also, last time I filmed the entire video in 4K. Did it get uploaded in 4K? Absolutely not, because it was taking fucking forever. I was like, no one needs to see my face in 4K anyway. We've got a pink line there, and these 2 are friends now, so they have a line. This is gonna get messy fast. In the next episode, there's like a talent show. Ashley, Paige, and Terry decide they're going to make a band, and Ashley is kind of like, she thinks that she should be the front woman, and she wants it to be very like emo dramatic music, and Paige is like, no, my bestie Terry is also going to be in our band. They eventually compromise and make a band called PMS, and it stands for like Paige Michalchuk and the something else.
Even I'm amazed at my brilliance.
Paige Michalchuk and the Sex Kittens? Please.
What's wrong with it?
Why don't we just make it 3 girls and a keyboard? Nice and simple.
Nice and boring.
Paige wants to do like a really upbeat pop song, and Ashley's not having it. They have Snake make a beat for them, and it's like the funniest ever.
This is perfect, Mr. Simpson. It's so danceable.
Y'all ready for this?
Ashley hates it. Paige makes her mad again when she picks out outfits she doesn't like.
Our new look, you like?
I don't. You want us to look like prostitutes?
She ends up quitting the band. Terry and Paige give the slayest performance ever.
Degrassi Zone, Paige and Terry!
Always tell me how I can be all that you ask of me, and still feel that I am free to be who I am. Oh, just tell me how I can be all that you ask of me, and still feel that I am free to be who I am. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Emma and Manny are also performing in the talent show, but Emma wants to perform an interpretive dance to talk about animals becoming extinct. Manny tries to run and jump down the stairs for some reason. She's like, watch this, and like sprains her ankle.
Something like this.
So she's out. Toby says he'll take Manny's place.
Well, I think it's cool when guys get in touch with their feminine side.
Their actual performance is like really bad. It's like really funny. And Everyone starts laughing at them because they're just like flailing around while animal noises play. And Sean stands up for Emma and he goes, "Shut up!" And then Toby goes, "Blah."
Hey! Shut up! Let them dance.
In episode 14, Emma goes to Sean's house to study, and this is when we find out that Sean deafened a kid. Sean's self-conscious about his home life and about everything surrounding that, so he ends up breaking up with Emma because he thinks she's too good for him, because he's a bad person because he deafened a kid. No comment.
You want to mess with me? I'll mess you up. I'm big trouble.
Sean starts getting in fights with Jimmy at school, and Jimmy and Sean get into an argument, and they go, "We're gonna fight behind school, after school."
You should have Spinner for one of his Ritalin. Really helps sharpen the memory.
So they end up getting in a fist fight. Emma tries to stop it, and Sean ends up pushing Emma to get her away.
Sean, stop it.
Get out of here, Emma.
Emma, just go.
Sean, leave him alone.
Emma, get out of here!
I'm going to be adding violence lines between Sean and Jimmy and Sean and Emma, and this is the moment in which Emma decides that she can't be with Sean anymore because he pushed her. I'm also going to update Emma's picture before we start season 2, because now that you know who she is, there's a really funny screenshot of her getting pushed over. In episode 15, there's an end of the year party.
Adios.
Ciao, Mr. Simpson.
Bye-bye.
Oh, hurry up. You know what a fascist radish is.
Ashley and Toby's parents are going out of town, and they say, "You guys can have a couple of friends over each." This clearly blows out of proportion very quickly.
So girls, what are your plans for this very momentous eve?
JT and Toby decide they're going to try drugs. JT finds out how to get ecstasy somehow. He buys ecstasy, brings it over to Toby's house. They also invite Sean over.
Ecstasy.
E? JT, what is... Ecstasy is the love drug.
Ashley has over the girls, but then as it turns out, all the boys end up coming over as well. When Sean finds out that JT and Toby are going to be trying ecstasy, he doesn't want them to because he knows how it can mess you up because his parents are drug addicts. Not that, like, drug addicts are addicted to ecstasy. You know what I mean. He ends up taking the pills, bringing them downstairs and saying, "Ashley, your brother and his friend have ecstasy." He's gonna flush them down the sink. He replaced them with aspirin, and Ashley says, "Wait, I want to take it." And she takes it before he can get rid of it. He goes back up, gives JT and Toby the aspirin. They are acting high even though they're not. Ashley is high, and she's acting nutso crazy. So when Jimmy, Spinner, and the boys, it's just Jimmy and Spinner. When Jimmy and Spinner show up, she's high out of her mind, acting crazy.
This is ecstasy.
She ends up kissing Sean on the mouth. So I'm gonna have to add that line as well. That's completely random. Jimmy decides he doesn't like Ashley anymore because she's acting insane and she's getting high. So they break up.
Water, and lots of.
I can't believe you take E.
Okay, calm down, Dad. He's just right. You need to loosen up a little bit.
Ash, what?
I'm going upstairs to the bathroom. I'll drink some water from the toilet.
Paige says to Ashley, "Hey, Ashley, can you stop acting like such a hag?"
Ash, would you just stop being such a hag already?
Paige, you are a hag. On two fronts. Your looks and your personality.
That's a really good line. And then that's where the season ends. So I'm going to add all those lines, and then I will be back for season 2. I'm like an old person. I have serious back issues, and standing here right now is so painful. But nevertheless, she persisted. Okay, I've added all my lines, so let's do the season 1 recap. Ashley and Sean kissing. Sean pushing Emma. Here's Emma's new picture. That's her getting pushed over by Sean. It's really funny to me. And then Jimmy and Sean fought. So they have that. And then to show that these two are broken up right now, I have a blue line over their relationship. I somehow completely neglected to finish my thoughts on season 1. I think I was hopped up on caffeine and also tired. Like, editing this, I'm like, wow, there's literally nothing going on in her brain. I thought I would come on voiceover and give what I overall think of season 1, because I somehow did not do that. Season 1, I think they were really finding their footing with plot lines and story and all of that. I think that season 2 and 3 are significantly better. I think in season 1, they were trying to figure out how to have such a large cast and deal with such big issues in a format that wasn't so, like, one-off. And they took a lot of plot lines from the old show and just, like, completely reused them, which is fine for nostalgia factor, especially if, like, a lot of these kids, their parents are going to get interested by remembering the show they used to watch, but the kids aren't going to know. As for creating characters, I think this season was really good. I think you can really tell that they just took kids that are like average kids and got them on a TV show, which I actually kind of like. That's one of the best parts about Degrassi, I think, is that like these kids, for the most part, just look like normal kids and they act like normal kids. They kind of talk like normal kids. Like, they're actors, but you can tell that they're not professional actors. And they also, I'm pretty sure they had them do their own hair, makeup, and outfits. At least they used to in the old show. I think that sort of carried over here because sometimes you can tell that, like, there wasn't any professional things going on. I think it makes it a lot more relatable. I think this was a really good start to a really iconic show. And I think if you really want a good laugh, you can always watch season 1 for a good laugh. It's pretty funny. There's some really good stuff in it. Season 2 and 3 really cemented the show as, like, good, in my opinion. There's still obviously funny stuff, but, like, for the quality of the content and, like, the way the things are more, how the storylines are more cohesive and everything kind of works better together and the characters come into their own, I think season 2 and 3 are a lot better for that. Some of the fashion, fucking iconic. I'm gonna add a picture of Emma's dolphin pants. She wears these like all the time. They are not afraid to let the kids repeat outfits either, which is awesome, obviously, because normal kids wear the same outfit. Fun fact, in middle school, I had a shirt that I would wear all the time, and then one day, one of the teachers showed up in the same shirt, and I was bullied. I got bullied because I had the same shirt as the teacher. How is it my fault that the teachers shopped at Old Navy too? Like, and that was really sad because that was one of my favorite shirts. Anyway, I got bullied a lot in middle school. Not the point, Hannah, wrap it up. I love season 1. Season 2 and 3 are better, but yeah.
Adios.
Ciao, Mr. Simpson.
Bye-bye.
You're gonna die.
Season 2 is very exciting because we get to be introduced to a lot of new characters, some of my favorites. So first of all, the very first scene of season 2, we're introduced to Craig.
Wow. Roast beef, mashed potatoes, Yorkshire pudding.
Your favorite.
Yeah, totally. I love roast beef.
Craig. We're introduced to Craig. The very first scene of the first episode, he's taking a picture of his little sister. Who is his little sister, you may ask? Oh, Joey Jeremiah's daughter. So here's what we need to know about Craig. Craig is Joey's stepson. So Craig's mom divorced his dad. Craig stayed living with the dad, and she got remarried to Joey Jeremiah and is his dead wife. So Craig's half-sister is Joey's daughter, Angie. Another thing about Angie is the actress is the girl who plays Manny, her little sister. Craig is taking pictures of Angie. It's clearly a secret. And we find out that Joey doesn't want Craig around Angie because he doesn't like Craig. Because he doesn't like Craig's dad, and he thinks Craig's dad is rubbing off on Craig. Craig is like, I want to take a pic.
Buy a box of Thin Mints?
Sure, I'll take 2 boxes.
How about 2 million?
No, 1 million.
Okay.
I want to take a pic.
Craig walked so Roderick could run. He is a nasty little slimy boy. Like, as the show goes on, he just becomes like the biggest asshole, but I still love Craig. In this episode, we find out after Craig comes home late that his dad beats him. His dad is very abusive, and Craig has been quiet about it, but his dad, like, beats the shit out of him. So Craig's kind of, like, going a little bit insane because Joey yelled at him because he found out he was seeing Angie, and his dad is abusive. Also, this episode, JT asks Paige on a date, and they go on a date because Paige feels bad for him.
Oh, lordy. It's Paige Michaelchuk. Come to Papa.
But Paige doesn't actually like him. She just went because she felt bad. Season 2, episode 2, after his dad hits him, and it was like a pretty bad beating, Craig decides he's sick of it. So he decides he's going to kidnap Angie, his little sister, Joey's daughter, and they're going to move to Vancouver in British Columbia. Joey ends up catching them, but they're like at an ice cream truck, and Craig has like a bunch of money in his pocket. Joey comes up and she's like, "What are you doing? You kidnapped my daughter. You nicknamed my daughter after the Loch Ness Monster?" Joey finds them, and Angie goes, "We're moving to British Columbia."
Oh, sure.
No.
We're moving to British Columbia.
And I just think about that constantly. And I've been playing GeoGuessr a lot, and I keep getting dropped in British Columbia. And every time my brain goes, "We're moving to British Columbia." So Joey freaks, takes Angie back. Craig is like still freaking out. He's like looking for trouble. So he goes to try to find someone to make some trouble with. And him and Sean link up. They're like outside a train, and Craig is like confiding in Sean, and Sean's like, "Oh, my parents used to hit me too, bestie. I know how you feel." And then Craig is like trying to get hit by the train. So Sean freaks out, saves him, and then goes to find Joey. Joey shows up to help Craig because he's having like a breakdown, and finds him at his mom's grave. So Joey's dead wife's grave.
It's been a year.
And Joey's like, "Sean said that your dad hits you." And Craig goes, "Liar!
Liar!"
Whoa.
It's awesome. At the end of the day, Joey, instead of reporting this abuse to the authorities, because Craig doesn't want that, he's just going to let Craig live at his house. So he works out a deal with Craig's dad and says, "If you let Craig come live here, I won't report you for abusing your child, even though you're a doctor." What the fuck is that about? Authorities not notified, but now Craig lives with Joey and therefore is attending Degrassi for this upcoming school year. Episode 3 is our first appearance of Marco Polo. This is the first appearance of Marco, but he doesn't get any lines until the next episode. We love Marco. He's the best. He's Italian. Half of his personality is that he's Italian. We find out in episode 3 that Spike and Snake have started dating. Okay? Emma hates this because Snake is her teacher. They're really cute together and we like them. They're friends from high school. They've just started dating. Also, Emma says something weird about like her keyboard getting slimy.
If I eat popcorn, I'll get greasy fingers, and greasy fingers mean a slimy keyboard.
That's just a funny addition. There is an 80s themed dance, which is really just for the nostalgia factor.
Hope you guys have a great time busting our move tonight.
The Sex Pistols?
They're playing like a song that Snake's band from Degrassi High, Snake and Joey's band from Degrassi High, used to play in the old show.
This girl, she likes to party all the time.
We're gonna come in and get down.
Emma's all mad that Snake's trying to talk to her at school. Spinner and Jimmy decide that they're going to compete in a breakdancing competition to win something. I can't remember what. And after seeing Spinner dance, Jimmy's like, "I don't know if I want you on my team," because he's bad at dancing. Spinner decides that Jimmy is saying this because he's white. So he goes on like this rant about how Jimmy is racist because Spinner is white.
Polar bears are white, I'm white, and you're racist. What are you talking? Okay.
This is how we get introduced to Marco. He is in the hallway breakdancing. And apparently he's just the best breakdancer ever. And he's literally just busting it down in the back of the hallway.
Not here, okay?
Okay,
And Paige is like, you guys don't even have a shot against Marco, so like, don't even worry about it. And no, we don't learn anything about how reverse racism isn't real. That's just the end of the plot. No COVID, check it out. Hey. Okay, I've got my lines. We're going to get introduced to Ellie in a second. Craig and Sean, friends. Marco and Ellie are friends. Paige, JT, and Snake and Spike. Got it. Season 2, episode 4, we have 3 people introduced. Hatzilakos.
When you have 2 atoms of hydrogen and 2 atoms of oxygen. Gavin. Gavin?
Yeah, sorry, Miss Hatzilakos. I don't know.
Hydrogen peroxide.
Who is the sexy science teacher. She's friends with Snake because they're teachers. Ellie?
Hun, maybe you didn't hear me.
I did. Loud and clear. Thanks.
A recent transfer student, she is Goth Queen. She's friends with Marco. They just become friends really easily. And then Kendra.
Is that drawing anime CD-ROMing yet?
Sorry, Tobes. I forgot you wanted it, and I let it out to someone else.
All right, who's got it?
Me.
Toby Isaacs, meet Kendra Mason, my 2 biggest anime fanatics.
Meet me at lunch tomorrow and I'll hand this off. What do you say?
Who is Spinner's sister, and she's adopted. They just make a point to say she's adopted because she's Asian, right? So whatever. Kendra is in 7th grade. So at this point, these guys are in their freshman year, so they're 9th graders, and these guys are 8th graders, and then Kendra is a 7th grader. And like, see, they're all at the same school still. This is the point where they just kind of like, everything just happens in the same building and no one questions it. The main plot in this one is that Toby has a massive crush on Kendra because they're both in anime club, which is kind of cute. But Spinner doesn't want his little sister dating anyone, so Spinner is like threatening Toby.
Her brother likes to maim and kill with his teeth.
By the end of the episode, they actually do start dating. At this point, Ashley and Jimmy are broken up. They return to school. Ashley is kind of an outcast now because of the drug incident.
I'll drink some water from the toilet.
The drug incident has turned her emo. So she comes back looking like this. And actually, she might even be more emo than this. I think this is season 3, Ashley. She comes back being very edgy, and she apologizes to Paige and Terry, but it seems like Paige and Terry are not having it. Remember, her and Sean kissed, so Sean is like, hey, maybe I should explore that. Sean asks her on a date, and Jimmy's very mad about this, even though they're broken up. There's this really funny scene. Ashley walks into the library, and Jimmy's sitting there, and she walks up to him and goes, hi, Jimmy, and he says, don't talk to me, you slut.
Hey, Jimmy.
Don't talk to me, you slut.
I almost printed that scene on the shirt just because that is so fucking funny, the way he delivers the line. Also, Paige is like bullying the teacher and calls her a cow for no reason.
Let's hang a bell around Kwan's neck, because she's a total cow.
Episode 5 is about the science fair. Emma's still really self-conscious that her mom is dating Snake, and Snake is the judge of the science fair. So Emma's project is about eating healthy food and like eating fruit and shit. So she has recruited everyone to eat fruit. Spinner's been eating fruit, and ever since he started eating healthy, he can't stop getting boners.
I can't, man. My bat, it's wooden. Sorry, my ears were plugged this morning. Sorry. I have a boner. Oh, bananas don't give you boners. Hormones do. All I know is that I ate some healthy food, and now I'm like the sex Superman. You're super free. Let's go. Find your boner shield. Nice.
So the whole episode, the subplot is that Spinner cannot stop getting boners, and he's saying that like he's getting boners because Emma's feeding him fruit. and now he's like a god with women.
Whatever's giving me boners is turning me into a major chick magnet. Hey. What's your point? That the entire female race is a slave for Spinner. So why fight it?
So they're dealing with that, and Spinner ends up getting a boner in front of the whole class. The amount of times they show boners on the show is like too much, though. Anyway, Emma's project ends up winning the science fair, and everyone's like being kind of rude to her because they think it's rigged. There's also this scene from the science fair in which this girl shows up and she's talking about wolves.
Maybe one day people will realize that the wolf is actually our friend. Thank you.
Congratulations once again to Nat.
Don't say anything about ABO. Don't say anything about ABO. In episode 6, the plot is that Joey is going out of town and letting Craig stay by himself for the first time. He's going to invite the boys over, and Joey says partner like a cowboy.
Got it, you can trust me.
No, I can't, partner.
Howdy, partner!
Craig's like, hey boys, want to come over?
Who died?
We are going to party! Girls.
No girls.
Booze.
No booze.
Donuts?
That we can do.
Then I'm there.
They find out that Kid Elric, I literally don't know who this is, but they will not stop bringing him up, is holding a competition to win tickets to his concert. He's going to steal Joey's car and drive to the competition. They end up doing so. They win, but then they get pulled over on the way back.
All right, now, here's the skill testing question. Name Kid Elric's wife. Tell us your name first.
My name's Craig.
Okay, Craig. Now, tell me the name of Kid Elric's wife.
And get busted for stealing the car. They get in trouble, and now Craig doesn't have privileges with Joey anymore because he betrayed his trust. Also this episode, Ashley and Ellie become besties because they're both goth and emo, and Ellie is trying to convince Ashley that she should get her belly button pierced. In the end, she doesn't go through with it, and Ellie's like, you didn't have to do that for me, we're already friends. So that's a nice moment. In episode 7, Spinner is interested in Paige. They have like a flirtationship. Spinner thinks they're going on a date, so Paige is kind of leading him on.
I am a winner on the field and with the ladies.
But Paige is interested in a soccer player or some sort of sports player from the rival team. They get invited to a party, and Paige decides she's going to ignore Spinner to go. The subplot in this episode is that JT and Toby have to share a locker, and JT is extremely messy, and Toby doesn't like that.
The possibilities. Oh, Humane Society?
Toby's fed up, so he's like splitting the locker in half, and he goes, JT, what does this look like?
What does this say to you?
Severe mental illness.
It says boundaries, JT. Boundaries.
That's just all really good. I love their dynamic together. Major trigger warning. I'm going to trigger warning this. From this point on, these next 2 episodes deal a lot with sexual assault. So Paige ends up going to the party, and the man that she's trying to get with coerces her into a bedroom after Spinner shows up, and Paige is trying to avoid him, and he rapes her. It's pretty graphic. Like, I don't know. Sometimes they go a little bit too far with like the graphic nature of the things they show on screen. So just be aware of that if you do go to watch it. So then in episode 8, Paige is dealing with the aftermath of that, and she ends up confiding in Hazel about what happened, and Hazel tries to convince her to report it. PMS, Paige, Ashley, and Hazel, or not Hazel, Terry, Paige, Ashley, and Hazel. Hazel might be in the group at this point. They're going to write a song for Battle of the Bands. And Ashley decides that she wants this song to be about. Paige is obviously upset, but she doesn't tell anybody why. So Ashley's like, no, we need to talk about it. Ashley's so annoying. So Ashley won't accept no for an answer. So eventually she forces Paige to tell her that she's been and they end up singing a song Paige wrote about like taking back your agency, and the rest is at the event. It's a little bit weird. Eventually Paige goes to talk to the guidance counselor and does report to the authorities, so that's good. The subplot here is that Liberty has a crush on JT still. She's gonna do her notable people project on JT, and she does like this whole song and dance about it. It's pretty funny.
Fellow students. Yuck it up, Topester.
They get in a fight, and JT is like, "You're so boring, Liberty."
And I'm not a geek, JT dork.
Oh, them's fighting words.
You want fighting words? Okay, sucky baby, poor sport.
And then at the end of that, Liberty and JT are like kind of on good terms. So I'm going to add her line connecting to the rest of them because at this point she's kind of like within the group. And I'm going to add lines after I reached the end of episode 10, which is kind of like the halfway point of this season. Episode 9 is an eating disorder episode, so trigger warning for that. So on one side of things, Toby is trying to be cool because he made it to like the championship for computer coding and no one thinks that's cool. So he decides he needs to join the wrestling team so he's cool.
Oh, Toby, I just love a man who can write binary code.
Well, on the computer team, we don't make weight. We make programs. Isn't that right, Toby?
That's right, Coach. I have to make the wrestling team.
No, bad Toby.
I think it's a great idea.
He like gets really cool from it and he's like, "Hey, take a pic." I want to take a pic.
Take a picture.
He ends up trying to make weight so much that he gets an eating disorder. He passes out at the wrestling match.
Toby?
He ends up getting over his eating disorder in one episode, so that's good for him, I guess.
Wireless web access, email, and GPS. Your phone rules.
Terry is also dealing with her weight because she got a modeling gig, but it was for a plus size fashion brand. So she's really self-conscious about it. Her friends find out because they walk up and see her like on a billboard.
Why didn't you tell us?
Why? Because I'm fat.
Spinner is like really hyping her up, and for that I'm gonna add a pink line because I feel like their flirtationship reaches its peak. Like they're always so like on the precipice of something great, but the timing never works out. They're standing there and then like there's a scene where like this man comes up while they're looking at the billboard and goes, "Yo, beluga."
Yo, beluga!
It's so out of pocket and so funny. In episode 10, Ellie and Marco start dating. Ellie has been sending him weird messages over email about meeting her places.
Reading the underlying sales message. So let's move on to TV commercials. Most of us may see them as an opportunity to get a snack, but TV advertising can reap huge profits. I've taped 3 commercials, one for laundry detergent, one for the latest luxury vehicle, and the last for
And we kind of get an inkling that Marco isn't particularly interested because he seems to be gay and hiding it. There's also in this episode the best song ever. Manny starts daydreaming about Craig. Okay. Love that for them. She daydreams him walking into the classroom singing a song.
But I've come to collect my one and only true love. Won't you be my Cinderella? Could I kiss you, Manuela?
It's so fucking good.
You're not gonna get the song the first time you hear it. After the second and third time, you're gonna be like, "Whoa, what is this?" It sounds nothing like anything that's out right now.
Somehow they get together and they're gonna go on a date. Craig is like talking to Joey about it. He's like, "I have a date, but she's a lot younger than me." And Joey's like, "You're literally a year older than her." Like, okay. And then he goes, "Hey, Craig, super stud, takes after his stepdad."
Check out Craig, super stud, takes after his stepdad.
Craig decides while he's on the date that he can't be with her because she reminds him of his little sister, which is a fun callback to the fact that they are related in real life, so that's why they look alike. He's telling Spinner and Jimmy about this, and he's like, "She reminds me of my little sister." And they're all like, the way they react is really funny. They're like, "Okay, never say that again."
You want to know the real reason I couldn't kiss her? She reminds me of my 5-year-old half-sister.
Right. That's messed up. Yeah, that's so really weird.
So he ends up going to talk to her to tell her it's not going to work out. Ashley comes up while they're talking, and there's like some weird vibes going on between Ashley and Craig, and Manny gets jealous and tries to tell Craig he can't talk to Ashley, and Craig is like, "I don't like you."
But it's not my locker I don't like. It's you.
Let's pretend I didn't fuck up Marco's name and tape it back together. I added the lines, you see them. Episode 11, we're learning about racism. So they're having cultural day at school. And at school, why did I say that like Marsha? At school, I don't remember a George Glass at our school. Anyway, the freshmen are having a culture day at school where they show off their culture. And Spinner's like, I don't have a culture, which, fair, you're a white Canadian. Like, yeah, okay. Snake is like, you all have a culture, guys.
Later, yeah.
Hazel is Somalian. She is Muslim, but she is self-conscious about the fact that she's Muslim, so she's hiding it from everybody. The main plot line in this is that there is a Muslim girl named Fariza, and Hazel is like antagonizing her because she's self-conscious about herself being Muslim. It's like very strange. Hazel starts saying she's just Jamaican. I believe one of her parents is Jamaican. And there's a point where her and Fariza kind of meet outside and kind of like fight it out. Fariza is Iraqi, and Hazel says, hey Fariza, why don't you shut your mouth before Jamaica declares war on Iraq?
Funny thing is, you sort of look Somalian too.
Really? Well, why don't you mind your own business, Fariza, before Jamaica declares war on Iraq?
Which is just funny. Like, that line is so out of pocket. It's like, it's funny. They go back inside and someone has like hate crimed Fariza's booth, and Snake has them all into a meeting and says, a hate crime has been committed here.
A hate crime has been committed here.
Which I think we should use as a new meme template. Here's an example.
La cucaracha! A hate crime has been committed here.
Eventually, Hazel comes clean and says that she had to leave her old school because she was bullied for being Muslim after 9/11. This was a good plot line. I think that this episode did a good job about like educating about issues. However, I think that the situation of Hazel bullying other girls for being Muslim while she herself is Muslim, and like after she went through that, wasn't like the best way to do it. I think they were just afraid to make any other character Islamophobic. The 8th graders are in home ec class, and JT, it turns out, is like really good at sewing. Slay. Liberty is really bad at sewing. So JT is like secretly completing Liberty's projects for her. Liberty threatens to tell everyone that JT is the next Martha Stewart if he doesn't do it.
Don't make me tell the guys you're the next Martha Stewart.
Everyone finds out JT is good at sewing, and instead of them thinking he's like girly or whatever, they're like excited because he can make them all skirts. And he likes that too because he gets to touch their hips. In episode 12, Snake and Spike are getting married.
What does it stand for?
Random access memory.
I'm sorry?
You asked a question. The answer is random access memory.
We also find out that Spike is pregnant. She got pregnant accidentally, and it's really making her question things. She thinks she wants to have an abortion. Emma, being the little rat that she is anti-abortion because she was a teen pregnancy. Get a better take, Emma. Like, really.
Fighting crime, fighting inequality, fighting rats. Some of the same folks that criticizing us now called me a murderer because I was killing rats. I hate rats.
Shut down the all-night, all-you-can-eat rat buffet. The rats are absolutely going to hate this announcement. The rats don't run this city. We do. The rats hate that too.
This is not Ratatouille. Rats are not our friends. We are taking the fight to the rats.
Well, you know what? We're going to kill rats.
Craig, JT, and Toby kind of team up because they know that Joey is best friends with Snake. Because Snake is having his bachelor party, they're going to convince Joey to get a stripper so they can all see the stripper.
A stripper tonight? Just keep it cool.
Craig goes to Joey, convinces him, and then Craig's like, I'll take care of it, and goes to get a stripper. He brings JT and Toby. The guy's like, you guys are too young. Get out of here.
Fans, you don't do no square dancing. Come back when you're legal.
Wait, no.
It ends up they do get the stripper, and like Craig is allowed at the bachelor party. He's like 15, okay, whatever. But JT and Toby aren't, so they're like staking out outside, which is pretty funny.
Toby, she's a stripper. Privacy isn't in her vocabulary. We'll still be closer than either of us have come to seeing a real live naked woman.
Except for that time when you walked in on your grandma in the shower.
Manny decides she's gonna wingman for Emma because she thinks Emma wants to get back with Sean, so she invites Sean to the wedding without asking Emma. Emma gets mad. Emma's whole day is going badly. She left her perm in for too long.
My perm!
It's a mess. In episode 13, the boys are staking out the stripper to see the stripper. Emma, mad that her mom's thinking about getting an abortion, walks over to Joey's house where Snake is for his party to go tell him that she's pregnant. Like, okay.
What are you two doing here? Seeing a stripper?
Fucking little telltale rat.
Fucking little telltale rat! Okay. Anyway, you're a rodent. You're a scurrying little fucking filth. Little, like, infested rodent in the back of the class.
Her and Ben are so like...
Rat. Fucking little telltale rat. Fucking little telltale rat!
She tells Snake. Snake gets mad at Spike. They end up fighting, talking it all out, and they get married at the end of the day. There's also a weird moment where Joey and Manny are interacting. I don't think they interact ever again.
I'll give you the shirt off my back.
But they do for this moment. Spike, in another weird 2000s moment of feminism, says that she doesn't care what Fancy, the stripper, does with her body. It turns out she knows Fancy because she's a hairdresser and she does her hair. She says she doesn't care Fancy's a stripper, but she does care that her husband's a loser who goes to strip clubs. So...
Fancy can do what she wants with her body, but I'm not cool with my husband being one of those pathetic losers who goes to strippers.
Take from that what you will, I suppose. Sean does end up coming to the wedding, and him and Emma are now official. Episode 14 is another gay episode. Spinner and Sean think that Marco is gay. So they start attacking him all the time, calling him the F word. Dr. Sally comes back and teaches them about gay people, and she says some out-of-date offensive things about there being a gay gene.
Being gay positive, you name it.
You sure it doesn't mean HIV positive? Oh, gay guys had to sing another guy do it for them.
If a child is born with the so-called gay gene, then yes, it's possible.
Some people say it's a sin.
Paige is ally of the century because her brother is gay. Marco's like taking a gay quiz on the computer, like, am I gay? And Spinner and Jimmy walk in and he has to like close it really fast.
Hey, Marco.
Who else has had that experience? In order to pretend he's not gay, Marco goes hard with Ellie and they start making out, but he's being weird about it because he's gay.
Now, officially, Marco was just getting a glass of water. Of course. Of course. And how did that glass of water taste? Sweet?
Like sugar, man. You guys can be officially jealous of me now.
There's also this really awesome line, awesome to me as a gay person.
I hate fags, okay? What they do makes me sick.
And the way he delivers it is really fucking funny. On the other side of things, Toby and Kendra are still dating, and Toby's acting like crazy. Like, he's like way too into her, and Kendra's freaked. And so Toby's all down, and he says this really fucking funny line, and JT is like, get over it, bro.
My fear is that Kendra hates me. My hope is that I die.
Give me a break.
In episode 15, it's called Hot for Teacher, and that's because JT has a crush on Hatzalakos. I'm gonna add a pink line for them because I can. JT ends up becoming her, like, guinea pig caretaker, and all of his friends try to convince him that he should, like, try to get in with her. Why they think that would happen, he's like 14, I don't know. He starts taking care of her guinea pigs for her, and he really likes doing that, but then he feels pressure to like act cool with the boys, so he gets caught pretending to put giant boobs in his shirt, and she gets upset.
What's the matter, Sean? Huh? You jealous? You want to be my other guinea pig boy? Oh, and what about you, Toby? My, you're a furry little one.
Eventually, they save the guinea pig because apparently the janitors put rat poison all over the school.
She's not safe, JT. The janitors spread rat poison all around the school because of rodent problems.
What? Why would they do that? I don't know.
Well, you know what? We're gonna kill rats.
The subplot is that Spinner smells bad and nobody told him. And then Jimmy and Spinner make an honesty pact and then fight when they're honest to each other.
Dude, the truth. Do I stink? Yeah, actually, you smelled really bad all week. What? You can't handle the truth!
In episode 16, Ashley and Jimmy are back together. Ashley and Jimmy are back together. Jimmy's holding a party at his house. That will become important later. Since Emma and Sean are together now, Emma wants to come over to Sean's house, but Sean is like self-conscious about his house because Emma's like preppy and rich. So she just shows up, and then Sean gets mad at her, and he's like, Emma, get out of here. They end up going to Jimmy's party later, and Sean steals all of Jimmy's parents' liquor and gets really drunk and smashes a bottle, and then Jimmy goes, get out.
Clean it up.
Just get out.
And then Emma chases after Sean, and Sean tells her that he's just like afraid he'll become a loser like his parents, especially now that he's started relying on alcohol.
Just a big stupid loser like them.
Episode 17, Liberty is trying to make the floor hockey team, and all the other girls make it and she doesn't. So she becomes the manager and starts a crusade about how boys' teams are better funded than girls' teams. On the other side of things, Terry has started reading people's palms, and she reads Paige's palm and says, "You're gonna die."
You're gonna die.
So Paige thinks she's gonna die. So Paige starts doing things for Terry to try to get her karma back. And then Terry realizes she read her palm wrong and she's not gonna die after all. But she doesn't tell Paige because she likes Paige doing things for her. And that's all that happens that episode. Episode 18, after Ashley and Jimmy get back together, they break up again. Ashley's becoming more goth by the day, and Jimmy wants the old Ashley back. And he like sees a picture of her from season 1, is like, damn, I wish you still looked like that. And there's also another sex talk, and JT is like, I wish Dr. Sally was here because Dr. Sally could explain this better than you. And he goes, Dr. Sally is in China.
Like I told you at the beginning of the class, Dr. Sally is in China.
Why did we need to know that? JT convinces Toby that since him and Kendra are so serious, Toby should buy condoms in case Kendra wants to have sex with him. Kendra catches wind of this, as does Spinner, her brother. Spinner makes a very threatening website saying, whose head am I gonna bash in? Toby?
You'll explain it to her. She'll understand. Everything will be fine.
Don't open it!
Too late.
I'm going to put a violence line between them just because the threatening aura of this website is like crazy. Kendra ends up pushing Toby against the locker and saying, how old am I? And he goes, 12. And you thought I'd have sex with you?
How old am I?
12.
And what grade am I in?
7.
And you thought I'd have sex with you? Pervert!
Toby says that he was just feeling pressured. He didn't actually want to. There's a start of some sort of flirting between Ashley and Craig when they're doing a Taming of the Shrew play together, and they decide to make it goth. And they do this like crazy, like Craig is choking her out on stage rendition.
I must and will have Catherine to my wife.
And then afterwards, Quan goes, wow, intense.
Wow. Intense.
In episode 19, Spinner is getting jealous of Jimmy because Jimmy has rich parents and his parents buy him anything. And on top of that, Jimmy kind of keeps making fun of Spinner, saying like, hey, you wear that shirt every day for a year.
Ooh, Papa, please spoil me.
Jimmy gets a new MP3 player. Spinner's like, I haven't had anything since Quan broke my Discman. Flashback.
Man, since Quan broke my Discman last year, I'm back to cassettes. My Discman! Sucks to be you.
So Spinner, who's mad at Jimmy, steals his MP3 player and tries to sell it. Doesn't work. Jimmy finds out, they fight, they get over it, they make up, they're friends again. Emma, on the other hand, is working with Ashley to stop GMO foods. the battles this woman picks, like for real, like let's just chill out. And JT is on the cafeteria side because he's being sponsored by the cafeteria because he makes commercials. So it's Emma versus JT, and they end up starting a food fight. In episode 20, Ellie and Marco are making a commercial for Snake, and Marco is dancing around gaily.
Action. Cut.
And Ellie still has a crush on him somehow. Paige is still struggling with her assault. There's a basketball game against the team that he plays on, and she's acting out of it all day. JT is the mascot, so he notices because Paige is the leader of the spirit squad. He ends up talking to her when she gets upset and finds out that the man who picked her is on the other team, and he runs back into the gym, punches him in the face, and says, "Is that enough for you, Mr. Rapist?"
Too much for you, Mr. Rapist?
Iconic slay love. Spinner figures out why Paige has been acting strange, and they officially get together and start dating. So that's nice as well. In episode 21, Liberty is still trying to get with JT. So she tells him that she'll tutor him in geography if he goes to the dance with her.
Belarus, Minsk. Minsk. Hello?
Also, Craig's dad is back. He says he's changed, and Craig is kind of fed up with Joey because Joey is trying to parent him. So Craig decides to go to dinner with his dad without telling Joey, and it doesn't go well. They end up getting in a fight. His dad hasn't changed, and they storm out of the restaurant, and his dad starts saying nasty things about Ashley.
You can kiss your potential goodbye, settle for some interesting little goth girl,
Don't talk about
Martian
Ashley
drop,
like that!
and one day you can take over the car lot.
His dad gets in his car and speeds away. After he sped away, his dad got in a car crash and died. So Craig's dad is dead. He now belongs to Joey, apparently. The next episode is Craig dealing with the fact that he didn't like his dad, but his dad is now dead.
Craig, you and your father had a complicated relationship.
Yeah, he beat me. Not gonna do that again now, is he? Because he's dead.
And this is episode 22. He comes back to school right away, and all the other kids are kind of worried about him. There's also a school dance. Craig goes, and he thinks he sees his dad because he's not sleeping enough and having a hard time. He gets in a fight with Ashley, but at the end of the day, they make up. Ashley and Craig start dating.
Miss Goth, Miss Doom and Gloom.
And then Jimmy and Hazel go to the dance together, and they start dating as well. And that is how the season 2 ends. I'm going to stop this, add the lines, and then I will be back for a season 2 recap.
I'm taking a break. My back hurts so bad, bro.
Hey. I took a break to lay down for a second. Now I'm back. My light looked a little harsh, but that's okay. I've got season 3 people up here just because I figured that would be easier for me to do. Season 2 recap. So basically, season 2, we got a gay character besides Ashley's dad, which is nice. Trouble in Paradise as Ashley turned emo. Ellie and Marco came in. They're great. We love them. Craig came in. We love that. Toby got a girlfriend. Emma and Sean made up. Liberty is still desperately crushing on JT, which I understand. Girl, me too. Snake and Spike got married. I should have added the family line. Let me do that. So I would say the best parts, season 2, I think is where it really started, picking up and becoming the show that it would be. I think they handled the assault plot line decently well. I think they did a good job with how Paige handled the emotions. I overall liked all the plot lines. Manny's song for Craig is most iconic ever. I love that. And yeah, season 2 is overall a really solid season, though I do think that season 3 is one of my favorites, so I'm excited to get into it.
Uh-oh. Chemical spill.
Season 3, episode 1. The only person we're introduced to in the very first episode is Chris. As you can see, he's wearing a fun hat. Chris's personality is wear fun hats and beatbox. Chris is just a side character. He is a beatboxer. He's a cool kid. I don't really know. He's just kind of there. He's going to have some plot lines. I will say the man who plays Chris not a great actor. I hate to say it, but truly, sometimes he'll say a line and it literally is just like he's robotically reading the script. But I really like his outfits and his hats. In the beginning of season 3, this is after Snake and Spike got married. So on the first day of class, Hatzalakos says Emma Simpson because Snake is her stepdad. And she goes, just because Snake's my stepdad doesn't mean I changed my name. Feminism?
Hello, feminism?
And then she is kind of curious about who her biological dad is. So some lore from the old Degrassi High is that Spike got pregnant when she was a teenager with her boyfriend. He ended up taking drugs and either jumping off a bridge or falling off a bridge and becoming severely brain damaged. Spike has been telling Emma her whole life that her dad just left. She didn't tell her anything about that he's mentally disabled. Emma sets out to find her dad and she takes Craig with because they're friends. And I was thinking about adding a line, but they really don't interact much after that. So I'm not going to bother, but they go on a search for her father. Emma can only remember visiting him at a hospital when she was young. So she thought her dad was a doctor. They get on a train, they're having a little trip together to go find her dad. Paige and Spinner have been dating, and Paige is very high maintenance, and she needs just the perfect gift for their 5-month anniversary or whatever. So Spinner sets out to get her the best locker in the building. To do that, he tries to convince Chris to give up his locker because Chris has the best locker.
T-Dot represent.
That's just kind of a humor subplot. In episode 2, we get the end of Emma's dad's plot line. I'm very, 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 very disappointed in how they handled this one. Emma and Craig make it to the address. It turns out to be a home for mentally disabled people. They sneak up to her dad's room and she ends up meeting him. The way Emma's interacting with him and talking to him, there's nothing problematic that I could see with it. I think that the actress did a good job dealing with that heavy of a plot line, but then eventually the episode moves on. And at this point, Spike is 9 months pregnant. So she's very pregnant. They've been preparing for the baby. And Emma's dad somehow breaks out of his... there's no way this is realistic at all. This man, the way they portray him, he would not have the mental capacity to do this. However, he somehow gets out and finds their house and comes over and begins acting extremely violently, which is where I get upset with how they portrayed this. The dad is trying to hit them. It's not good. I don't like how they set up this plot, and I had high hopes for how they would humanize people with mental disabilities and do a good job at portraying an adult that's mentally disabled but still a person. And they did set it up like that, but then right away he became extremely violent and dangerous. It was just not good. It stresses Spike out enough that she goes into labor on the floor in the living room. It's just craziness. Joey runs to tell Snake she's in labor.
Moving softly. Moving gently. Moving quietly. Snake! Snake!
Spike and Snake end up having a baby boy, and I think they name him Jack. He's just kind of around from then on. In episode 3, we're going back to school. Emma and Manny show up to school, and Manny, after Craig dumped her, she is going to become a hot girl this year because she's tired of being someone's little sister vibes, and she's wearing a tube top.
Want to hear my mission? I want to be hot. Not cute, not adorable. Hot. Wow. There's no way I'm getting dumped this year for being too young.
And this is the episode where she's wearing low-rise jeans and a thong, whale tail thong. It's very, very iconic, and all the boys are in love with her.
Last year was hot older women. This year it's hot younger ones. So what?
We love that for her.
Just because I'm dressing like...
You're dressing like an idiot.
Even though Liberty still has a crush on JT, she sees that he now has a crush on Manny, and she tries to wingman, which is just kind of cute. Like, I don't know. Liberty's such a good character. I like her a lot. Also in this episode, Craig, Spinner, and Jimmy start a band, and Marco, I believe. They're calling it Downtown Sasquatch, which my girlfriend hates that name. I think it's kind of fun, but that's what their band is called. They're really bad. They're performing in the garage, and Joey like crashes it and gets all excited because he used to be in a band called the Zits and Degrassi High. In episode 4, the sophomores are having a beach day. We're gonna get 2 character introductions here. Dylan.
Milk?
Who is Paige's brother and gay, if you remember. Apparently he's been going to their school the whole time. Okay. He just starts showing up at school after that. He's a senior, I believe, at this point, so he won't be there for long. Jay is also introduced.
Hey, buddy. Better not drop anything in front of Homo Chuck.
As Sean starts falling in with the wrong crowd. So Jay is up here. Alex and Amy will come in a second. But Jay is the bad boy. And if you remember correctly, that's my man.
This is your man.
Yes,
Hey, buddy.
Look at the screen.
Better not drop anything in front of Homo Chuck.
that's mine. And,
And that's what you're gonna settle
Homo
for.
Chuck.
Jay is my crush. I love him. I'll pull a clip of me talking about him in my Sims video.
I feel like if I stayed stuck in my comp het, I would end up married to a man just like him. He just seems like someone me or one of my cousins would end up married to. He would be at the family event, the family party, shooting the shit with all my cousins who are also mechanics, you know? And I once asked my best friend, do you think that this man is hot? And she said, yeah, he's hot for our hometown. And I said, oh, it all makes sense. Like, yeah, he is hot for our hometown. If I never left our hometown, I would be all up on that.
I literally love him. More on that later. He's a bad person right now, but we get over it because he's cute. So they end up going to the beach. Ellie and Marco are still dating, but Ellie's getting suspicious about him, and she kind of knows he's gay, but he hasn't like officially come out. When they go to the beach, Spinner's on his homophobia arc still. He's saying nasty things about gay people, a lot of which I find funny, again, as a gay person. But Dylan kind of like punches back at him.
What, you want me to look like some homo? No, not homo as in gay. Homo as in,
Milk? Look at them sweat. Hey.
What? He's gay. So they do.
You know, you really shouldn't say that.
Say what?
Well, say that something's gay when you mean it's bad. It's insulting.
What? He's gay. So they do.
Be who you are for your pride.
They should just put them all on an island or something. I don't know.
Marco and Dylan kind of talk a little bit, and Marco starts becoming interested in Dylan. Okay, first big oopsie. I completely forgot to talk about this very iconic scene in this episode in which Marco comes out to Spinner. So after they go to the beach, Ellie decides that she's tired of being Marco's fake girlfriend, so she breaks up with him. Marco's like, yeah, man, Ellie broke up with me. So Spinner's like, I'll set you up on a date with Hazel. And Marco walks out on his date, and Spinner follows him out of the restaurant and is like, why would you walk out on a date with Degrassi's coolest girl? For your mom's pasta sauce? He says it like a Canadian. And then Marco ends up saying, because I'm gay. And I will play the clip.
You just walked out on a date with one of Degrassi's coolest girls for your mom's pasta sauce? It doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does.
Oh, yeah? Then stop crying and explain it to me, because obviously I'm a moron and don't get it.
Because, man.
Because what?
Because I'm gay.
And then the best part about this is the actors recently, well, not recently, 6 years ago, got together and recreated this scene. And it was really funny and cute. And it's fun to see them now interacting with each other because they're all still really good friends.
You just walked out on a date with one of Degrassi's coolest girls for your mom's pasta sauce? It doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does.
Oh, yeah? Well, then stop crying and explain it to me, because obviously I'm a moron and I don't get it.
Because, Spin.
Because what?
Because I'm gay.
Because what?
Because I'm gay.
Also in this episode, Snake starts getting like really weird symptoms. Like he's like bleeding out of his nose and like passing out. So he has to go get some tests. Episode 5, Snake gets diagnosed with leukemia. So we've got a cancer episode. They decide to do like a shaving head fundraiser. So he's like, I'm gonna lose my hair anyway. Not that he has much. Why did I fucking body him like that? For no reason. Unprovoked. Just absolutely destroyed. Was I feeling violent? Was I feeling aggressive? Hi, bald.
Let's get this party started!
They do like a whole event at school where they shave his head and he says bald like 1,000 times.
Bald, bald, bald.
It's clear that he's like really nervous about it.
Remember, guys, bald is beautiful.
It looks pretty sexy, I think.
Joey and his girlfriend are also like supporting them through it, so that's nice as well.
Sydney Seafood Jambalaya.
This is also the episode in which we get another gay plotline that's a little bit crazy. Craig, Marco, Spinner, and Jimmy, they all get tickets to a hockey game. So we see them walking in the hallway, and Craig says something about being a farmer.
I'm not a farmer. I'm never gonna be a farmer.
And then one of them is like, oh, I got tickets to the hockey game. And Jimmy's like, boys night out, let's go. And Spinner says, ooh, hockey, ooh, boys night out. Could you guys be bigger F words?
Ooh, hockey, ooh, boys night out. Could you two be bigger fags?
The things he says are so funny. And on the way to the hockey game, Marco walks past the gay bars. And then these men decide to follow him and beat the shit out of him. So Marco gets gay bashed, just for looking gay, I guess, because there's no way to tell he was gay. He literally just walked past a bar. Jimmy is very, very supportive. Jimmy's on his ally shit, as well as Craig. Craig and Jimmy are both on their ally shit. Spinner is saying, stop being gay in the bathroom.
Stop being gay.
And Jay is also homophobic. So what if I like homophobic men? So what? He will have the best redemption arc ever, and then you'll learn. In episode 6, Alex is introduced.
See that guy, Jay? 100% pure psycho.
Park there, you'll get a ticket.
Ooh, not a ticket.
And Alex is Jay's girlfriend, and they are pulling Sean into their bad kid crowd. Sean's hanging out with them and helping them with their cars and stuff, and they just make fun of Emma. Just brutally make fun of Emma.
Sean, I was thinking you and I could start on the northeast slope.
Uh-oh. Chemical spill.
Surely is flat as forward, huh?
Jay convinces Sean to steal Snake's new laptop because he needs money. Emma eventually finds out with this. She breaks up with Sean. JT is becoming friends with the popular crowd a grade above him, which is kind of interesting. He got some street cred when he beat the shit out of Paige's rapist, so we love that for him. And Toby is jealous because Toby feels like JT is leaving him behind. But in this episode, JT has a wet dream about Liberty.
You had a wet dream? 3 feet above my head? What was it about?
Your mom.
In episode 7, it's about to be Ashley's birthday. She's having a birthday party and she wants to move forward with Craig and have sex with him because she's in love with him. She ends up telling Craig she loves him and wants to bang. And he says, you smell or something.
Well, do you feel like that?
Nah, not really. I think you're dumb and you kind of smell.
Only make out hair.
I don't know exactly what he says, but he says something inappropriate to the situation. He ends up bragging at the party that they're going to have sex, so Ashley backs out and breaks up with him. After that, Craig is really upset that he didn't properly express his emotion because he does think he loves Ashley, but he just doesn't know how to express himself because his dad didn't love him, that kind of deal. So he's all sad, and Manny sees this as an opportunity and moves in and fucks Craig while Ashley and Craig are on a break after they just broke up and Craig is emo. They already have a pink line, so I'm not adding another. But that happens, and this kind of starts up a secret affair between Manny and Craig, which I will not be marking as a relationship because they're just hooking up. For now, at least, they're just hooking up. Also in this episode, Spinner throws a drumstick at Craig. With the adults, Snake is getting really depressed about going through chemo.
I mean, I know the chemo's making me stupid, but...
So Joey invites him to go bowling, and they meet up with their friend from Degrassi High named Wheels, who drank and drove and killed a kid. And he says this:
I was drunk. I drove. I killed a kid. I think I know what wanting to die feels like.
And then all of a sudden, Snake is no longer depressed. In episode 8, we get more of the Ellie backstory, which is her dad's in the army, her mom is an alcoholic, and she self-harms. Trigger warning, it's graphic too. Like, they show graphic self-harm in this episode. She starts competing with Paige for a journalism internship with Caitlin Ryan, because Caitlin Ryan's this big journalist. Ellie ends up winning. Caitlin realizes that her home life is shaky and convinces her to talk to a therapist. I'm going to add a friend line between those two because they're kind of like mentor-student vibes. And then we also are introduced to Rick this episode.
Besides, my luck, it's probably the janitor.
Please, it could be anyone.
I know who I want it to be. You've got the hots for Rick?
Why does she look like this meme? Derogatory. You may recognize him. No spoilers, though. Rick is introduced because Terry has a secret admirer, and she's not sure who it is, but she's hoping that it's Rick. Toby is, for some unknown reason, flirting with Terry, strangely and creepily outside.
Hello, Grace.
Hello?
Do you know what I'm thinking?
No.
Oh, I think you do.
Toby, stop being weird.
Till next we meet.
Maybe your admirer is Toby.
Am I to assume him and Kendra are broken up? I don't know. At the end, we find out her secret admirer is, in fact, Rick, and they start dating. There's also a scene in this in which Ellie is upset because Marco is now into Dylan, and Paige says, "Sucks to be straight."
Sucks to be straight.
Yo, Triller, my thing's flipped.
You get the idea, right? In episode 9, Emma decides that she would like to date Chris because she sees him beatboxing and thinks it's cute.
Chris Sharp, for the beautiful ladies and the boys.
And he reads for English class.
Well, unlike my man Some Shady over there, I actually read it.
He has a girlfriend, but Manny, who is still fucking Craig, says go for it anyway. And Emma isn't sure she wants to, but she decides to accept Chris's invitation to come to a rave with him anyway, to just see. They go to the rave. Manny is coaching Emma on how to be sexy, and she's like, do not talk about the environment.
No talking about the environment. The environment is not sexy. Do not talk about it.
And she's also acting like she goes to raves all the time, when she clearly doesn't.
Emma, I didn't know you were coming.
Me, Miss Rave?
Craig and Manny go back to Emma's house together, and they're like making out on the bed when Emma ditches the rave and goes home and finds them making out. And Emma knows that Craig and Ashley are like on a break. It's we were on a break vibes. Emma's mad that Manny would do that to Ashley. At school the next day, after their big fight, Manny tries to tell her not to tell anybody, and Emma says she doesn't want to be friends anymore. And she says, I don't want to be friends with the school slut.
You don't want to be friends. Not with a stuck-up prude princess. Good, because I don't want to be friends with the school slut.
So they are no longer friends, which happens multiple times. Spinner is worried that Marco has a crush on him, so when Jimmy invites Spinner and Marco over to study, Spinner is acting like strange about it because he thinks Marco's going to try to get with him.
No, Marco's not that smart.
What?
He's quite surprisingly stupid. An idiot, a moron, if you will.
Jimmy, again, ally of the century, is like, you're fucking stupid. Marco doesn't like you.
I need to sleep in your bed tonight.
Spin. I like you, but not that way.
In episode 10, Rick and Terry have like a perfect relationship.
Your seat, lady?
But then Rick starts kind of like, he does not get along with her friends at all. And they're doing like a play and Rick tries to take over.
Well, no offense, Jim, but the theater's in my blood. My mother walked the boards at Stratford for 10 years. All right. Who knows, I might even teach Jim a few tricks of the trade.
We find out that he's very controlling to Terry and he's actually abusive to her. Rick, number one enemy.
Mama.
Yes, son. I am here.
Episode 11 is the first Christmas episode. This is kind of parallel to the Degrassi summer episode they had in Degrassi High. Craig is now back together with Ashley, but he's still dating Manny, or he's still sleeping with Manny. So he buys a gift at the mall. Him and Spinner go to the mall to buy gifts for their girls.
Whoa, who knew you could buy so much with only $1?
He buys something for Manny. And then Ashley, in a Love Actually move, finds it, thinks it's for her, but then finds out it's not, and gets upset, obviously. Breaks up with him again. So I just took this off, I'm putting it back. Spinner walks in on Craig and Manny kissing, and Spinner's upset that Craig gets 2 hot girls, and he's cheating on both of them. And the only, like, notable part from this episode is that Craig goes in the hallway after being found out and acts like a fucking drama queen, and he's wearing a beret. In episode 12, Manny finds out that Craig is still in love with Ashley, and after Ashley and Craig broke up again, Manny ends up cutting things off with Craig because she doesn't want to do it anymore. So now Craig is bitchless. However, Joey Jeremiah is dating a woman but in love with Caitlin Ryan. And Caitlin is about to ship off to do a journalism project. So they all run and they chase her to the airplane and they wave through the window. Craig just looks like bored out of his fucking mind. And they stop Caitlin from going, and Joey and Caitlin get together. In episode 13, Sean starts dating Amy, who is friends with Jay and Alex. She's just a girl. She's there. Emma starts dating Chris after he breaks up with his girlfriend. Spinner starts driver's ed class, and they're in a car, and Paige has a crush on the old man professor. Old man. Paige has a crush on their teacher, and he gets really jealous and hits a cardboard family.
Gavin. Teacher's pet. Gavin, watch.
Total Tesla vibes. Emma and Chris go on a date at the Dot, which is like the restaurant that they all go to. This becomes like an important place, but they're at the Dot, and Chris has like the craziest line ever where he's doing a fingers together and toes like out, and he goes, "You know, I never really had a strawberry shake around here or anything."
No, I never really had strawberry shakes around here or anything.
In episode 14, Manny finds out that she is pregnant with Craig's baby. Okay, drama. She goes to tell Spike because obviously Spike went through the same thing when she was a kid, and then when Manny's parents find out about this, they kick her out. So Manny moves in with Spike, Snake, and Emma, so she's living with them now. Craig finds out, and Craig is trying to convince her that they should work it out. He comes up to her at school, and he says, "What if we had it? We could be a little family."
What if we had it? We could be a little family.
And it has total vibes of the Oscar Isaac clip where he goes, "Let's set up house and have a baby."
Let's set up house and have a baby.
Also, Toby is sad because JT is hanging out with the popular kids and Jimmy doesn't want to be friends with him anymore. Ever since Jimmy and Ashley broke up, Toby's been annoying Jimmy instead of being like his little brother. So Toby's upset and he keeps trying to like be cool with Jimmy, and Jimmy's not having it. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, but that was before your hot step sizzle dumped his ass sizzle.
Hey, Jimmer. It's really good.
Nothing. Don't call me that.
Yo, dog. Sup? Got more tickets for that concert? I love DJ Crazy Guns.
In episode 15, Liberty decides that she wants a boyfriend because Chris and Emma are dating and Manny's pregnant and JT's never gonna like her. So she decides she's gonna go for Sean, who just broke up with Amy. So I need to break them up.
Why I oughta.
And there's this really good scene where Liberty walks up to Sean and Jay at lunch and tries to act like a badass, and Jay kind of makes fun of her. And then their other friend is like defending Liberty.
What do you say we ditch school and go chill in the ravine?
Liberty.
I can get us a 5-finger discount on a pack of smokes.
A 5-finger discount?
Oh, I'm edgy. I'm on fire.
I hear she's really great in chess.
And it turns out he likes her and they end up dating after that. The cat's food just came out.
No such luck. I'm very taken.
Manny decides she will get an abortion. She thinks Craig is a little bit too kooky. They're back to square one. Manny's living with these two still because her parents are still mad at her. And her and Craig are dunzo. Episode 16 is a fun little recreation of The Breakfast Club, the John Hughes movie. A bunch of them have detention. Ellie is there pretending to have detention, but really she's just there to get a story, to get the scoop, because she's a journalist. Hazel and Jimmy are there, but Hazel won't tell anybody why she's there. Toby is there. Toby and Jimmy are there together because they got caught trying to change their grades in the computer. Or Toby was trying to impress Jimmy to become his friend again. Sean is there because he's a bad kid. We find out Hazel is there because she was caught surfing porn.
Does Paige need you to lick her boots before she goes out?
Because I got caught surfing porn, okay?
And Sean and Ellie end up bonding and they actually get together. Also, this episode, Snake has finished his chemo, so he's in remission and he shows up and he catches them all being bad, but he says that he missed them and he doesn't rat them out to the principal.
And I missed all you bad kids.
Oh, also, at the Breakfast Club, Hazel and Toby kiss on a dare.
Whoa! Satisfied?
Yeah.
And also, the show used this as promo so that everyone would watch because they were like, why the fuck are Hazel and Toby kissing? And obviously by this point, Kendra and Toby are broken up, as well as Ellie and Marco. In episode 17, Terry, she ended up breaking up with Rick after he hit her because her friends convinced her to, but she decides to give him a second chance because he apologized. They go out to like a day trip in the woods, all these guys do, but Terry ends up bringing Rick, and all of her friends do not like Rick because Rick is rude to her and controlling. Paige says, you really are back with the guy who hit you? And Terry says, he apologized.
So what, you've just forgiven Creep Boy for beating you up?
He apologized.
And that's just a really funny line. Like the way she says it, she's so genuine. Rick gets upset and like drags Terry away and ends up pushing her over, and she falls over and hits her head on a rock and goes into a coma. So
You're not going. You're not. You're not. You're not.
Yeah. Okay, so Terry is now in the hospital. This will be the last time we see Terry, ever.
She's a fighter, my little baby.
I'm gonna change her picture. Quick little intermission because I forgot to tell you why I changed Terry's photo and to what I changed it to. So as you can see here, this is the photo I've changed Terry's photo to. It says, Terry recovers from her coma in the hospital. Awesome. I love that. Okay, so here's the thing. As I was watching Degrassi, I realized, as many Degrassi heads do, that the Degrassi wiki is just a treasure trove of information. And one of these sources of information is that there's screenshots from each episode, and I realized that all of these screenshots actually have captions to go along with them to tell you what's happening in the episode. and some of the captions are really fucking fantastic. Another reason I love this Terry screenshot especially is because I put it into PowerPoint for some reason, and it like auto created a caption for the photo, and the caption was like, a person wearing a hat. And I just think that's really funny. I'm going to show you some of my favorite Degrassi Wiki captions that I found in my time on the Degrassi Wiki. I'm sure there's more. These are just some of the ones I found and saw that I really loved. Some of these have already happened. Some are spoilers. But first of all, we have Terry hurts her head. That's surely one way to put it. Next up, throwback to the gay bashing episode. A classic. We have Marco is cornered en route to the hockey game and beat up by gay bashers. Straight to the point. We also have Toby passed out during match. It's an extremely small photo. I thought that was funny. This is from an episode in the future. Jimmy unexpectedly experiences an erection during his physical therapy appointment. That's a great screenshot. A big major spoiler. Spinner, after discovering he has testicular cancer. And a follow-up to that, Spinner is happy to be cancer-free. And then here's some from Degrassi High. Snake after he says fucking. And finally, Shane in the hospital. Clearly, as he has wires attached to him. Rick ends up transferring out of the school because everyone hates him now. And as he's leaving, him and Spinner get into a physical fight. So I also need to add a line between them. Rick's mom comes out of the building and says, she's like, "Stop, don't touch my son." The way she says it is hilarious.
Stop it! Let him go! You stay away from my son. Both of you!
So we are to believe this is the last we see of Rick. He'll be coming back. However, this is the last we see of Terry, which is why I think she was paid dust. It's so sad. Terry's like the best, and she just like had the worst plot lines and then was written off the show. She survived, but they say that she just like transferred schools. Okay, as you can see, I've done my first shirt change. This is my new shirt. That is Craig. I will show you what it means in a little bit. Episode 18. There is another Battle of the Bands. They love a fucking Battle of the Bands. Caitlin is trying to bond with Joey and Angie, and this is my favorite scene ever, in which...
Watch this. Can your fuddy-duddy daddy do that, huh?
No, he's all the no fun.
Really? Watch this.
I am a fun machine!
Go stream my video, Joey Jeremiah Dias, and you'll understand. That is what this screenshot is from. Anyway, obviously Ashley is mad at Craig for cheating on her. So Ellie's in their band. Ellie, Paige, and Ashley create a band, and they're all wearing this shirt as they perform in the in the Battle of the Bands with a song they wrote that's like basically just fuck Craig. So that's really iconic. So I had to remake the shirt.
Do you have any idea what my life's been like for the past few months?
Please, not this again.
You think this t-shirt's hard to deal with? Or our song? I wanted to die, Craig. I felt that bad.
Okay, well, you're not listening.
No, it's not okay. It'll never be okay.
I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry! I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry!
Also, Downtown Sasquatch is practicing, and they're like really bad. And Spinner and Jimmy come up with this horribly sexist rap.
A homie is a player, and that is all. So why'd you have to go and kick his
ball and chain? Ain't that your name? Cause you a player hater, and that's a shame.
And chicks like you ain't worth too much. So shut up, girl, and make my lunch. Yeah!
Craig and Marco leave, and Craig's telling Marco about his girl problems, and Marco says, "I'm so glad I'm not straight."
So glad I'm not into girls.
In episode 19, Marco is finally officially out of the closet and he's trying to get a date with Dylan, Paige's brother. So they go on a date. Spinner and Marco have like completely made up. So Marco comes to Spinner for fashion advice.
Straight eye for the gig, right?
And then Spinner's trying to help him act normal, but Marco's so nervous that he's like freaking out. And then there's a bee, and apparently he's really scared of bees, which he told Spinner earlier.
It's Spin, I hate bees, okay?
While they're on their date, Marco's parents end up being at the movie theater, and he is not out to his parents. So they run into them, and Marco has to cover and say that Dylan is a friend, and they end up going to dinner with his parents. Marco's mom says something like, oh, there's this girl at church you should date, and Marco says something fat-phobic. It's like a mess.
Ma, she's 300 pounds.
She's big, but nice.
But in the end, Marco and Dylan start dating, and they're just doing so in secret. Also, in this episode, JT starts acting, and he gets a role promoting French fries, and he has everyone over to watch, but everyone thinks it's lame.
That Superfly taste is off the chain, yo.
Episode 20, Paige and Spinner skip school to go visit Terry, and they bring Ashley with because Ashley's being a bummer, and Ashley's trying to prove to them that she's not lame and boring. So they go to the mall and join an Elvis competition, and Ashley sings in the Elvis competition. It's just like strange and weird and like, okay. On this side, Emma finds Snake's will and freaks out thinking he's going to die. So she starts getting into trouble at school, and Alex tries to bully her. Wrong place, wrong time, and they end up getting in a fist fight.
Alex, what is your problem?
Let me see. Your clothes, your voice, your holier-than-thou attitude. You.
Also, Emma says, Liberty, shut up for once, which everyone's always thinking.
The Canadian Shield, the
Liberty,
great...
shut up for once.
In episode 21, Sean finds out that his brother got a job in Alberta, so he has to move, but Sean doesn't want to go. He finds out from his shop teacher that he can become emancipated and like live on his own with help from the school. He's gonna do that. Him and Jay get into an argument in the shop room, and Sean like smashes everything off the table, and the teacher drives in his wheelchair, like Abby Lee Miller, like for real, and goes, Sean!
Maybe if you weren't such a goof.
Sean! We go to the gay club, and who do I see as soon as I get in the door? Abby Lee Miller in her wheelchair.
She's zooming, dude.
I must have been really out of it when I recorded this because I completely forgot to talk about how this episode ends. So, Sean ends up getting emancipated, and Jay and all of his friends decide that that means that his apartment, because he lives alone, is the party house. So they start having crazy parties. At one party, Amy gets so drunk, she passes out and like almost dies, to which Jay is like, she's gonna be fine. And then it cuts to her getting taken away in an ambulance.
She's gonna be fine.
And then Sean stops allowing him to have gambling and drug parties at his apartment. Also, Amy's fine. She was just passed out. Also in this episode, JT finally asks Manny out and they start dating officially. In episode 22, which is the last episode of the season, the plotline is really that there's a dance. I don't know what, like Marco planned it, and it's themed Bollywood themed, so they're all wearing like traditional Indian dress, even though none of them are Indian. Jimmy is like, I know a guy who's gonna drive us in a limo, and they're like, awesome, cool, Jimmy, thanks. Turns out it's Billy Ray Cyrus.
Howdy, girls. Duke, your chauffeur for the evening. Jimmy Brooks. Ain't no mistake, hound dog. Let's giddy up.
And he drives them to dinner and then gets arrested.
Where I paid those parking tickets. All 30 of them. Been railroaded. Folks, just hold your horses. The Duke don't like to leave his customers high and dry.
We're gonna pull up to the prom in a cop car? Forget it.
Well, son, you're already in deeper than a stable boy after a month of Sundays. I take the car. My pleasure. Folks have fun at the prom. Let's dance, cop.
So they show up late, but at the dance, the school started on fire, so everyone's outside, and then everyone just dances outside. Extremely anticlimactic episode, although Billy Ray Cyrus is in it, and he gets arrested. Also, Caitlin and Joey are, like, moving in together, like, they're gonna take it to the next level, but then Caitlin gets an opportunity to go be a journalist for HIV/AIDS across the world, so she fucks off, and Joey lets her go. Or maybe they are together, but they're long distance. And that is the end of season 3. I'm going to add it, and I'll be back for the recap. This is such a mess, and we're only on season 3. I'm going through season 9, though season 8 and 9 are, like, not the full season, because these characters aren't in the full season. So we have a long way to go. Season 3 recap, sorry. I love season 3 because we get the bimbofication of Manny, which we love. JT finally looks like a person instead of like a weird little kid. Jay, obviously baby daddy, he comes in. Marco's finally out, which is really nice, although he's not out to his parents yet, and I just feel like a lot of the storylines I like a lot. So season 2 and 3 are like 2 of my faves. Season 4 is probably one of the most iconic seasons of the show because a lot of really iconic stuff happens. So I'm excited to get into that. So let's get it.
A penis pump? Where did you buy this?
Well, I didn't. Gunther von Eisenstadt did.
Oh god. Okay, going into season 4, here's where we're at. Kendra doesn't show up again. Toby and Kendra no longer. This first episode, we get an intro to Danny.
Do you remember where the principal's office is?
Yeah, it's downstairs, through the foyer and to the left.
Good, go on down. I need to spend time alone with your girlfriend.
Who is Liberty's younger brother. Why they named their oldest daughter Liberty and their son Danny, I don't know. Craig and Ash are friends again, so they're hanging out. So the main plot of this first episode, trigger warning for assault again, Paige's trial for her assault case is finally happening, and she's having a hard time with Spinner because she gets flashbacks every time they try to get physical. They go to court and Paige loses. Her and Spinner break up, but then Spinner comes to support her and they get back together. Marco comes back to school with a whole new look. He looks like he's in the Matrix.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Wow, you hit the mall lately? Think it was easy finding those streamers and musical notes? No, I meant your outfit. You like it? Yeah, man, and I love the locker, thanks. No problem.
He looks crazy, and Craig is like, what the fuck are you wearing? And he's like, I went shopping. Craig finds out he gets $10,000 from his dad dying, and Joey needs rent money or something. Joey's struggling, but Ashley and Craig take it, and they go to the music store, and they buy a guitar with it, and Joey's mad because he thinks Craig is irresponsibly spending his money.
Legendary crybaby Wawa.
I thought it already made you cry enough last year. Wow.
In episode 2, Paige is dealing with the fact that she lost her case. They get invited to a party at the college campus where Dylan is now a student. When Marco comes to be like, let's go to this party with Dylan, she's like, no one wants to party with a wretched victim loser, which is pretty good. I like that.
Everyone loves partying with a wretched, badly dressed victim loser.
It turns out her rapist is also a student at the college. She ends up confronting him outside. This is right after Spinner has just bought a brand new car. He saved up all summer and bought a car, and she takes his keys and crashes his brand new car into her rapist's car. And then she leaves, and Spinner takes the fall for it with the police, even though she crashed his brand new car because he's a sweet boy. Paige is just like having a hard fucking time, bro. Like, I don't know. Should she suffer? All right, clap if she thinks she should suffer. I don't know how to work this microphone, but whatever. In the end, they talk it out, and Paige goes to the police station and confesses that it was her and not Spinner. She loses her license, and she also seems to have made peace with the fact that she lost her case.
I've got multiple personalities.
Episode 3, Liberty decides she has a crush on Chris, and she wants to date him.
I've always wanted to broaden my knowledge of popular music.
Professor Chris at your service.
He asks her out on a date, but Emma gets jealous and decides she's not over Chris and sabotages it because she's a nasty little girl.
That's all. Guess what? It's easy for me letting you go straight to hell.
So Liberty doesn't get a date with Chris, which is sad. And then Marco and Alex decide they're both going to run for student body president. But Marco is currently dealing with the fact that he's not out to his parents, and Alex is using that against him in the race. She keeps saying, like, I'm gonna tell the whole school you're gay, and then no one's gonna vote for you.
Nobody's gonna vote for you, okay? Nobody.
Not yet.
Not ever, unless they open up votes to high school dropouts or your parole officer.
Would you rather vote for the freak or the queer? By the way, I'm the freak.
Yesterday when you said you'd call me gay in front of the whole school.
I was gonna call you queer, but if you prefer gay.
So call me gay, queer, whatever. But is that how you want to fight? Or do you want to try and win this election for real?
Save it for Miss Sauvé.
His family is doing the most painful Italian accents you've ever heard in your life.
You will do it.
But my studies are gonna...
No, Marco. For running, I am proud of you. But now quitting? No.
Eventually he says, Ma, I'm gay, and comes out to his mom.
I'm gay.
His mom tells him to keep it a secret from his dad for a bit longer. And then at the final debate, Jay does scream queer.
I mean, I'd do that fine all by myself.
Queer!
He gets in trouble, but he does do that. Marco ends up winning.
Mr. President! Marco, at the boy, what he called out, what you answered back, what is that?
The most painful Italian accents you've ever heard in your life. And him and Alex have a truce, and she becomes his vice president, and those two become friends.
I said, hey.
You also said gay kid, something I tend not to answer to. Thanks.
Okay, school president, Mr. Prez, big guy.
And she kind of joins the friend group via Marco. In episode 4, someone's come back to Degrassi. Who could that be? Oh, Rick? Yeah, that's right. Rick is back. And as soon as he gets out of the car, they're all like, who's that? And Paige and Spinner and all of them are like, he's the guy who beat the shit out of our friend.
His name's Rick, her ex. He used to beat her.
So Rick is not very popular. Emma and a bunch of other kids start a campaign against him against violence against women. They all hate him and make his life hell, as they should, by the way. So Rick is like, fine, you want to beat the shit out of me? Do it. And Jay, along with the rest of the guys, drag him into an alley and beat the shit out of him. He puts Rick's glasses on and then beats him up.
Let's go. What are you gonna do? Hurt me?
1, violence is never the answer. 2, we don't care.
And then the subplot for this episode, contrasting with that horribly serious plot, is that JT is dating Manny, but he's very insecure because his pants get pulled down while he's in the hot tub, and everyone finds out he has a tiny penis.
James Tiberius York!
Look, it's a stack of dimes!
Manny breaks up with him because his dick is small, and then he's at school, and he's in the locker room, and he sees Craig's dick, and this is when we find out Craig horsecock.
Whatever.
It's just that, sometimes you hang down and it's... around. Sometimes you hang around and it's just not...
What are you looking at?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean, what am I talking about?
Craig horsecock is canon. We know because of this episode. Danny does JT a solid and goes to buy a penis pump.
A penis pump? Where did you buy this?
Well, I didn't. Gunther von Eisenstadt did. Take it out.
And they're trying to figure out how to use it in the bathroom. That's just kind of funny.
The guy said it'll turn your garter snake into an anaconda.
I am not putting my thing in there.
It's a snake.
Snakes bite.
Don't be stupid. It's decoration.
Insert member into tub. Tub? You don't have a tub?
They mean tube. Forget the instruction tube. Wang goes in the tube, then you pump.
Manny and JT break up because Manny says he's not mature enough, but it's really because his penis is small. In episode 5, we meet a new character, Darcy.
Oh, okay, Darcy.
She has just transferred, I believe. She is a Christian. She's a goody two-shoes. She's on the cheer squad, and she kind of gets in fights with all the girls because she's like very goody-goody, and they do not like her very much. And all the boys are looking respectfully. Spinner starts flirting with Manny a little bit, which Paige notices, and it makes her upset, but they have some sort of flirtation happening between the two of them. This is the episode in which Ellie's mom gets drunk and burns her house down. Ellie ends up moving in with Sean because he lives alone and they're dating so that she can be out of her house with her mom.
What is that?
It's guacamole.
Maybe this time Mom would burn down the whole place.
Now that would be a housewarming.
That's about all that happens that episode. There's also this whole scene, which is a shot-for-shot cinematic masterpiece on par with an Oscar-winning film.
What are you doing here?
Helping out my fellow students.
What's your problem, psycho?
My mother wants the car washed.
Okay. Well, unless you want to wash, I bounce.
In episode 6, Paige needs money to pay back Spinner for destroying his car. So she is trying to get a job, and the only job she can get is at a movie theater with Alex. So her and Alex become friends, actually. Craig shows up to the movie theater with Manny doing something. I don't know. They're on some sort of form of date, and Spinner is there because Paige is there. And then Craig accuses Spinner of flirting with Manny, and they get in a fist fight in the movie theater, at the end of which Paige breaks up with Spinner because she thinks he's too interested in Manny. At school, Toby has become friends with Rick because they're both on the quiz team and they're both nerds and they're friends now, and they decide to make a bet that whoever can kiss the most girls by the end of the week, the other person has to buy them D&D dice. So they go out to like start kissing women.
It's a set of role-playing dice I've had my eye on for oh so long. What we need is courage, and all I'm proposing is a challenge.
Jay shoves Toby in a locker.
Oh, survival instinct has the oldest and strongest member of the pack protecting the young and the weak.
I'm weak. I'm practically feeble.
Yeah, well, word's out that a Niner's getting stalked by a certain psycho.
Look, Rick's my friend. I was just trying to save him from humiliation.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay, come on, man. Let me out.
Too bad he's not here to save you now.
Come on, Jay. Come on.
Episode 7 is probably one of the most iconic Degrassi episodes of all time.
Oh. You might want to watch where you're going, loser.
You might want to watch where you're going, Neanderthal.
What'd you just say? Morning, sir. I've got a hall pass. I'm good.
Quick, world's 3 longest rivers in order.
Okay, the Nile, Amazon, and the Yangtze.
Most NBA championships?
Boston Celtics. Why?
Okay, well, we got geography and sports covered. Rick, meet your new teammate.
What?
Heather Sinclair just came down with mono. Her loss is Jimmy's gain. Welcome to Wacky Brain.
And they have a big competition. They're preparing for that. Emma seems to be on okay terms with Rick because he's friends with Toby and she kind of feels bad for him. But Rick thinks that Jimmy is still like making fun of him behind the scenes because Spinner and Jay are really giving Rick a hard time. Rick just assumes Jimmy is part of that as well. At the competition, Jimmy tries to convince Jay, Alex, and Spinner to lay off Rick, but they don't want to. They have this giant plan to humiliate Rick during the competition. And basically when they win the quiz bowl competition and Rick is standing up there accepting the trophy, they tar and feather him with yellow paint and feathers, dumps all over him, so everyone laughs at him. And Rick is covered in paint and feathers, humiliated in front of the school. He leaves angry. He meets Emma in the hallway, who's like, "Are you okay?" And Rick says, "I'm in love with you, Emma," and then forcibly kisses her, to which she says, "What is wrong with you?" And he says, "I thought you liked me." And she says, "No, I just felt sorry for you, idiot." She was a little bit harsh, but like, I understand why, but still, she was just a little bit harsh with that.
Rick! What are you doing? Let go.
I thought you loved me.
I felt sorry for you. I pitied you. Get a clue.
Rick is extremely upset. We see him walk into his house and he says, "Mother, father."
Mother? Father?
And then pulls a gun out of the gun safe, puts it in his bag, and goes back to school. And the timeline of this episode is extremely shaky because I'm like very confused as to how all of this happened in one day. So that's where that episode ends. And then in episode 8, Jimmy beats up Spinner for Rick because he's upset that Spinner did that to Rick.
Before I do.
But then when Rick is in the bathroom, still covered in paint, he went home, got a gun, came back, didn't shower. He's still covered in paint and feathers. None of the teachers seem to be checking on him. He's in the bathroom. Spinner and Jay know he's there because he's covered in paint. And they start saying it was all Jimmy's idea, so that Rick thinks it was Jimmy's idea. Okay, so now Rick has it in his head, it was Jimmy's idea. All day, Rick walks around school very clearly holding a gun in his bag, okay? He goes up to Paige, and Paige apologizes for treating him badly, so he decides not to shoot her in that moment. So that's nice of him. But then he's on a rampage after he found out from what Spinner and Jay said that Jimmy was the one who planned it. He walks up to Jimmy and shoots him in the biggest what you say moment ever. He actually closes his eyes before he shoots and then shoots. Jimmy gets shot.
You'll be getting some Hannah renditions of songs I'm afraid will get copyrighted.
You made me do this.
Say that you only meant well. Well, of course you didn't. What you say that it's all for the best. Of course it is. What you say that you only meant well. Well, of course. Everyone runs away. He then goes for Emma. Emma, Sean, and Toby are in the hallway. They're trying to get him to stop. Remember, Toby's his friend. He goes up to Emma to try to shoot her because she rejected him. And Toby screams, "Stop!" And it's like the craziest scream ever. Stop! Sean grabs the gun from him, but you hear the gun go off, and it turns out Rick shot himself. Only 2 people ended up being shot. Rick and Jimmy. Jimmy survived, but he is now paralyzed from the waist down, so he will be in a wheelchair, and Rick is dead.
This is 7 role-playing dice I've had my own for oh so long. The theater's in my blood.
Didn't know what to do.
My son.
But when I become a star, we'll be living so large, I'll do anything for you.
Mother?
So tell me, girl, what you say. Right, and if someone dies, they will be getting the blue X of death. So rest in peace, Rick. Oh my god, do you guys hear that? It's the sound of Paige bullying a girl for her weight. And you know what that means. It's time for a Heather Sinclair intermission.
Let's go. Should she suffer? All right, clap if you think she should suffer.
Fuck yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our very first Heather Sinclair intermission. And before you ask, yes, graphic design is my passion. PowerPoint is a very powerful tool if you know how to use it well. You may be thinking, what is a Heather Sinclair intermission? And I know I would be thinking the same thing. As I said in the beginning, there is a character named Heather Sinclair who is a faceless enemy that everybody in Degrassi shit talks constantly and we never see her. She's kind of like this mysterious being that is just the target for a lot of really nasty hate. And while I put her up on the wall, I kind of forgot to talk about her plot lines because like whenever they mention Heather Sinclair, it's like so in passing that it's like one line in an episode. So it's not like it was important enough stuff, but I also wanted to kind of talk about all the times they mention Heather Sinclair and see what we can figure out about her. So I'm going to be doing a couple of Heather Sinclair intermissions throughout the video, and we're going to update you on what Heather has been up to, and then at the end I think maybe we'll be able to get a picture of what Heather looks like, perhaps. So let's see what Heather has been up to until now. And there's a very important reason I put the Heather Sinclair intermission here, because as I was going through this, I thought of something. Some may call it a bit of a conspiracy theory, but I wanted to share it now, right after the episode that this conspiracy theory is relevant to was talked about, just so it's fresh in everybody's minds. Let's go. The first mention of Heather is in season 1, episode 5, Parents' Day, when Paige is apparently disgusted that she has an agent because of her overbite. So what we know about Heather Sinclair, she has an overbite and she has an agent. So I'm assuming, besides the overbite, which is apparent, by the way, she's a decent looking girl who has a talent agent. In Friday Night, episode 11 of season 1, Paige tells Emma that her crush on Sean is more obvious than Heather Sinclair's bargain basement nose job. So we're to assume that Heather has an obvious nose job as well as an obvious overbite. In episode 113, Cabaret, Paige tells Terry that her duo with Ashley sounds lamer than Heather's Highland sword dance. So Heather can Highland sword dance? That sounds pretty impressive. Does that mean she's Scottish? Let's say Heather is Scottish. And she's good with a sword. She can dance with a sword. Paige finds this lame. I kind of think that might be cool. Let me see if I can find someone Highland sword dancing. Guys, they're literally dropping. Left to the right, we gon' make it bang. Cause when we jump in, it's poppin', we joppin'. How we get down? Choppin'. How we get down? In When Doves Cry, part 1, which is season 2, episode 1, Craig is giving a speech in Miss Kwan's class, and Kwan calls on Heather, and we see part of her legs, which were covered by pants. So she wears pants, that's good. Episode 3 of season 2, Paige tells Jimmy that she saw better dancing than Spinner's robot moves at Heather's grade 3 sock hop. Was Heather having a sock hop birthday party in grade 3 that Spinner attended? Did they all used to be friends? Is that why they were at Heather's grade 3 sock hop? So the falling out between Paige and Heather happened sometime after Heather's grade 3 sock hop. In episode 12 of season 3, big time jump, she performed a Celtic winter solstice dance before Marco's performance. Okay, so we know that she's Scottish. Does that mean she's Irish too? Maybe she has red hair. That's an Irish thing, right? In season 4, episode 4, Mercy Street, Paige says that Heather's eyebrows are tragically overplucked, and Emma says her tweezers should be confiscated. So now we know the state of her eyebrows. We can add that to her profile. In season 4, episode 6, Islands in the Stream, she's partners with Emma for tryouts for the trivia team. She's ranked number 2 on Rick's list of the hot 20 girls in the entire school. Okay, now this is where this is going to become important. We know that Rick thinks Heather is really hot and sexy. Okay, here's where my conspiracy theory comes in. Because we know that Rick had 2 to 3 targets for the shooting. First of all was Paige, who he decided not to shoot after she said sorry. So, okay. Second was Jimmy. However, he only wanted to shoot Jimmy because he had gotten close to Jimmy during trivia, and then Spinner and Jay saw him in the bathroom and said it was Jimmy that had dumped paint on him. So he was angry at Jimmy because he thought he was his friend because he was on the trivia team. And third, Emma, because he thought that she loved him. Okay, here's my question. If Heather Sinclair hadn't gotten mono and hadn't been absent for the trivia team, for the trivia bowl, as well as the aftermath of the trivia bowl, assuming that Spinner and Jay still go through with their plan of dumping paint feathers on Rick, would Rick have gotten closer to Heather than Emma and therefore made her a target in his shooting because he thought he was in love with her? That's one question, first of all. Second of all, if Jimmy was never on the trivia team and Heather was there instead, would Spinner and Jay have let Heather take the fall for planning to dump feathers and paint on him instead of Jimmy, therefore taking Jimmy completely off the shooting list in general and leaving the only victims to be Paige, possibly, Heather? And if he was closer to Heather and not Emma, Emma probably wouldn't have been bothered. Although, who knows about that? My conspiracy theory is, if Heather Sinclair hadn't gotten mono, Jimmy would not have gotten shot, Emma would not have gotten shot, and Heather Sinclair might be dead. However, she lives to see another day. And to end this Heather Sinclair intermission, here is my graphically designed guesstimate, including everything we know that I just talked about what Heather Sinclair could possibly look like. What she's done, I don't know. We will continue adding to this information in the next Heather Sinclair intermission. And eventually, hopefully, we can get a clear picture of who Heather Sinclair really is. Heather Sinclair, were you silent? Or were you silenced? See you at the next intermission. So literally right after the shooting, the shooting happened on a Friday. The school's open again on Monday.
We're on the front page of some. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it's Monday and they are still writing about the shooting.
Everyone's there. They're putting up signs that say, "Stop the violence," which is just like that Glee line where she says, "Stop the violence."
Stop the violence.
Sean and Emma are having a really hard time, as is Toby, because they were all there when Rick died. Sean is hailed as a hero because he stopped Rick from killing anybody else. On the TV, he sees his parents, who is estranged from, saying that they always knew he was a good kid. So Sean, Jay, Emma, and Ellie decide to ditch school to go to Wasaga Beach to see his parents so Sean can confront them. It doesn't go well, but they apologize. Sean is mad. They go to the beach, the Wasaga Beach, because they're there, and they're playing around on the beach. They bury Ellie in the sand while she is fully clothed. And who is there at the beach besides the kid Sean deafened? That's right, and they say it. It says, "Hey, it's the kid you deafened."
He's the kid you deafened.
So he got half deaf? Well, you got sent to Toronto?
Sean is all upset that the kid he deafened is there, so he gets on a jet ski and tries to drown himself, but then the kid he deafened saves him, and they make up, and he's like, "It's okay, bro, you can change too."
You're not doing this to me!
Sean!
Sean decides that he is going to go live with his parents. So now Sean is gone for the time being. Him and Ellie are no longer together because he's gone. The other three go home. And that's kind of the end of that plot line. In episode 10, Craig and Ashley begin dating again. And this comes off the news that Ashley's dad is getting married to his longtime boyfriend. They're having a gay wedding. Craig and Ashley are going to go together as a couple. We are also introduced to Matt.
Mr. O teaches yoga. What was I thinking? I love yoga.
Matt is the student teacher who we find out is a couple years older than Dylan. So too old for these kids, right? He first comes in, he's giving total cousin Greg energy. The way he's moving around and talking and walking and just like looking, total cousin Greg energy.
Hey, everybody. That work?
People sometimes
Everybody.
mistakenly call me Craig.
But don't be fooled, he's a pedophile. Paige immediately has a crush on him because she thinks he's cute. Hazel and Paige also follow Matt to a bar and see him with his hot adult girlfriend. So she's upset by that. And then this other plot in this one is that Downtown Sasquatch is trying to get a record deal. So Craig invites his girlfriend Ashley to join the band. And the boys are not happy about this because she kind of steamrolls everything they want to do. And Craig is willing to do anything she wants.
Hey, Craig, we have a problem. Okay, so let's talk.
Ash has got to go.
Oh, Sticks, hey, slow it down. Ash has got to go. Nature Milk Hotel.
Okay,
When they get to the recording studio, they get in a big fight and Ashley ends up storming out and Craig follows her. In episode 11, Spinner and Marco show up to school with the recording they made at their recording session after Craig and Ashley left, and it's just the worst song ever. But Craig doesn't seem to care. He cares more about Ashley.
I don't know if you'll forgive me for being so blind to how. Is that what I think it is?
Yeah, it's what we were supposed to record until you gave it all up for Miss Bandbreaker Upper.
It's pretty awful, horrible,
Seizure-inducing. Oh, how about lousy?
Oh, and it's also the last single that Downtown Sasquatch will ever put out. But there's only one way to find out. Yeah.
Throw them real hard at the ceiling, sometimes they stick.
Craig seems to have a few screws loose this episode.
This is supposed to be independent study time, right? Me? Independent and walking. You? Study my butt leaving.
And then this is where the wedding starts. So they're starting to prepare for the wedding. Ashley and Craig get there and he's ready to take their relationship to the next step. They're going to fuck. He gets a motel room and sets everything up for them. They end up having. And then afterwards, Ashley's like, okay, I have to go. It's my dad's wedding. And Craig's like, but I'm your Craig.
He's my dad.
But I'm your Craig.
He rushes home. He's going to the mall to buy outfits.
I'm so glad that gays can get married. That you two can get married. You gays.
He goes to see Jimmy and he's acting really wild with Jimmy.
Big news. You ready?
What? No, hold on.
He comes back and proposes to Ashley, and she says no because he's acting crazy. He gets mad and goes and trashes his hotel room. So we're like, what could be up with Craig? In episode 12, half the stuff I just explained was in episode 12. However, at the wedding, Craig makes a huge scene and he runs off because he's embarrassed. He ends up going home and getting upset when Joey tells him there's something wrong, and he beats the absolute living shit out of Joey, punching him in the face while Caitlin and Angie stand there.
I'm fine.
Sit down.
Don't.
And then Ashley shows up and is like, yo, you need help.
Craig, calm down. Craig.
You came back.
So he goes to a psych and finds out he is bipolar, and he gets meds for that. Subplot this episode is that JT and Liberty are working together to write a play about the school, and they want it to focus on the shooting that happened and how Degrassi works together as community. The principal, Mr. Radich, doesn't like that. So they write a parody song about Radich and sing it for him. Well, JT chickens out. Liberty sings it for him. She gets in trouble. And then eventually JT and Liberty do start dating after this because that brought them together. And JT finally realizes he likes her and they're so cute. I love them together.
Radishes, radishes, not so sweet, red and round and gross to eat. They have power and cruel little voices saying, I run Degrassi, you have no choices. Ugly and mean and slightly obscene. Stubbornest radishes I've ever seen.
In episode 13, we're introduced to a new character named Chester. I'm not putting him on the wall because he has like 5 episodes and then he's gone, but he shows up, starts flirting with Manny. Spinner and Manny are like kind of seeing each other, but they're not official. So Chester comes and is like very interested in Manny, and she starts entertaining him because she wants Spinner to just ask her out, but he won't. So she starts flirting with him, and they're working on some program that will match you up with the best person in school for you kind of thing.
Electronic ice breaking, nice.
Favorite superhero?
Does Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls count?
No.
Also in this episode, Paige starts dating Matt, the adult teacher. Okay, that's normal and fine. There's a dance. At the dance, Manny walks in on Paige and Matt kissing. So Manny knows. She says she'll keep it to herself though. And at the dance, her and Spinner officially get together. In episode 14, Emma is still reeling from the shooting. She's having a hard time dealing with it. And she's also going out for the play. And the play is being directed by Liberty and JT.
Is it too much to ask for silence in the peanut gallery?
Alex is in the play. Amy is in the play. Manny, Darcy, I think, is in the play as well. Jay is working on the sets for the play. So Emma starts talking to Jay because she's in her bad boy era. And Jay says, hey, why don't you come down to the ravine with me? And she's feeling naughty, so she says she'll go. This is one of those classic rumors where it's like if a girl is wearing a bracelet of a certain color, that means she did this sexual thing with a guy. And that's what happens at the ravine. So Emma goes and ends up sucking Jay off.
It's for hooking up.
What?
You know what blowjobs are, don't you?
And as it turns out, Jay has also been hooking up with Amy at the ravine. So not only has Amy been betraying her bestie Alex, but she's also now she's with Jay, and Jay is hooking up with Emma as well. She keeps going to the ravine to like suck Jay's dick. Can't say I wouldn't. No, I'm going to stop myself right there before I even continue. And then the other plot is that now Craig is back from the doctor and he is bipolar. He has meds, but he feels really crazy. He keeps saying, crazy Craig.
So my dad and Chris got back from Puerto Vallarta last night. Apparently it's gay honeymooner paradise. They asked about you.
Crazy Craig?
Ashley's trying to convince him to go to group therapy because she knows Ellie goes to group therapy and Ellie likes it a lot. She convinces Craig to go. Craig doesn't know it's Ellie's group therapy, and when he shows up and sees her, he gets upset because now Ellie knows that he has mental health issues as well.
I gained so much weight. I could hear my entire ballet class thinking, what's she been eating?
So you reveal yourself as an anorexic depressive instead?
And then in episode 15, which is a continuation of this, the play is getting closer, and all of a sudden Emma, Jay, and Amy, and Alex are all sick. I wonder what that could be about. Turns out Jay gave them all gonorrhea. I love that for them. Emma and now has gonorrhea because of Jay, and she says, you gave me a social disease.
I didn't do anything.
You gave me a social disease.
And the play is still like ramping up to be on. JT and Liberty are mad that their cast is all over the place. Alex ends up breaking up with Jay because obvious reasons. And Emma finally tells her parents she's been struggling, gets tested, and they're all cured of their diseases. And then the other plot is that Jimmy is supposed to get out of the hospital, but his dad just like won't come pick him up because he's busy. So he's just stuck in the hospital. So Craig and Marco and Spinner decide they're gonna break him out to go to a concert, and they put on this whole show like at the hospital to break him out, and they eventually do.
Dr. Spitz-Kaczynski here. It's an emergency of the highest degree.
Are you okay, sir?
Go get Dr. Schunkenhauser!
And this is when Jimmy starts saying GIMP a lot. Like, he starts saying J-I-M-P, like, a lot. Sometimes the lines they say with these words are just so fucking funny.
Mr. Mobility just got checked out.
It was more like a what's with the GIMP drive-by.
No, because genuinely, who wrote that scene and was like, yeah, that sounds sane. Post it. Looks like Mr. Mobility just got checked out. More like a check out that GIMP drive-by. Who wrote that and decided it would be okay? I just have so many questions.
Mr. Mobility just got checked out.
There was quite a few lines in these past 2 episodes that were really funny, but weren't necessary to include when talking about the plot. So I'm just going to add all of the funny solo lines from the past 2 episodes right here.
Why don't you take a picture to last longer?
You can sell it online for big porno bucks.
All right, everyone, put your fangs together for Emma. Yay.
Then my brain says come to you. You shall cross land or sea to do my bidding, and to that end, this.
But no, I cannot.
Goulash. I figure any food with goo in the name has to be good.
Public health nurse? Oh goody, another evil omen to put me at calm.
Actually, I'm feeling really tired. I might just take a break until tomorrow because I'm like really worn out. I'm back. As it turned out, I just needed a nap. I went and took a nap, and now I'm ready to go. I was really losing energy there, and I hope that it's okay. Like, after I stopped, I was like getting so discouraged with myself. I was like, maybe I should just stop. Maybe I just shouldn't even do this anymore. It's just because I was feeling tired and dramatic. So, we took a nap, we took our Adderall, and we're drinking another Red Bull. My heart is fine. She won't explode, at least not on camera. 20 years from now, I don't want to think about. I've added the lines that I was missing. Some comments on these episodes that I was really too tired to think about. The Craig wedding episodes with his bipolar. I do think that Jake Epstein, who is the actor who plays Craig, did an okay job with that. At some point, it becomes too much. Like, he becomes like too focused on acting insane, and he just like, it loses purpose. And then the fact that he's so like desperate for nobody to know seems a little bit, I don't know, weird to me, but also, I don't know, maybe that's just because I like to talk about my mental illness. As for Jimmy getting shot, the episodes where he's in the hospital are nice. I think he does some pull-ups on a bar in his bed. This is all I have to say about that, I think. Also, like, I feel like such a loser. Like, I'm completely alone on Thanksgiving making a Degrassi video, but you know, whatever. I'm also almost running out of pink tape, so I'm hoping that I don't, but I don't have high hopes. High hopes for a living. Pete Buttigieg. Slay. Let me be clear. Now I'm only thinking about that meme Obama voice. Let me be clear. And nobody's gonna vote for little homie gay ass. I want to be clear that I do not support Pete Buttigieg. Even though I just said slay, I didn't mean it. I hate him. Like, truly, I don't know if there's and this might sound dramatic, I think there might be no politician I hate more. I couldn't even, like, I just hate him so much. I just hate everything about him. I do, however, agree with user ZW that says you should be disqualified from voting if you have done this dance, unironically. I also agree with user Philippe H. Shoot me. My voice cracked. Shoot me, because we're gonna have to deal with this prick for decades because he's only 37. That's exactly how I feel about it. I think Pete Buttigieg represents what's wrong with the Democratic Party. Like, truly, truly, through and through.
I think societal collapse is in the air. It smells like it.
I don't think I ever mentioned the play that they're doing for school is Dracula, which I love. I love Dracula. Oh, I took my shirt off as well because it was tiring me. I'll put the shirt back on when it's time to put my next themed shirt on. I will put my next themed shirt on. I got myself pumped up to restart this by listening to my No Skips K-pop playlist. Here's the new dance I learned.
You don't have a thought behind those eyes, do you?
3, 2, 1, go! Poppy, poppy, pop, poppy, 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 love, love. It doesn't work with the microphone in my hand. Not that I can dance anyway, but the the way I just sound crazy. Whoever decided that I should be the type of autistic person who's 24 and obsessed with K-pop, they're gonna have to answer to me. They're gonna have to answer to me. So in episode 16, Jimmy is finally out of the hospital. He's back at Degrassi. And Spinner is feeling really guilty about the fact that it was what he did that got Jimmy shot. So he ends up actually telling Jimmy about this. Jimmy is understandably mad. So Jimmy goes to the principal, who is now Miss Hatsalakos, because Radich got fired after he realized the students hate him because of his reaction to the shooting, because of Liberty and JT's funny little number. Radishes, not so sweet. Hatsalakos is the principal. She finds out that Spinner and Jay are responsible for bullying Rick and getting him to shoot up the school, and she therefore expels both of them. So Spinner and Jay are kicked out of school, and now Spinner is like on a downward spiral, my life doesn't mean anything kind of vibes, which, okay, drama, a little bit dramatic, but whatever. He tries to like go crash his car, and Jimmy wheels his wheelchair in front of the car. It's very dramatic. Jimmy's like, get over yourself, bro.
Jimmy, I mean it. Look, I don't feel sorry for you, if that's what you want.
Also in this episode, as Spinner's on his like downward spiral, Manny breaks up with him. So that just makes everything worse. I would also try to hit someone with my car if Manny broke up with me. Also, we get like a little bit of JT and Liberty being cute. Liberty and JT are trying to hide their relationship from Liberty and Danny's dad because he doesn't want Liberty dating. However, Danny reveals it to him anyway because he's tired of it. He's tired of them acting like he doesn't matter because they're dating.
Your lips taste like sweet jelly.
Hey, Liberty, how's your mono?
Why didn't you tell me my butt was so big?
Because I like your butt.
And then the next day at school, Danny and JT fist fight because of this. Episode 17, not much happens. Basically, Ellie, now that Sean is gone, is struggling to pay rent. So she really needs some money. So her and Alex start running an underground gambling ring. This is a plot line that comes up like a lot. Like too much. Like these kids are gambling like too much. This recycled plot line. This plotline is recycled like every 5 seasons, like clockwork. Paige is getting more serious with Matt the pedo over here, and they're trying to keep their relationship a secret because he's a teacher. I also want to say, it seems like, besides him being a pedophile, it does seem like Matt is just a horrible teacher. There's this one scene where they're in class, He's teaching this media class, and he goes, okay, everybody, now let's talk about bias in the media. And he calls on someone to answer his stupid question. And then immediately after the person answers the question, he goes, okay, now let's talk about why artists get into relationships right before they release CDs.
Today I thought we'd talk about bias in the media. How the news sometimes twists the facts. Okay, so back to why pop stars marry once they release a new CD.
Matt, are we talking about PR relationships or bias in the media? Those things are separate, especially how he's talking. He goes, okay, now let's talk about bias. Now let's talk about fake relationships. There are multiple reasons why Matt shouldn't be a teacher. First of all, he's a pedophile. Second of all, he can't teach a class to save his life. One of my biggest problems with this show is also that, like, there's never any repercussions for any teacher who, like, gets with a student. Like, in the future, there's literally a teacher, like a full teacher, not a student teacher, full teacher that's, like, with a student, and there's no punishment for her, like, at all. And in this case too, there's like almost no punishment, but we'll get there later. In episode 18, Manny is tired of Paige sleeping with a teacher, so she decides to tell Hazel that they're together. Hazel ends up telling Paige she knows about this. Paige gets mad, of course, and then this all culminates at school when Manny and Paige fist fight. Manny and Paige fist fight in the hallway.
Could you be more self-obsessed? All you think about is your own butt, which probably does require a lot of thought, given that it's huge. This man comes to break it up, and Manny says, hey, Mr. Pedophile, which is really good. I really liked that. Hey, Mr. Pedophile. Oleander, don't make your girlfriend Paige even more jealous of me. This is our first introduction to Shantae, a very interesting character to me, because when I tell you this woman goes to high school for 11 straight years, she comes in season 4, and she's thought to be the same age as these clowns. She does not graduate until like season 12. And they just don't talk about why. She's just there. And she is on the Spirit Squad. We also get a good line in this in which Chester and Emma are now flirting, and he calls her a hoe.
Ho, ho, ho.
You can't label people.
Whoa, I thought it was Christmas.
That's just kind of funny. Also, Emma is mad at Chris because I don't really know why. Why is Emma mad at anybody? But she says she's trying to kill him with her mind, which is funny.
I'm trying to kill Chris with my mind. Oh, goody.
Hello. The next episode might be one of my favorite moments from season 4 and just the show in general. This is episode 19. The student council is running a blood drive, and the student council, of course, is headed by Marco and Alex. Caitlin is running a story on it.
You inherited a school where a student died and another paralyzed.
Not the best situation to assume principal, I agree.
There's a bunch of weird lines. Spike is there giving blood, and she's like, this is just like breastfeeding, but out of your arm.
It's like breastfeeding only out of your arm. I think it's faster if you're quiet.
Marco's like, you guys know I'm gay, right? My boyfriend Dylan, you guys know I'm gay?
All right, you guys know I'm gay, right?
Alex is prancing around saying 4 more years, which is funny not only because they're Canadian, but also in the context of today's political climate.
4 more years! 4 more years!
Marco finds out eventually that he is not able to give blood as a gay man. Very serious topic. I'm glad that they covered this in the show. He tries to fight back against the institution, the blood-giving institution. At the same time that's going on, Dylan calls him on the phone and says he wants to have an open relationship. So then he's like, maybe the blood people were right. Gay people are promiscuous.
Maybe the blood people were right.
Also during this, Jay and Spinner have been expelled, but they're kind of angry, so they show up after school. Well, they show up during school, during the blood drive, but they can't go in, so they're just standing outside, and Jay is like kicking the shit out of a bike.
And he comes out and goes, hey, want to kick this bike with me? And Spinner's like, yo, that's my bike.
Hey! You want to kick too?
It's my bike, goofbag.
Yeah, well, it's your fault I'm so bored.
I just like them being friends. They decide that they're going to break into school after hours and like cause some trouble because they got expelled. And they end up doing so. Spinner gets really upset and tries to light the school on fire. So Jay has to physically push him to the ground so that he doesn't do that.
You're stopping me?
Shocking, but true.
Do you want your former friends to suffer?
Let me play that back so you can listen to the noises they're making.
Do you want your former friends to suffer?
After Dylan said he wants an open relationship, he invited Marco to a college party. So Marco goes to the party with Craig. And when he's there, he walks in on Dylan macking on another dude, like right away. And he's understandably upset. He goes to sit in a stairwell with Craig because he's upset. Dylan busts through the door, and Marco, not knowing what to do, grabs Craig and kisses him.
Marco!
Wow.
So when in doubt, you kiss Craig?
So when in doubt, you kiss Craig? The best fucking line. High class moment. I love that. Story time. I am the president of my school's gay club because I'm gay and go to school. And one time we were discussing how to put out a statement about the blood drive not accepting gay people because we were mad about that because, yeah, that's still a thing that happens. Anyway, in the middle of our group chat, I said, oh my God, you guys, there's a Degrassi episode about this. And then, being the dumbass I am, I said, you guys should really go watch that episode. It has like the best line in the whole show. And of course, one of my board members says, well, what's the line? And then I had to like over-explain the plot of the episode. And then it wasn't funny. Like, you know, when you over-explain something and it's only funny to you. Yeah, I was having one of those moments. That was humiliating. I'm just so Degrassi pilled, I can't help myself. In episode 20, we're gonna get a new character. Let me put him up. Yeah. You saw that right. Kevin Smith.
So if anyone out there has a beer factory or a hockey rink or a donut shop or a strip club or a school, particularly we need a school, please.
You may recognize him from Comic Book Men, having a daughter named Harley Quinn. I wish this was a lie. Why did I say that weird? I wish this was a lie. I'm pretty sure this man is not even Canadian, but apparently he really loved Degrassi High when it was on, so he's always been interested in being on it. So they just wrote him in, and he keeps coming back. His plot line is that he's there to film a movie, and he wants to cast people from Degrassi to be in his movie, which is Jay and Silent Bob Go Canadian, A. Do you ever feel stupid just saying something? Yeah. On my notes, I wrote stupid ass Kevin and Silent Bob. Manny and Paige are in some sort of power struggle for the cheer team because Manny has been choreographing their dances and all the girls like Manny's dances a lot more than Paige's.
Manny's choreography is more fun than going to the beach.
And they all say that Paige shouldn't be the captain anymore and Manny should be in charge. Paige doesn't like this, so she tries to kick Manny off the team and make her be the mascot. They show the cheer routine and it's stupid.
Wow, when everyone gets a load of that at the year-end party, we're gonna have to force them to take a summer vacation.
Their plan to get back at Paige is Darcy and Shantae purposefully break Paige's legs. Can you believe this is something that happens? I need to add like an orange line for them because what the fuck? They're doing a lift and they purposefully drop her so she breaks her legs. There's a school dance that night. So not only does Paige have broken legs, she has to go to the dance and she's complaining and complaining while Jimmy is literally in a wheelchair and she just has crutches and like a neck brace.
There's also a line in this where someone says, "How come the gay guys always win?" I'm not exactly sure who says this, but it's in my notes.
Did you hear the part where I asked you to the prom?
You're a sweet, sweet guy,
But Manny's going with me. Sorry, but as the newly single head of the dance committee, I had to scoop up the cutest date I could find. How come the gay guys always win?
And after Paige gives her whole, upset about how her life isn't fair while Jimmy is sitting right there after being shot, Marco goes, "Okay, if the tantrum's been thrown."
I wanted this to be special for him, and all you can do is whine.
If the tantrum's been thrown...
Episode 21, we find out that Ashley is going to be spending the summer in England with her gay dads because they live there. Craig gets really upset because he doesn't want her to leave. He hasn't been taking his meds and he's just acting wild. So she asks him, "Have you been taking your meds?" And he gets really offended, saying, "Don't ask me that."
Chicken cordon bleu.
I'd rather eat my own liver than accept food from you two scumbags.
Manning, do I need to remind you that I'm holding a big scary knife in my hand?
Did you take your pills last night?
Don't ask me that, it's embarrassing.
And then Craig goes to complain to Kevin Smith, and it's like, "My girlfriend's going to England. She's gonna fall in love with the hot Englishman and never come back," which he ended up predicting exactly what happens. That's literally exactly what happens. But she does eventually come back. Kevin Smith says that he should find a program in England and find a way to follow her there. Not the best advice, Kevin, but okay. Another fun thing in this episode is that Kevin Smith and Silent Bob or whatever, Silent Bob. I don't know anything about fucking Kevin Smith. His co-star is flirting with the teenage girls. And Kevin Smith is like, "Dude, you gotta stop flirting with teenage girls. It was funny once, now it's just sick."
May I speak with you for a second? The teenage girl thing has to stop. It was funny the first time, now it's just sick. It's sick.
And that's played off as a joke. Speaking of teenage girls, remember when we found out that Matt and Paige were together in front of the principal? Matt told the principal that Paige was obsessed with him, and he had no fault in anything. So that was really awesome and cool of him, but he ended up resigning anyway. And they're still together. They never broke up. So that's awesome. And then at the end of this episode, Kevin Smith and Caitlin go out to a bar, get really drunk, and Caitlin ends up kissing Kevin Smith on the mouth, cheating on Joey. This is because Kevin Smith always said he wanted to kiss Caitlin Ryan from Degrassi. But at what cost, Kevin Smith? Caitlin's cheated on Joey with Kevin Smith. In episode 22, Joey finds out about this and breaks up with Caitlin. Caitlin's not going to get with Kevin. He was literally just there for his movie. Craig has completely stopped taking his meds, and Ashley found out about his plan to follow her, and she completely rejected him and was like, "Yo, we need to break up. You're acting crazy. I don't want to be with you." He spirals, stops taking his meds, and moves into the school for the summer because Joey thinks he's going to England. So he doesn't want Joey to know he didn't go. And Spinner is there helping out with catering on the movie and finds him, and he tackles him in the hallway. And he's like, "What are you doing here, bro?" Craig is like,
"Hey." My arm.
"I have to go to the boiler room. I have work to do." He's really spiraling.
"Oh, I'm gonna be in the boiler room. I got work to do."
And then after, Spinner's like, "I'm gonna tell everyone you're here," Craig runs away and starts living on the streets. He starts chilling with this homeless man who eventually beats him up and steals his guitar. Please pay close attention to the sound of this punch. It's amazing.
Wait, Skinny, stop. No, my guitar, please.
Looks more like breakfast, lunch, dinner, and a lot of meals after that.
No, please, not my guitar.
And then Joey finds him at a homeless shelter, eating food, and brings him home. He gets some treatment over the summer, so that's good for him. And that is the end of season 4. All right, this is where we're at the end of season 4. I can't even begin to comprehend the mess that this is. We're just gonna go with it, because at this point, what can you do? Some of my favorite moments from season 4 include, of course, What you say, Rick shooting Jimmy, rest in peace. Rick. When in doubt, you kiss Craig. That's just absolutely iconic. JT and Liberty getting together is really cute. Yeah, overall, season 4 is like a pretty iconic season. We're gonna move into season 5 now.
Degrassi Fashion Review.
Where's my fucking laser pointer? Welcome to Degrassi Fashion Review. Woo! I'm sure I added some fun little intro. I am coming here on your halfway through the video, halfway through the seasons. I don't want to say halfway through the video because I don't really know. I don't really know how long the video is going to be. Probably too long. I wanted to do a little Degrassi Fashion Review because this is one of my favorite things about the show. This is exactly the time I grew up in. Not that I was dressing like this, but, you know, if I had style, maybe. I never did. Never mind. Let's ignore that I said that. I'm doing a little Degrassi fashion review. I'm going to go through each character from least, in my opinion, to most fashionable. And then I'm going to show you the worstest outfits and then the bestest outfits. And I combined all the boys because they're not serving the way the girls are. If I left a character out of this slideshow, they weren't giving, you know? They weren't giving what they were meant to give. However, if they are included, they have served at least once. Oh, I also have this little laser pointer. Zzz. Anyway, first up, we have Liberty. We first up have this naughty little number that Liberty wore when she was trying to be a badass to, like, attract Jay. That's kind of iconic of her. I love the tulle tied around her neck. I'm not a fan of leather jackets, but I understand what she was going for, so we forgive her. Next, I think this is a very underrated Liberty hair era. Like, I literally love this hairstyle on her, and we were actually absolutely robbed of her having that hairstyle for longer. But we have this scene where she's wearing a monochromatic orange look. Very Velma vibes. Okay, lesbian. Sorry. And, continuing with the lesbianism theme, the rainbow jacket collar. Two other looks that I just absolutely love for her. This monochromatic pink pants, pink striped shirt. The messenger bag isn't giving, but, you know, that's okay. I used to carry messenger bags too. The second outfit is Liberty in JT's wet dream, in which she's wearing this cute little tropical outfit. She has a flower in her hair. That's just kind of cute. I like that. Finally, the main slay of the hour. We haven't gotten here yet. This is Liberty's prom dress, and she looks so good in it. She looks so good. This is a very 2000s prom dress, but it was the 2000s. You know what I mean? This is, like, so outside of her character. I just absolutely love this dress on her. And I'm so glad they gave her a good look before she was written off the show. Next up, we have my bestie, SD. Hello, my bestie, Terry. First of all, let me say, I think Terry got fed absolute dust. We know this. You're watching the video. She has some cute outfits. I think they could have done a lot more with her if they tried at all. Just some first, like, cute little looks. This little, like, ruffled collar moment. It's cute. I like that. And then this rugby jersey moment, we love. She has her hair half up. That's how I wear my hair every single day. We love her. Here's some more serve by Terry. Some underrated serves, because you know that she was only on screen for like half a second in these outfits. This one on the left is very me in high school. I wish they put her in stuff like this more often. The rings, the hair, everything about this I just love. I think she looks so cute. In the middle, it's giving Spice Girls in a positive way. And then this, I think, was in a play, but that sweater is so cute. Give me more of that. And also the hoops. And finally, if there's one thing my girl Terry is giving, it's face. Without fail, every single time, she's going to be giving face. So here's my favorite Terry giving face moments. This top left corner, oh my god, I just love that. The 2000s makeup slay, the 2000s hair slay, ooh, so fucking good. I love that. The thin eyebrows, she's always got the thin eyebrow on. Perhaps the most face-serving moment of Terry in the whole show. This is from one of the dances, the one after Craig's dad dies. She looks so good, and she was only there to say that her mom is dead to Craig. That's all she was there for. And finally, of course, the most iconic outfit It's so blurry. I don't have a higher quality photo. It's this outfit that Terry wore on stage with Paige. I mean, everything's cute. The glasses, it's cute. It's cute. Next up, we have Miss Alex, aka Mom. Alex, lesbian mother. Alex doesn't have tons of outfits that are notable. She's mostly wearing like really casual clothes, but sometimes she's giving. She's giving lesbian in such a way that is just, I love it. This outfit is one of those. We only see it from these two angles, but when we see the full thing, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Her hoops are always giving. This outfit, ooh, Slay the House boots, I love it. God, she looks so good. God, she looks so good. Some final slays from Alex. We have this outfit she wears when she's practicing her stripper moves. It's only in one scene when she's practicing to be a stripper, but I still love it. And in this scene, she's wearing a pink, juicy tracksuit with her hoops and her long, flat-ironed hair. Absolutely femme queen, 2000s femme queen. Next up, we have the boys. I've combined them all together because, again, they're not giving like the girls are giving. First of all, my king spinner. These aren't like, I mean, they're not like anything special, but I also think Spinner dresses like an actual teenage boy would. This is from the Culture Day episode. I just love him in that little hat. Is he Australian? Surely not. However, he looks like it in this photo. I think one thing Spinner does really well is the hair. So we've got the bleached blonde hair. This is my favorite, absolute favorite Spinner. I love that blonde hair. I'm glad that they bleached his hair. Then his hair was getting longer, and I also think that looked really good. Looked a little greasy at some points, but we forgive him because I think the longer hair, the long curly hair worked really well with his character, like I don't give a shit kind of attitude. And then of course, this is actually my favorite Spinner look. I don't know what it is about this sweatshirt, this like light tan sweatshirt with dragons on it and Chinese characters. I don't know if that's problematic of me to like this sweatshirt so much. What does it say? I guess we'll never know. I will ask my best friend's boyfriend what it says, and he will tell me because he's scared of me. So sorry to this man. I love this sweatshirt. This is a sweatshirt that Spinner wears many, many seasons. He wears it season 2. This is from season 2 after Quan broke his Discman. This is season 3, I believe, in which they're singing their rap. And then eventually, later on, he cuts the sleeves off the sweatshirt, so it's like an open side sweatshirt. I love that too. I just really like that look on him. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about it. I just really like that sweatshirt. Some Craig serves. Most of the time, Craig's just wearing a leather jacket or a denim jacket, but like not really in a fashionable way. Again, I don't like leather jackets, typical leather jackets. This leather jacket, I'm loving. I'm loving this leather jacket. I love Craig in a beret. That's why I've included these. Besides that, he's just giving like alt teenager. I think they dressed him well for his character. I like his hats, and I like this leather jacket a lot. And I also love his Sex Pistols look. You can't see, I'm twirling my hair. This isn't even really an outfit. I just think he looks sexy. JT, in the first few seasons, is serving. This is a promo pic, I believe, from season 1 or season 2. It must be season 1. These pants, absolute serve. I would wear those now. Actually, you know what? Half the time I wear exactly this outfit to school, except not a t-shirt, like a tank top. Wow, that's amazing. He looks so cute in his oversized clothes with his little button-ups with like graphic design on them. There's another one. And of course, like the puka shell necklace we love. This is a rare older JT serve. It's again the graphic button-up, but he has like a long sleeve dark green shirt on. I just like that. Whatever the fuck this is. I think he's trying to look like Joey Jeremiah, but he just looks so camp. Roderick. Roderick. There's nothing special about this outfit. I just like it on him. This outfit, however, this Danny outfit, he wears it in this one episode when he's about to pummel JT. Oh, he looks so cute. I love this outfit on him. What is it about that? Can you not just see like an Instagram model wearing this with her like 2000 sunglasses? I love this outfit, and I love his hat, and I just like that outfit. underrated bop. Next is Rick. Rick dresses very aesthetically pleasing to my eye. I hate to say this, but this is the type of man I was attracted to in high school. The ones who would dress like this. He's wearing a beret this episode, which is why I included this outfit specifically. He's always kind of serving. And I hate to say it, but really he is. Finally, the best of the boys' outfits, of course, is Chris. Mr. Chris, we love you. This look is so cute. I love this. I think it withstands the test of time. I think the accessories go well for like what he's got going on. And even though he was this kind of stereotypical like hip hop black kid who beatboxes and wears cool clothes like this, I do think that his styling, outside of the context that he is a very stereotypical character, I think his styling is really nice and I like his outfits. Okay, next up we have Ashley. This is from the first season. It's a look. It is. I like that shirt, her puka shell necklace, of course, the silver hoops, the makeup, the thin, deviously thin eyebrows, and her hair looks cute. She looks cute. It was giving what it was giving student council president. Now we have semi-emo Ashley. This one, like, I think her hair was just absolutely horrific. But this outfit is giving. I think she could have gone with like tights instead of a legging, but that's okay. This outfit is, of course, from the classic scene in which Ashley says, "Hey, Jimmy." And he says, "Don't talk to me, slut." That's pretty funny. I like that. And I like this outfit a lot. And then this underrated bop, Ashley on E. It's a cute little comfy outfit. I like that for her. And of course, goth Ashley. The hair, it's not for me. The outfits are good, but I think it's the hair that really throws me off. The hair is not for me. However, when the look is giving, you have to give credit where credit is due. And credit is due. Because this whole thing she's got going on, absolutely iconic. It's spot on with the style. I'm, again, not a fan of the hair. I don't think it looks right on her. But she was going for, like, Winona Ryder, and it worked out. This outfit, I just thought it was kind of funny, but also, like, really fucking iconic. The long black coat with the fur collar, very going to my husband's funeral, and I love that. Now we're getting into the big ballers. Emma. Emma is, in fact, a big baller in the fashion department. Not the biggest baller, but a big baller. This is some first season Emma looks that I like. I think this outfit's really cute. I like when they wear those big clunky watches. The high-waisted jeans, her hair looks really cute. Of course, the lesbian flag sweater we absolutely love. This little baby tee with a silver heart on it, super cute. She's got a scrunchie. She just looks cute. Next, of course, continuing our theme of gay rights after the lesbian sweater, we have the love outfit. She wore these in the promo pics for season 2 as well. Her little white hat, her knitted hat. They let these kids wear hats at school so often. What's that about? Her love rainbow shirt, her denim skirt. It's giving Duggar a little bit, but that's okay. This little hat looks just like a hat that Kit the American Girl doll wears. We love gay rights, so we love this outfit. Next up is Emma's theme of cute little shirts. This is a cute little shirt. I like it. I like this pairing. It's giving very, I care about the environment, which is what her character is. And this is another cute little baby tee. She pulls off the low-waisted jeans. I could never do it. I don't look like her, though. Anyway, next topic is cute little tank top. This cute little tank top, it's like brown, has some embroidery. I think she looks really good in this outfit. This is a cute little tank top. Again, she's giving, I care about the environment. We love that for her. And finally, this is kind of iconic. She's got her little watch. She's got a tank top with like a training bra underneath it. I just think this is cute. I like that. It's very 2000s popular girl. I like it. The last Emma category is cute little skirts. This cute little skirt with flowers on it, and she's wearing like a cropped, I think it is actually yellow in the episode, which I love, this yellow cropped jacket. This outfit is the one that she goes clubbing with Manny in. It is a serve. My bedroom used to be painted these exact colors. My mom was like, "What colors do you want to paint your bedroom?" And I said, bright pink and bright blue. So 2 walls were bright pink and 2 walls were bright blue in those exact colors. This is to say, the colors were giving trendy at the time. The top isn't like super cute, but I think overall she looks good. And finally, this little outfit It's like a matching sweat set, except it's a skirt instead of pants, obviously. I love that outfit. Okay, next up, besties, you were probably like, hello, why isn't Marco in the boys section? Because he serves so many looks that he gets his own section. You know how it is. He's the only gay person. He's the only gay man that is giving what he should be giving in the show. So he gets his own section. First up, we have what I call Sporty Marco. This is Marco looking sporty. The Toronto Maple Leafs jersey. He looks cute in this. I like it. Whatever the fuck this is. Is it ugly? Yes, but it's also kind of campy. You know what I mean? And finally, over here, I'm saving this for last because let me know what you think, but I think he's wearing an Iowa shirt. And I think this is a University of Iowa shirt. IOWA. I went to Iowa for undergrad. I don't know why the shirt would be orange, but I know that like a lot of times if you go to like the Walmart or something, they'll have just shirts that say the state name on it. So I think that, but I'm going to choose to believe it's a U Iowa shirt. And you know in our fight song, it says, until you hear the final gun. Is that how it goes? Iowa fight song. Why is the high V calling me?
One prescription is ready for
Work.
pickup. Check the status of your prescription.
Okay, work. Anyway, let me sing the Iowa fight song. The words fight, fight, fight for Iowa. Let every loyal Iowan sing. The words fight, fight, fight for Iowa. Until the walls and rafters ring. Go Hawks, come on, cheer, cheer, cheer for Iowa. Come on and cheer until you hear the final gun. The words fight, fight, fight for Iowa until the game is won. Go Hawks, go Hawks. I'd like to think he's supporting me by wearing that. Besides that, the outfit sucks. Next is a category I call Hippie Marco. This is when Marco was dressing like he smokes a lot of weed, does meditation or something. But why is he dressed like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo? Whatever the fuck he's wearing here. Is this cultural appropriation? I don't have the knowledge to comment on that. But I really, really love his hair like this. But if it is in fact cultural appropriation, please pretend I did not talk about it in the bestest outfits category. This, I don't know what the fuck's going on. He's got his Jesus sandals on. He's got his pants like cuffed way, way, way too high. You know, like bisexual people cuff their pants. Do you think if you cuff it this high, that means you're just gay? Cute little outfit. He's got his bandana. He's got his yoga outfit. He looks hippie. And this outfit is kind of slang. It's kind of giving skate park. It's giving I smoke at the skate park. I don't know what his little thingy, his little shirt is from a show or a video game my dad likes. And when he answers, I'll include it. Next Marco is Gay Marco. That's what I'm calling him. Gay Marco. This is a promo pic. His outfit is giving absolutely nothing, but his pose is giving absolutely everything. This, whatever the fuck this is, he looks gay as shit. And I like it. I like the glasses, I like the shirt, the denim, the double popped collar. This, he was wearing in some, like, commercial he was doing with Ellie. I just think that slays. And of course, the Hamlet outfit. It's gay to dress like a Shakespeare character in the first place. It's his beach outfit. I think he looks really good. I wish men would wear stuff like this more often, but they're always afraid that they're gonna look gay. Boo. Boo, you look gay to me anyway. Next up, we have Paige, our girl Paige. Now, if you talk to anybody about outfits in Degrassi, a lot of them would say Paige has the most iconic outfits. I actually think Paige comes in third place for iconic outfits, and I'll get into that more. However, she's my third place. First of all, we have some full body Paige looks that I like. She wears these jeans quite a few times. I really like those pants. I like them better in other contexts, but I like those pants. This is a cute shirt. The purple on her looks great. This is really cute. The capris, low-waisted, she's got her belly button pierced, the cropped shirt and the glasses, and these big clonking platform slides. Love that. The all brown, it is giving. It's giving. This is such a cute little top. I love that. And she's again wearing those jeans. So we love that. And then this, even though the skirt is Duggar, it's still a look. She looks good. I like that. This outfit is so good. Maybe this should have been in the bestest outfits. It was only for like one scene. I fucking love this outfit. This one's also really, really cute. The stars on the top match the stars on her pants. She looks really good. I like that. This outfit, we only see from the back. However, we get this photo of the front and then the skirt from the back. I love this. This is so 2000s. The top is like kind of ugly, but it looks really cute with that. It's very 2000s, and I dig it. This one isn't about Paige, it's about Hazel giving Daphne. I didn't think I should give her like her own section for just one outfit. There's none that like really stood out to me except this one. But Paige is in this photo, and Hazel is giving Daphne. She could be the Daphne to Liberty's Velma. This outfit, modern day Princess Diana. Yes, her shirt says princess, but she's literally looking like Princess Diana. The next section is called Cute Little Tops. This cute little top is so out there, I just fucking love it. Whatever the fuck is going on here. It's got like horses and horseshoes and stars and cowboys on it. And she wears it more than once. And I just love that. This little crocheted top is really cute. She wears it to the beach. This top says Chi-Chi and has a chihuahua on it. My best friend Fallon's dead chihuahua is named Chi-Chi. May he rest in peace. He was a little rascal. This chartreuse sweater we love. And this top that says I love to make boys cry. I want that shirt. Here's all of her looks that included some iconic glasses. These ones are my favorite, of course, with the little heart in the corner. Whatever the fuck her hair is doing in this one, I love. This outfit's cute. Her hair goes with it really well. The fur, this turtleneck with the fur, her big platform boots, I really like. This whole look, the denim on denim, really nice 2000s look. And this is from the 80s dance. She's dressed up as like Bonnie Tyler or something. And she looks so, so good. Of course, as Terry is always serving face, Paige is also serving fucking face. She's gonna serve face. The purple makeup on the purple top. Fantastic. This one's probably my favorite. Her makeup looks so cute. The hoops, the shirt, the hair. So, so cute. And finally, of course, the Paige side to the Terry and Paige stage show. Next up is Ellie. And I have to tell you, I went back and forth here. In my personal opinion, I think Ellie deserves to be first, but the next character is so iconic in the fashion department, I had to put Ellie second. But Ellie has some of my absolutely favorite looks. So this is from when Ellie was still like super goth. Every single look she had in that first season she was in, where she was really alternative and like emo goth, oh my god. It was so good. This is one of my favorite looks. I went back and forth if I should put this look in my bestest because, oh my god, she looks so good. The outfit, the accessories, the hair, come on. The makeup, it's so good. I just absolutely, I don't have anything intelligent to say about it. This is an underrated later season Ellie look. Whatever the fuck this top has going on, it works. It works with the plaid skirt. It works with the headband. Her hair is crimped. I really like this outfit on her. Here's some other plaid skirt moments. Again, I don't really like leather jackets like this, but I think she looks good in it. I think this outfit is cohesive and she looks good. Whatever the fuck this is, I fucking love it. The hair, the top, everything together. She looks so cute. This is another with that weird top. This is a section I call from the waist up. It's outfits we see Ellie in from the waist up that are slaying my life. Purple, purple, purple hair. So, so cute. This, the shirt with the red undershirt. These necklaces always look good on her. Her hair. Oh god, it's so nice. I love that. This, it all works so well together. I think this top is so cute. I love it. This one, absolute slay. I love the pink. The spider web undershirt. Oh my god. And of course, Ellie's gonna serve face, bitch. She's serving face, bitch. Her makeup looks so good. I don't know if she did her own makeup. I'd like to think she did because I love it. There's a gif of her looking slay. I mean, get in fucking to it. She also has cute little elf ears, which I always wish I have. I always wish I had those, but I don't. Our most iconic character outfits come from none other than Miss Manny Santos. Manny is cited as the most iconically dressed character pretty often, I think. Here's some early season Manny looks. I love her hair in this. This is, of course, from the scene where her and Craig are singing in her dream. She looks so cute in that outfit. Here's Manny in some cute little hats. This outfit is really fucking iconic. The booty shorts with the matching shirt and then the hat, love. Love. Absolutely love. She's always matching her shirt with her hat. Love it. The red, I don't know what this is, like a page boy cap with her red top and her red bracelets. Love it. Love it. And of course the bikini with the blue hat. I just thought that was iconic. Underrated Manny look. Manny at the 80s dance dressed like Blossom. Do you know who Blossom is? I will tell you. She's played by the bitch who plays Amy Farrah Fowler in The Big Bang Theory. Speaking of Blossom, weird little connection. The bitch who wrote Secret Life of the American Teenager started writing on Blossom. There's no such thing as a coincidence. The Blossom look? Why does she look so cute in this? I love it. Here's some matching sweatsuit moments. This outfit, underrated bop. The turtleneck with this fuzzy vest is so cute. And her hair back like that with the hoops, love. This is my cute little shirt section. Cute little shirt. Cute little shirt. Her hair looks nice like that. Cute little shirt. Blue tube top. It's a cute little shirt. This one says Disco Nights with a rainbow. It's cute and it's a little shirt. This one, whatever the fuck that is, she's giving. She's fucking giving in that shot. I love it. This, her hair slays. Her cute little shirt slays. And of course, chick, cute little one-shoulder shirt. Finally, here's some full body Manny looks. These aren't like my favorite, but you know, they're full body Manny looks. This one slays. This slays. This is when Allie throws a drumstick at her head. This one, so simple, but she slays. And this is like a full body shot. It's very dark, but I love it's the page boy cap, denim jacket, denim skirt combo. Now it is time for the worstest of all time. The bad outfits are really kind of iconic. So let's just get into it. First of all, is Manny in any outfit she wears with this fucking pink fedora. I don't even know what to say about this. Whatever the fuck is going on, I don't like it. That hat is ugly, and every outfit she wears it with is so ugly. Speaking of hats, here's some of the worst hat moments. Paige in this pink cowboy hat, which would usually be iconic, it's not giving what it's supposed to give. Ellie and Marco in fedoras in this promo pic for no reason. Nobody needed that. This was part of that commercial shoot, but I just think it's really awful. It looks gay in a bad way, like he's giving Frankie Grande. Derogatory. And Marco, his hat, what the fuck, Marco? Take the hat off and he looks normal, but the hat, what the fuck, Marco? The next section is the cultural appropriation section. So first of all, Terry with cornrows. Terry would get cornrows sometimes, and that's just a thing that would happen. And Marco had cornrows for like one episode and then took them out. So thank God for that, but he did have them. And then of course, the traditional Indian dress dance, which like if you're going to an Indian wedding and your Indian friend is like, let me dress you, it's going to be iconic. You're good. You're so good. However, in this case, Marco decided that the theme of the dance should be Bollywood, and then they all, of their own accord, dressed in traditional Indian dress-inspired outfits. And I will say there is not one South Asian person on the cast until Sab joins the cast, which is in season 7. It's just a little bit, it's not tasteful. We'll say that. Next up is some random little moments here. Terry in the Duggar 9000. What the fuck is this about? She's giving Michelle Duggar's 13th pregnancy. Ashley in this horribly fitted Elvis outfit. It makes her look so wide. She looks like the male bathroom symbol. Why does it fit her like that? That's horrific. Whatever the fuck this is a behind the scenes photo, but whatever the fuck Jay is wearing in this. Liberty Minion. I have to tell you a secret, I love the Minions. But it is a little bit funny whenever somebody dresses like one. It's like, could you not see that wearing some form of overalls over a yellow shirt looks like a Minion? This outfit, in my head, I've been calling it the LuLaRoe outfit. I think she looks so LuLaRoe in this, like in the way that I'm an army wife that's now thousands of dollars into debt because I joined a pyramid scheme that sells ugly printed outfits. I think that dress is so ugly. Marco in his outfit where Spinner says,
Did the gay superhero know you stole his belt? But this outfit's ugly as shit. Inspector Gadget over here. Need I say more? Marco's Matrix fit, where he shows up and he's like my outfit? And he's wearing this with his cowboy boots and his cuffed ass pants. Please, Marco. And then here's some villainous hair moments. Spinner, when he cut his hair off to this, literally ruined my life. I was like, oh my god, I can't stand it. He looks so bad. He looks so bad in the tongue piercing. Like, it's, ew, so gross. Like, I don't hate tongue piercings, but I hate it in this instance. Terry, in her 80s look, her makeup looks really good. Like, her makeup looks good, but everything else, what the fuck? And then, of course, Manny's villainously dyed blonde hair that was not toned for the end of the slideshow. The greatest of all time. The best Degrassi outfits of all time. First of all, we have the Craig shirts. Is there much to say about it? I love it. I love it. I love it. I remade it, of course. It's good. I love how they all styled it differently according to their own styles. Here is some Emma looks that I really like. This Emma look on the right is one that's commonly used as like a picture of a good Degrassi outfit. It's a really cute little butterfly tank top with the shirt and the headband. She looks really cute. I like it. This is an underrated Emma outfit. This little dress she wears when she's like working on cars with Peter. It is so cute. Like, that is such a cute dress. I love that. And I love it with her like really bleached blonde hair. Okay, underrated banger. Alex in this outfit. Her high heels, her gloves because she's been working on a car. The pants she has tied up just below the knee, the red tube top, long extensions, and the big hoops. She looks so good. So good. This outfit is fucking iconic. I absolutely love that. More people need to talk about it. This Paige outfit, so super cute. I like butterflies, the crop top, low-waisted jeans, of course, the colored glasses. This is a really good Paige outfit. I think it really encapsulates Paige and her style. This is an underrated Paige outfit. The jeans I really like, but then she's wearing a corset top. And I thought that was like so cute. I thought it deserved to be in the best category. I really like that. Of course, this one's just iconic. The hottie outfit. This is the first instance of Paige. I think I talked about these during season 1. Emma's dolphin pants literally slay my life. Manny. These are some of the most iconic outfits. Of course, her whale tail thong that she's walking down the hallway with after she got hot. That's just an iconic scene, an iconic outfit. This is one of my favorite underrated bops. Orange cowboy hat Manny with the orange and red and yellow tube top and the denim skirt. She looks so campy. I love that. And this is my favorite Manny outfit of all time. And we got so criminally little of this outfit. This is from the same clubbing episode where Emma is wearing that blue and pink combo. Wraparound top that's like pink and has orange on it. She's got, again, like a whale tail thong going with low-waisted jeans. And her hair looks so cute. And she's got big pink hoops in. She looks so good. It's so cute. She's giving the hot fish from Shark Tale. Is she not? She's giving the hot fish from Shark Tale. And finally, my best dressed character, Miss Ellie Nash. I think Ellie's styling, when she was really alternative, is so on point and good with the style at the time. And it just looks so good. Like, her face was made to be styled like this. It is the greatest of all time. I believe that. I love these little pattern tops she wears. The way they do her makeup with the dark lipstick, the dark eyeliner and eyeshadow, the slightly thicker but still thin brows. And then the hair is always like tied up in multiple places. We've got braids. Sometimes it's dyed. It's got color in it. I just cannot express enough how much I love this style on her. And I think this is like one of the best styling moments, if not the best styling moments in Degrassi history, is how they styled Ellie. I think a lot of people only talk about Manny and Paige because they're really Y2K
styled, but the real ones know that Ellie is like the best dressed and styled character. This has been my Degrassi fashion review. I hope you enjoyed. Let me know if there's any outfits I missed that you love. Back to the video.
Sweet Mother Mary, who knew Christian girls could be so hot?
Right away, we have some things going on. We are introduced to a brand new character named Peter.
Hi, welcome to Emma. I'm Degrassi.
Nice to meet you, Degrassi.
Peter's over here. He also is Miss Hatzalakos' son. Craig and Ashley are no longer together. As exactly as Craig predicted, she met a man named Alistair while she was in England and forgot about him, and she will not be back. Episode 1, Manny has a brand new haircut, and she's determined to become an actress.
Do you think that agent is ever gonna call me? Think that Peter guy is ever gonna notice me?
Her haircut slays, by the way. It's like a wolf cut, almost. Manny is really convinced she needs to become famous. When she gets an invite to Peter's party, she goes, gets really drunk, and Peter, starting the year off with a bang, films a video of Manny flashing the camera and distributes it across the school.
I'm gonna be an actress. Like, Academy Award winning. You can sell this for $1 million because I'm gonna be famous.
Peter's first introduction is as a sex criminal. We love that for him. Manny's parents, we find out, do not support her dreams of becoming an actress. They think that she's stupid, and she says the R word.
And you're great. What, do you think I'm retarded?
Spinner has worked out a deal with Hatzalakos that he can come back to school. So he is back to school, but he's now a semester behind everybody else. Then in episode 2, after Peter has distributed Manny's boobs across the school,
I don't like you. Say the truth, I think you're a freak.
Emma finds out that Manny did this and gets very upset, and they are no longer friends anymore. And she calls her nasty words. She says, I hate you.
But Emma, I hate you.
And then Peter calls her an attention whore with a temper. So Manny's just really going through it, guys.
You're a big, fat attention whore. An attention whore with a bad temper.
P.A. and M. Huh? P.A. Huh? Paige and Manny? Paige? Oh, and Matt. Okay. In episode 3, Paige and Matt finally break up. Thank the fucking Lord. But it's not for the reason it should be, which is that he's an adult. It's because he's like lost his job and his life is going downhill and he's acting like a nutso. So there's still no bad feelings between them, which is fine, I guess. We also get introduced this episode to Derek.
And I will be watching you shoot today.
Why? You're the guy that got shot.
Who is best friends with Danny. And Derek is really good at basketball and sports in general. He's introduced to be an enemy to Jimmy. Jimmy used to be a basketball player, obviously. Now he's going to be the coach because he can't play anymore. Derek says some nasty things about how they have a cripple as a coach. And they have like a whole back and forth all episode.
All the coaches out there and they give us a cripple? Come on, man.
So I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm scared. Scared of hurting a cripple.
What's going on?
At the end of the episode, eventually, they have a shooting competition in which Jimmy absolutely destroys Derek, and he says, "How's it feel to get beat by a cripple?"
You just got beat by a cripple.
Then Derek respects him. And Derek is a little rat. He's a little shithead rat. Just look at him. Yeah. Also in this episode, Paige is in detention, but she wants to get out so she can go to the college day. Peter is also there, and Paige says, excuse me, Snake. Mr. Simpson, how is it fair that I'm here for this while Peter distributed Manny's breasts electronically across the school? And then Snake lets her go.
I sniped at Alex in class. He distributed Manny Santos's breast through the school electronically. I don't belong here.
Tatsalakas. Oh, I mean your mummy would say no.
Alex and Paige start smoking weed, and Paige makes a fool of herself at her interview for her dream college, which is Banting, because she's high out of her mind. In episode 4, Liberty starts acting really like uptight, like she's really stressed out and like mad at JT all the time, and he can't figure out why.
You know, student council president comes with a lot of responsibility. You even know what that means.
Whatever you say, Your Majesty.
And there's this one scene where she's walking and her backpack is like so high up on her back. It just looks ridiculous.
I've called, I've emailed. If I give you a lift, will you take that as an apology?
JT is like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so immature.
You're immature, you're a clown.
Liberty admits to JT that she's pregnant, and that's why she's so stressed out. So that's a development. And then she breaks up with JT and says she can't be with him unless he grows up to take care of their baby. Spinner gets invited to Christian Friendship Club by Darcy, and they start dating, and Spinner's exploring Christianity. Okay. In episode 5, Craig and Manny start dating, which is a new development. Before they were just hooking up, having illicit affairs, etc. And when Downtown Sasquatch, their band, gets hired to play a wedding, Craig brings Manny in to play the tambourine because she would like to be in the band. And this causes distress because Ellie is also in their band now, and Ellie plays the drums, and Craig and Ellie have some weird flirting happening, so very much dramatic. And every time Manny plays the tambourine, it slays.
How could you not say
C-U-N-T?
Like that's
C-U-N-T.
like, because when you say something
C-U-N-T,
it means like it's feminine and it's like desirable.
Did you just throw a drumstick at my head?
You could feel it through all that hairspray. Amazing.
There's also a scene in which Craig is at the pharmacy and he runs into Joey, who's buying condoms to use with his very young girlfriend.
Joey, hey, what are you doing here? Oh.
I was just getting these,
Prophylactics.
Yeah. Yeah, Marco, that's exactly what I'm doing, because, well, we gotta be safe, right?
Sure.
So you guys remember that, okay? No glove, no love.
You.
In episode 6, Jimmy's dad really wants him to go out for the Paralympics basketball team, and he's thinking about doing that, but to do that, he'd have to quit the band. He wants to do music. Basketball is his dad's dream type of vibe, and they end up getting in a fight, and he stands up to his dad.
Because you keep trying to bring this old Jimmy back. This star player, the athlete. That Jimmy is gone. That Jimmy got shot.
JT is trying to man up so he can be a dad, and Danny is in home ec class, and for home ec class, they have to take care of a fake baby. Danny says some good lines about why he's taking home ec.
Family planning project. I'm Mr. Mom for a week.
Why are you taking family planning?
Why does anyone take? Because it's a bird course. Plus, class is full of fly mammies and one dude.
So JT wants to help him out with that. The baby ends up getting thrown in the air and absolutely destroyed by a car, which is pretty funny.
Stop or give him back to me. You're going to make me fail.
No, I won't.
You will. Face it, JT. You suck.
I don't suck. I just need a little more practice.
Shit, a lifetime's worth.
Give me the baby back. No!
Nice work, genius.
In episode 7, Liberty decides JT has grown up enough to be back with her. However, she says that she wants them to move into an apartment so they can live there to have the baby. And JT doesn't know what to do because he doesn't have enough money to do that. He's been working at a pharmacy, so he gets roped in by Jay to selling pills he steals from the pharmacy at the ravine. Love that for him.
Oxycodone. Sweet.
Peter and Emma are fighting, but they're also getting concerningly close, especially after he's a sex criminal.
Hitting the pavement for a cancer-free world too?
Yeah, you mean one without you in it.
In episode 8, JT gets in over his head with the drug selling. Liberty finds out about it, and she starts beating him up and calling him names, which is pretty funny.
You stupid, thoughtless imbecile! You will destroy everything.
Ow, stop!
Then he is spiraling again and goes to the ravine with all of his drugs. And it turns out the guy didn't want to buy them anymore. So JT, who is like having a rough go of it, takes like a bunch of pills and passes out. And Jay takes him to the hospital.
Somebody get the car!
Liberty comes to visit him there and he says, "Stomach pump 1, JT 0.
Stomach pump 1, JT 0.
A fantastic line. They once again are broken up. It seems that Snake is having some sort of midlife crisis. He bought a motorcycle from Joey and he's been driving it around, and Spike is not happy with him.
Looks like Snake shed his old skin. Don't make me think about his skin.
He eventually has to give his bike up and he goes to Joey in the end, and Joey goes, "He's fast, he's furious, he's covered in Kevlar."
He's fast, he's furious, he's covered in Kevlar.
In episode 9, Marco goes home and his dad is talking about his cousin Lou, who is gay. Remember, Marco still isn't out to his dad. So he goes home and his dad is saying, "Cousin Lou is a Pinocchio," in his crazy Italian accent.
Cousin Lou. Oh, please, Cousin Lou's a Pinocchio.
To raise a homosexual is a disappointment.
For a parent to raise a homosexual, it's like a failure, an embarrassment.
Marco is very afraid to come out then, obviously, but he meets a kid at school who's also gay. And this kid at school, his dad finds out he's gay and kicks him out of the house. So he goes to stay with Marco for a little bit until things are smoothed over. And this kid is like, "I forgot to log out of my computer. Next thing you know, my dad sits down, gay chat room."
Marco, I'm such an idiot. I left my computer on and I forgot to log out. Oh, classic beginner's mistake. My dad sat down and there it was, a gay teens chat room.
So I just think it's funny how stereotypical all that is, like dad coming on "Are you gay?" quiz. And then basically this all culminates at the end. They're doing another Shakespeare play. How many plays these kids do a year, I will not be able to comprehend. But Marco is in Hamlet and he ends up coming out to his dad at the end and everything seems generally okay.
But now my cousin Hamlet and my son. Hamlet?
Peter and Emma do start dating, so that's them. And he's sending her shirtless photos on his flip phone. Sin City wasn't made for you. In episode 10, Spinner is going on a Christian retreat with Darcy. We learn about abstinence, love and marriage. It's a little ridiculous.
Married? No. This is a pre-engagement ring. We gave them to each other last year when we pledged our abstinence. And we love Jesus. This is really the best way to show it, man.
Yeah, but if Jesus didn't want us to have sex, he'd make every girl look like Quasimodo's sister. I mean...
Jay runs into Spinner at the mall and invites Spinner to a party.
Jay, they let you out on parole?
Time off for good behavior. Oh, hey, Nuns R Us is having a black and white sale. You should really check that out.
He says dozens of horny honeys are going to be at the party. And Spinner's like, "Sorry, I can't."
So, this weekend, you, me, Dozens of horny honeys and an ice-cold keg of beer sound good.
Spinner's at the Christian thing. Jay ends up crashing. He shows up and says some really funny stuff like, Holy Mother Mary, who knew Christian girls could be so hot?
Sweet Mother Mary, who knew Christian girls could be so hot?
Who's your savior now?
Who is your savior now?
And also, I'm the devil.
Oh yeah, I'm the devil. I'm the evil low-down sinner. Somebody save me.
That's so me, it's unreal. I'm the devil. I say that all the time. Spinner beats the shit out of Jay. No clown music for this one because they've really outdone themselves with the grunting and punch noise additions.
Spinner, why'd you do it, huh? Why'd you do it, huh?
Jimmy and Hazel end up breaking up because she is jealous of Ellie and doesn't like that Jimmy's flirting with Ellie. Rest in peace, Jazel. Himmy. What's their name? What's their ship name? Jazel or Himmy? In episode 11, Kevin Smith's movie is finally premiering, and Paige finds out that all of her scenes have been cut. She's not in the movie. She's upset about this. However, her and Alex are going to go together and they're going to have fun anyway. Hazel doesn't like how close Paige and Alex are getting, and Hazel calls Alex a skank, and Paige says, "Did you just skankify my friend?"
Our limo's a skank-free zone.
Did you just skankify my friend?
Paige decides she's going to be a skank with Alex at the premiere to show Kevin what he's missing. Marco is wearing an absolutely criminal outfit.
The real party is through those doors.
In order to get into like the VIP section, Paige and Alex act like a couple because they think everyone will think lesbians are hot and let them in. It works.
Oh, sweetie, I hope you didn't tire yourself out at work. You promised me some hot dancing.
All right, in you go.
Toby and Liberty also try to get in. Liberty's pregnant, and the guy just picks up Toby and puts him outside of the thing.
Personal friend of Kevin, and if he finds out that you didn't let us in, you're gonna be in big trouble, pal. Huge.
I can move myself.
And then Jay breaks his way in, and he's like, "I like your little lesbian thing you got going on."
So, this new lesbian thing you got going on.
Me too, Jay. Jay loves lesbians. Ooh. Ooh. Emma and Peter are also there, and they try to go to a theater to get some privacy, and they end up walking in on Hatzilakos and Snake kissing. Emma does tell her mom about this, and they break up for the time being. Paige and Alex go home after their night of fun and dancing, and they actually kiss. How exciting is this? Lesbians! Literally, when I tell you, we screamed. We were so excited about this plot development. I love them together. In episode 12, Paige and Alex, they haven't talked about their kiss yet, so they are just kind of like bestie alert. Paige goes to Marco and confides in him and is like, "How did you know you were gay?" Well, actually, she says, "Have you ever looked at a girl before?" And Marco thinks she's trying to say that there's a girl that likes him.
Do you ever think about girls?
Interesting question. First thing in the morning. Now, did you miss the years that I dated your brother?
But just because you're gay, that doesn't mean you can't think about girls every now and then, right?
Are you trying to hook me up with someone? Oh, wicked. I mean, there's a girl out there who likes me.
No. The object of female affection's pretty much me.
You. Oh my, I knew it. It's Heather Sinclair. Well, Paige, I've seen the way she looks at you, and...
Temple, ew. No, it's not Heather Sinclair.
But Paige ends up going to find Alex, and they talk it out, and they start dating. Jay oversees this.
I thought maybe your new bestest girlfriend might want them back.
And decides that he doesn't like this, so he goes to tell Hazel that Paige is a lesbian, and he says, "Do you really think Paige wants to end her distinguished high school career as the school lesbo?"
Listen, do you really think that Paige wants to end her distinguished high school career as the school lesbo?
Then Hazel decides to confront Paige about this and says, "Did you become a lesbian without telling me?"
Did you become a lesbian and not tell me?
Let me be clear about this. it is never explicitly stated. It's like they're allergic to saying the word bisexual, but Paige is bisexual while Alex is a lesbian. Even though she's dated men in the past, has realized that she never actually liked men. I mean, maybe I'm biased because this was my experience, but I also dated men before I came out as a lesbian, and I feel like this was a really good plot move, but I just wish they like fleshed it out further and had maybe some conflict with Alex. I guess I just wish Alex was more of a main character, but I wish that they had focused more on her struggling with having dated men, but also realizing that she's a lesbian, because I think that's like a really good plot line, and a lot of girls and women who are lesbians go through that because of compet. I could go on forever. However, Paige will continue to date men, and she doesn't ever date another woman, but it is implied that she is bisexual. They just never say the word bisexual. I am like begging TV shows to just say bisexual. And I said, yes, lesbians. I'm talking about Alex. Paige is not a lesbian. She's bisexual. Let's just put that out there. Say her name. Paige bisexual. Jay, ex-boyfriend of lesbian. Love that for him. I will be his new lesbian girlfriend. Okay, I'm gonna stop this voiceover now. In episode 13, Craig and his band are trying to get signed, and they go to like the agency and everything, but it turns out the guy only wants Craig. Like, he doesn't think the rest of them are talented enough, and he actually ends up saying them's the breaks.
Them's the breaks.
Which is one of my favorite sayings ever since Boris Johnson said it when he got fired.
But them's the breaks.
Them's the breaks. Liberty and Toby are hanging out, and her water breaks in Toby's grandpa's car.
What? Why is there water on the floor?
Toby, it's time.
Time? What time? Time for what? No, not here. No, not in my bubby's car.
And then she has the baby.
Toby, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're gonna be fine.
She does end up giving the baby up for adoption. Episode 14, Spinner is in the trenches, you guys. Spinner's in the trenches of Christianity. I wish I had something different to tell you, but I don't. He is really in it.
Interest you in this interesting pamphlet about Jesus.
Spinner, may I suggest methadone to kick the Christian habit?
In the beginning, they're at like a carnival, and they're talking about Spinner being a Christian. And Ellie says Christians are brainwashed, to which one of them says, they're not brainwashed, they're too busy singing about Jesus.
Cannot believe Friendship Club brainwashed Spinner.
There's not much brainwash.
Guys, they don't brainwash. They're too busy singing and praying and stuff, right?
Tomato. Religion is so boring and lame. The church, not too big on the gays.
There's also a moment where Marco is wearing like the most ridiculous outfit, and I can't remember who says it to him. It must be like Craig or something. Craig is like, does the gay superhero know you took his belt? Maybe Spinner says it.
Well, it's good to see your taste in fashion hasn't changed. Does the gay superhero know you took his belt?
The Friendship Club has decided they will be protesting the Student Council's safe sex drive. The Student Council is going to give out condoms, contraception. They're going to protest for abstinence.
Condoms make kids have sex, man.
Oh, whoa, wow, well, that's retarded. Where'd you get that from, huh? Some stupid pamphlet?
Okay, this is one of the strangest things about the script writing. These two instances this season, the first one being in the very first episode when Manny says the R word to her mother, and this instance where Marco says the R word when talking about abstinence. Those are the only two times in the script that somebody uses the R word in casual conversation like that. I don't want to say those are the only two times, but those are the only two times I noticed it, people using it like it was just a normal part of language. And I truly don't know what was up, like why they would do this, because they never did it the seasons before this. We went 4 seasons never hearing that word. And all of a sudden there's 2 in normal conversation. It's like they hired a new writer or something, and the writer was like, I know how kids talk. Let me take this. And just add it into R words. why, like, I don't know what happened, but that is something that happened. And now, looking back on it, obviously it's completely wrong and problematic, but you have to admit it's a little bit funny. It's just a little bit funny that they just said it so casually in conversation. Like, what even? Who thought that was okay? And they all come in with signs that are like, love, abstinence, and love, and Spinner's totally brainwashed.
Abstinence equals safe sex.
No sex.
What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? What are you doing here with signs?
Yeah, Marco says that he doesn't want to support Spinner's Christianity because they don't like gay people. A big fight happens at the friendship versus sex party, and a lot of slurs are thrown by this random man who leads the friendship club.
Why don't you try going to church?
I do. Every Sunday.
Okay, Shaggy from the live-action Scooby-Doo movie.
They let you in?
What's that supposed to mean?
I think you know exactly what it means. The Bible's clear about sexual deviancy.
What? Who is this bigoted freak?
So I'm a freak. It's better than being a homo.
Episode 15 is another eating disorder episode, trigger warning. Emma decides she's too fat, and the whole time it's just her basically trying to exercise it off or vomit. She says things like, I'm gross, Manny.
I'm gross, Manny. I look disgusting. Let me guess. You went to visit Shaquille O'Neal and all you got was his running suit? Shaq is ginormous.
And she ends up passing out at school, and she just passes out in a really funny way. And then there's also a scene where Snake is singing karaoke for some reason. He's in the trenches because his wife broke up with him. In episode 16, Alex and Hazel are trying to get along for Paige because Alex is dating Paige and Hazel's her best friend and they don't get along.
Why don't we all go out? Get loaded, get into some trouble.
I could do up some fake IDs. Take you ladies on a pub crawl.
They all end up going to the mall, and Hazel says some nasty things.
Paige used to be straight until you came along and turned her gay. But fashion isn't exactly what Alex's type does well.
My type? Lesbian, you mean?
No, the style impaired.
So Alex is a lesbian, and we love that for her. She was just dating Jay because she felt like she had to, which was so me in high school. We are so alike. Sexy, lesbians, dating blonde women, sexy, in love with Jay Hogart. Anyway, Hazel and Alex get into a fist fight. This is also the end of Emma's eating disorder arc. She goes to therapy and she's fine again. Marco has been dating a random gay man he met, but after some weird things like the man gifting him a 4-leaf clover, he decides he doesn't want to date him anymore and he ends up getting back with Dylan.
Oh. Wow. Thanks.
Whatever. Dylan bores me.
This is so not over, not even close.
Dylan and Marco fight this episode, but then in the end they get back together. But this scene of them fighting...
Don't call me. Don't text me. Don't email me. Don't even think about me.
Why is it giving Diary of a Wimpy Kid?
Don't call me. Don't come by my house. We're done.
In episode 18, there is yet another play happening. Literally, what the fuck? For this play, Spinner and Manny have to fake kiss, and this makes Darcy really upset.
Marry me, Charlotte.
I will, Victor, I will.
Well.
What was that?
Manny gets upset that she's upset and ends up telling Darcy that Spinner isn't a virgin like he said, which makes Darcy very mad, and she ends up breaking up with Spinner because he lied. Darcy also says that Manny is the school's biggest slut.
Considering you are the school's biggest slut.
And then walks out of the room with drums playing like it's High School Musical 2.
What are you guys doing?
Alex and Paige get in a fight because their futures seem to be going different directions. Paige got into Banting, which is her dream college, and Alex doesn't really know what she wants to do. So they end up breaking up. Oh, rest in peace after I just said I love them. Oh, I haven't even added their line yet. Whatever. And we get a really nice scene in which Jay and Alex are hanging out, and like Jay has completely turned around and like understands that they're just gonna be best friends. And it's really cute. I really like them as best friends.
Just friends hanging out.
I think I just really like the trope of man who was dating a closeted lesbian still wants to be her best friend when they break up. I think I wish I had that. Me every day. I wish I had a boy who was a friend. In episode 19, Spinner and Darcy make up and they start dating again. Ashley's back. Hello? Okay. She comes back at the very end of the school year.
The ghost of Ashley Kerwin. How you doing?
I'm no ghost. I'm the real thing.
She's like, I'm back from England. And Jimmy's like, yo, Ashley, what's up? Why'd you come back? And she says, it's so hard to find a school with such a mix of gonorrhea outbreaks and shootings.
Tried some schools there, but couldn't find anything quite like this.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard to find a school with such a unique combo of shootings and gonorrhea outbreaks.
Spinner and Darcy had broken up that one day. After they broke up, and after Paige and Alex broke up, Spinner and Paige met up and kissed in a weird, like, emotional moment. Spinner sends a text message that says, help, something happened with Paige, except it's on his flip phone and it's not a text message, it's an email.
I'll dig out my Elvis wig, fire up the mic, and see if I can't get my...
And I just think that's a funny way to show it as an email on his phone. Why are they emailing on flip phones? I don't know. But that's the end of the season, the end of season 5. And then we're going on to season 6. So let me put my lines up and I'll be back. Alrighty. Oh, I also forgot to mention Ashley and Jimmy got back together too at the very end there. The recap is the high points of the season, Alex and Paige, love that. Other high point, Jay redemption arc at the very end. Love that. Another high point, stomach pump 1 JT0. That's a great line. Not my favorite season, but not my least favorite. Anyway, season 6. Let's go. Season 6.
Easy, cuckoo bananas.
And this brings me to my new t-shirt. Dun 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 dun. I love my boyfriend, Jay Hogart. What does he have to say? Absolutely nothing. I love that picture of him with a cigarette in his mouth. That says enough about me as a person. So, season 6, episode 1. All these guys are graduated, mostly. Spinner, Jimmy, and Ashley are still going to be attending Degrassi. They were all held back because Ashley was away, so she missed a semester. Jimmy got shot, so he missed a semester. And Spinner was expelled, so he missed a semester. Alex will also be coming back to finish her college entrance exams. It's just a way for her to be on campus with everybody. Ellie and Marco are going to Toronto U. This is where Dylan goes. Craig, I think he's just trying to be a musician. I don't know if he's even in school. He's graduated though. Hazel is gone. We don't see her again. Marco and Ellie are moving into Dylan's house for college. Paige is going to a university that's farther away, so she's not there. Marco is desperate for his relationship to seem real to his dad because he's moving in with the boy and his dad's accepting of it. But then his dad comes over and Dylan ends up fucking up and like dumping a dresser on him and he falls over.
Really, I can't.
No, really, honest. I really,
Pop.
Oh, my back. It's thrown. Just leave me, Marco. Pretend I'm not here.
Pretend there's not a 200-pound Italian man lying on my floor?
Also, Sean is back and he's sexy. Woo! He's hanging out with Jay. He says, like, I'm living with Jay now. And Jay goes, whoa, easy there, Brokeback Mountain.
I moved back. I'm with Jay now.
Easy, Brokeback Mountain.
Peter, over the summer, is still dating Emma. His dad buys him a car, and he shows up and he goes, check out my whip.
Yo, Deuce, check out my whip.
He's a very spoiled little boy. And immediately after Sean shows up, Sean and Peter have a rivalry because they are both interested in Emma. Really, Kiwi? This cat got so sick the other day, I was like convinced she was gonna die. Sean and Peter have an automatic rivalry because they're both interested in Emma.
Check out Mr. Stud. Degrassi's big-time heartthrob.
Please, Sean's got a tire iron for a brain.
I think I might need to stop for the night. I'm so, like, out of it, I swear. I think I'm gonna stop for the night again. Okay, I'll pick this up tomorrow.
For my king, anytime.
Good morning, USA. I've got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. Good morning, everyone. It's the morning and I'm ready to go again. I look at this wall and I'm like, holy shit. This is like insanity right here. I don't even know if you can follow this anymore. But country girls make do. If you see the dark circles under my eyeballs, it's because I stayed up too late last night because I was going to go to bed at like 3. But then right before 3 at like 2:30, the news came out that BBC kicked Chew out of Luna. And we've been in the trenches since then, let me tell you. Anyway, let's get on with it. I'm going to start with episode 2 because I did episode 1 and I'm pretty sure that was fine. So in episode 2, Sean and Peter are having their like big throwdown because Emma's dating Peter.
Yeah, I was gonna use those, but whatever.
Whatever's right. All right, I'm out of here, man. I'm going back to Osega.
He thought Emma had no boyfriend. He mad!
Peter, in a fit of rage against Sean, plants a bag of weed in Sean's locker and gets him in trouble with Hatzalakos, Peter's mummy. When Emma finds out that Peter lied about planting drugs in Sean's locker, she breaks up with him. And it seems like she's interested in Sean now. This girl moves through men like nobody's business, but what's that to me? Obviously, that increases their tensions, and this sends him spiraling. He's gonna fight with Sean, and by fight, I mean they're going to drag race. Jay is also there. While they're drag racing, Sean hits a man with his car. The guy, like, hits the hood and rolls off the car. And then Jay shows up and says, Sean, get out of here. You're an adult. Peter's not an adult yet. You need to go or you're going to be in federal prison.
Peter is a minor. You're 18. You're gonna do hard time for this. Dude.
I don't know how Canada works. I just assume federal prison is similar to U.S. federal prison. Although I don't know if they have states. They have states, but never mind. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So Sean books it out of there. So after running away and hiding from the police for a night, Sean feels so guilty he ends up turning himself in, and he does in fact go to federal prison. The man cannot catch a break. This man, may he rest in peace. In episode 3, Peter and Sean have their court date for hitting a jogger while drag racing, and Peter ends up getting completely off the hook, though he does get put on house arrest. Keep that in mind because he'll be singing about it soon. And after Jay goes to Emma for help and asks her to come to the court date, Emma tries to raise money to get Sean a good lawyer, but in the end he does end up going to prison.
Wait, that's it. That'll be our theme, a masquerade. Like, everyone will come in costume, all incognito.
Cucaracha. Speaking of cockroaches, what's he doing here?
Oh boy, can you see how much I'm enjoying myself? In episode 4, we get 2 brand new characters. Number 1 is Miss Nina Dobrev from The Vampire Diaries as Mia.
I just transferred here.
The teen mom from the rival school who's just transferred to Degrassi. And then the other is Roderick.
So Degrassi's picking up all the other school's trash now.
His name isn't Roderick in the show. His name is Nick, I believe. But he's played by Roderick. I decided to just put his name as Roderick to avoid confusion. He is from the rival school, and he just shows up for like a few episodes and screams, and then he's gone. But I love Roderick so much that I made his plate really big. He's currently dating Mia, but that will end like this episode. The plot in this one is that Mia has come to Degrassi, and she would like to join the Spirit Squad, the cheer team. And Manny is on board because Manny thinks she's a really good cheerleader. Insert clip of her just like rah-rahing. It's nothing crazy.
Okay, Mia, break a leg.
We're mad. We're bad. We're gonna kick your ass. We'll beat you, defeat you, might even try to eat you. We're nasty. We're sassy. Cause baby, we're Degrassi. Go Degrassi!
Darcy, her co-captain, is not happy with this because she's a teen mom and Darcy's a Christian. Also in this episode, Manny starts saying cuckoo bananas, which is something she will say this season and then never say again. But she says it a lot and I really like it.
Thank you, Sister Cuckoo Banana.
Jimmy and Ashley, their relationship is heating up. How many times can I say that? How many times have these two tried to fuck? Like, I don't know. But now Jimmy's in a wheelchair and he can't get his pee-pee hard. Me trying to talk about men in a sexual way. And Ashley's like trying everything. She's like got lingerie, whatever. He ends up going to the doctor, but he thinks he's never going to be able to do it. But then he's getting massage therapy by a sexy woman, and he ends up getting a boner.
Okay. Let's stretch those hip flexors.
Jimmy has a really good line at the end about dying as a crippled virgin.
Do you know what it feels like to know that your epitaph is going to read Jimmy Brooks, crippled virgin?
In episode 5, we're introduced to a brand new character, Claire.
Why are you so addicted to writing a dumb blog no one reads?
I'm not addicted, and people do read it. There's a whole online community of people who are 100 zillion times less annoying than you are.
It's good you got friends somewhere, even if they are invisible.
AKA Emma 2.0, annoying little bitch. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Claire becomes the main character of like the second end of Degrassi, The Next Generation, which I will not be covering in this video because it's too much. But she is Darcy's little sister. Mia has broken up with Roderick because he's violent. JT starts to take an interest in Mia, even though she has a kid. He is working on a kids show.
Me! Successful candidates are me! I'll get my old job back! The children need me, Liberty.
Bringing Mia and her kid to a taping and they get together. Liberty is understandably upset about this because she had their baby and gave it up for adoption because JT was a flop, and now he wants to be boyfriend, girlfriend with that teen mom. So the other side of the plot is that Darcy and Manny decide that they need boys to join their cheer team. So they're recruiting. And Darcy on the morning announcement says, "Did you know George Bush was a cheerleader?"
Did you know George W. Bush used to be a cheerleader? So why not you too?
I thought that was a good selling point. Danny and Derek decide they're going to go out for a cheer team because they want to touch women on the legs.
Where's the part where I get to grab Manny's inner thighs?
Peter decides he's going to go out for the cheer team as well. Probably for the same reason. We also find out that Darcy's been running a blog that's very popular, apparently, and she starts posting lewd photos on the blog, like photos of her in little clothing.
The email sound keeps going.
it's getting lots of attention. And Peter says, my friend from a different school, Adams, is very interested in your blog. Keep posting. And Peter starts taking photos of her in increasingly lewd situations and posting them. And she's feeling naughty and dirty because she's dating Spinner still. And she's doing this behind everyone's back because she wants to feel a little bit naughty.
There's also these two random snake lines that are just so funny. Like, why did they even make him say this?
It's hard drive maintenance day. Can you stand the excitement? I can't. All right, folks. Pop quiz on motherboards. Because let's face it, who doesn't love a good motherboard?
In episode 6, her webpage is blowing up. Okay, Spinner finds out about it and breaks up with her. I don't really think he actually cared. It's just that she didn't tell him and she was like flirting with men online. I don't think he really cared about the photos themselves. She decides she's gonna have to take the page down when she runs into Derek and Danny in the hallway and they say, send us a picture of your bazongas or something like that.
And we also want a shot of your bazungas by Friday.
Bazungas are off the table.
When she goes home from school, there's a creepy neckbeard man standing on her porch and is like, Darcy, I love your blog. Let's get to know each other. He's there to like kidnap her or something. But good thing Claire's on the balcony and calls 911.
I took down my page.
I was so sad. What happened? Why did you do that?
Hello, 911.
Wow, that was scary. My heart's going pitter-patter. In episode 7, these three are taking a quiz to see what job they should do, and Spinner ends up getting circus clown.
Clown? I'm supposed to be a clown?
He gets clown and then cop, which I thought were the same job. Ashley and Jimmy get lawyers, which apparently they want to be. Okay, whatever. This sends Spinner spiraling. He doesn't know what he's going to do. But eventually him and Jimmy decide that they're going to start making t-shirts. They start selling t-shirts and they're really popular with the college kids. So they eventually get the operation running enough and they get a loan and like get a shop. It's like so stupid. Why they thought their t-shirt designs could make it past like a few weeks on a college campus, I don't know. They make the whole shop, take out a loan to do so, and then some people come to rob them.
Spinner, help!
In episode 8, Sean gets released from jail and he is buffer than ever. And I hate to say it, but he looks sexy. He does look sexy. Him and Emma end up getting back together, to which Jay says, not even jail can keep you lovebirds apart. I think that was a good Jay impression.
Got the job?
A little pep talk helped. Thanks. And a big shout out to Jay, who totally went to the mat for his bud, huh? My best friend and my girlfriend, the only two people I can count on.
Girlfriend? Well, I guess not even jail time can keep you two lovebirds apart, huh?
We should all...
But Jay lets it slip that Emma once sucked him off at the ravine. After finding this out, Sean beats the shit out of Jay. Manny says cuckoo bananas again, too.
Easy, cuckoo bananas.
In episode 9, Craig and Manny are meeting up after he's been away living his rock star lifestyle. I never gave them a line. I need to do that. Manny and Craig have been dating for a while. Sorry, I forgot to put that up. He's been gone, living his rock star lifestyle, and he's back, and it's like nothing's changed. Manny goes to hang out with Craig, Ellie, and Ellie's boss, who's a freak. I'm not going to put his picture up, but they're like kind of dating. And Craig and Manny do coke.
I said that to her.
It's smart. You have to get noticed, right?
Oh my God. I love you so much. Right?
In the end, Ellie finds out and says, Craig, are you doing coke? And he lies and says, Manny's the one doing coke, not him, when he's the one who's gotten addicted to coke.
Craig, are you doing coke?
Manny is.
In episode 10, we get a new character in the form of Johnny DeMarco.
You know his name?
Friend of yours?
Will you tell JT we're gonna stomp his ass?
He's very ugly. I hate the way they style him, but he goes to school with Roderick, and they're part of the Lakehurst bullies that hate Degrassi. And in this episode, those two pull up on Toby and just beat the living shit out of him. Like, for real, they beat the shit out of Toby.
Hey, Degrassi nerd.
What are you guys doing here?
Your friends didn't show.
This is when the Lakehurst drama starts like actually intensifying to something violent.
To be clear, this rivalry exists because Mia, who is Roderick's ex-girlfriend, is now dating JT. So Roderick now has it out for JT.
But, I don't care. They're gonna pay for what they did to you.
Look, violence for violence only leads to the deepening of the darkness in the deepest dark. Wait, that didn't come out right.
No, I feel like the possibility of all those possibilities being possible is just another possibility that can possibly happen. Possibilities.
Craig, who is still on his coke binge, ends up going to a show, and Ellie is thinking that Manny's on coke. Craig kisses Ellie before the show. Manny finds out, breaks up with him. Ellie finds out Craig's doing coke, and he ends up being shipped off to rehab. Oh no. Okay, this is a very, very sad episode. In episode 11, there's a party being thrown. The party is a mix between Lakehurst and Degrassi kids, and Manny has been invited with her brand new Lakehurst boyfriend, Damien, who I've added to the wall. He also has a funny hat. Chris isn't here anymore, so I overlapped them a little bit, but they both have funny hats, so that's nice. This episode, JT starts realizing that he really misses Liberty, and he thinks he's still in love with her, so he ends up breaking up with Mia, and he goes to the party, and he's like, I'm gonna tell Liberty that I'm in love with her tonight. And Toby is wingmanning them. It's kind of cute. Toby's making out with some random girl at the party as well.
You know what rocks, JT? Making out. The chick.
JT exits the party to find Liberty. What he finds instead is the Lakehurst boys, including Johnny. Roderick is not there that time, vandalizing his car. He says, "What are you doing? Blah, blah, blah." And they make a stupid joke. JT says, "You guys slay me with your humor."
Oh, I get it. My car sucks. Ha ha. You guys slay me with your humor.
One of the Lakehurst boys pulls a switchblade, runs full speed, and stabs JT in the back.
Yeah, mascot boy? Laugh at this.
Liberty walks out and finds him screaming bloody murder.
Somebody help! Please! Somebody!
The way she's screaming is pretty funny. But JT dies. His very last words are,
You guys
slay me with your humor. Gay ally. Okay, now let's get some sad music, please. What you say? That you only meant well. Of course you did. What you say? That it's all for the best. This is one of the saddest moments in all of Degrassi, for real. I love JT, and he died. And the reason why they wrote him off was because he wanted to go to college, so okay, I guess.
Let's lighten the mood from that with a couple of very funny lines from the party. First of all, we have Jay shoving Johnny DeMarco into a staircase. Hot. And then Johnny DeMarco says, "Relax, Slim Shady, it's a party."
You know what that means? Booba!
Hey, relax, Slim Shady, it's a party.
And then Emma, who has decided she's going to lose her virginity to Sean at the party, instead gets really drunk, and she goes, "Never felt better, sexy man."
You look gorgeous tonight.
How you feeling?
I've never been better, sexy man.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
In episode 12, it's the aftermath of JT's death, which includes his memorial. Liberty is fighting with Mia over who gets his stuff, because apparently Mia thinks because she dated him for a few days, it seems like a few weeks maybe, she deserves his stuff. In a moment of weird emotion and passion, Liberty and Toby kiss on the mouth. Danny finds out and gets upset.
Danny would have to choke a dude. Does Danny have to choke a dude, Toby?
This is overall just like a really sad episode because JT died. All right. I added those lines. So in episode 13, let me start with the college kids. Marco and Dylan are on the rocks because Marco thinks Dylan is cheating on him.
Yeah, my nonna's bisteca.
Hey, so you guys got a single boy discount?
Turns out he's actually being recruited for a hockey team in like Switzerland or something. Marco goes to confront them, and this Swedish man or Swiss man, I don't know what country it is like, "Hello, Marco." He says it in his accent.
Nice to meet you.
Sorry, I can't say this.
Dylan tries to be like, yo, hold on, this is a recruiter. And Marco says, "Shut up, Curly."
Did Dylan here even bother to tell you that he's in a committed relationship? Or
Marco, whoa.
Shut up, Curly, because you know.
So that's what happens over there. They don't end up breaking up, but Marco and Dylan are like on the rocks a little bit. Emma and Sean, who are dating, are mad at Manny because she's dating Damien, who is from Lakehurst. So they go on like some double date, and Emma and Sean are being real, I can't say the C word, oop, I almost said it, are being real C-U-N-T-Y about it.
So, Manny, who you loyal to? Your dead friend or your new Lakers crush?
So that's nice. Damien had literally nothing to do with JT dying, so that's awesome. And then this ends up with Sean and Damien getting into a fist fight.
Take a big step back, Lakers guy.
In episode 14, Peter is trying to get with Darcy, who is still mad at him for taking photos of her and sending them to a pervert online who then showed up to her house.
You showed my private photos to some 40-year-old pervert. You can't make it up with a Bible quote.
I repent, I repent, I repent, I repent, I repent, I repent, I repent.
And she goes, "If you want to come tomorrow and feed the homeless with me, maybe I'll consider giving you a second chance."
Hey, I brought these for you.
Great idea. The homeless deserve beauty with their meals too, right?
Homeless what?
They end up getting together in the next episode. Paige starts having massive anxiety attacks. She's not doing well at banting. She sets her dorm room on fire on purpose. And comes back home because she is going to have to drop out, but she isn't telling anyone that's why she's home, but her life is a fucking mess.
Worldly? Lose the lesbian filter, hun. He is cute and funny.
In episode 15, Darcy and Peter are officially together. I've already added their line, and I'm almost out of red tape. So Paige is dealing with the fallout of her burning her dorm down and having to transfer. She ends up dropping out of Banting, and she's trying to find a job or decide if she should go to school. But she goes to like karaoke with Marco and Alex. Alex knows something's up, and she knows she's hiding something.
I don't change my mind for anybody. I won't waste my time on just anybody. I won't share my life with anyone but you. With anyone but you. With anyone but you.
Bust it, Maestro.
They go back home to Alex's house that night, and Paige and Alex kiss, even though Alex has a new girlfriend, but Paige is clearly jealous, and Paige tells Alex the truth about her failing out of school.
Alex ends up inviting Paige's mom to stage an intervention, and everyone finds out that Paige has failed out of school, but she ends up getting a fashion internship. Oh, and Peter broke his house arrest, and his parents are mad at him. And he goes, I was feeding the homeless. And Hatzilakos says, I don't care if you were curing the blind.
I was on my way home from feeding the homeless, doing a good deed.
I don't care if you were curing the blind, okay?
Oh, also, these two are back together. They made up a long time ago. Oopsie. In episode 16, Emma decides that she wants to have sex with her boyfriend, Sean. She runs into Snake at the pharmacy while they're buying condoms, and Snake is uncomfortable that he ran into them there.
He's have sensual in the name. Is that a good thing?
Which Emma takes as a sign that he is uncomfortable with her having sex and doesn't want her to have sex.
'Cause you obviously can't handle the fact that I'm a sexual being.
She goes on a massive rant about how Snake doesn't understand that she's a sexual being, and she puts on this crazy slideshow in his media class. It's like actually insanity.
And sex. More specifically, it's about how men have stifled women's sexual expression throughout history.
Right on, sister.
When men think of girls, this is what they see. But when confronted with something like this, a healthy, natural expression of physical intimacy, men can't handle it. At all. They feel free to ride their instincts, but when women stand up and declare their right to be sexual, it's this. A typical double standard. Men don't want to hear it.
And he's like, bro, I literally just think it's weird to think about my daughter fucking. That's it. Paige is kind of dating Ellie's creepy ex-boss man, and Spinner is still interested in Paige, so he doesn't like this. So he calls him an emo boy, tells him to go drink a latte.
Now is not such a great time, hun.
Yeah, go drink a latte, emo boy.
Episode 17, almost nothing happens, but there's a funny line about Friendship Club.
Use glasses drive? Great idea, Neckman.
And also, Marco and Spinner start a online gambling ring. What did I say about gambling? It keeps coming fucking up. In episode 18,
Marco, tell her.
Shut up!
Alex needs money so she can move out of her parents' house because her parents' house is not a good place for her to be. And Jay's new girlfriend is a stripper. She slays, by the way. She's like, I can get you a job at the strip club. So Alex is sexy dancing in the mirror.
On the floor, me at the door.
Nice vote of confidence, jerk.
I'm sorry. I'm on 3 hours sleep.
Joining the strip club as a dancer. Also in this episode, Sean decides that his best path to the future is to join the military, which Emma is very upset about because she is anti-establishment.
This is my worst nightmare, Manny. My boyfriend is joining the war machine. He could get himself killed protecting big corporations from the poor.
She's acting strange and acting funny because she doesn't want him to go, but she also doesn't want to tell him that because he's excited. We also get a shot of Jack in this episode. We haven't seen him in a while.
Jack.
In the end, Sean shows up at her door and is like, what's wrong? What did I do wrong? I know. You're anorexic again, aren't you? It's snowing in that scene, and the amount of fake snow they have falling on these characters is actually insane.
You're emotional, you're scattered, you have trouble concentrating. It adds up. You're anorexic again, aren't you?
Yeah, Sean is out. Sean's gone. He's gone to the military, so say bye to Sean. We're not going to see him again for a little bit. In episode 19, Paige and Alex have rekindled their romance. They're out with Jay and Jay's girlfriend. Paige does not like that Alex is a stripper. Okay, whatever. There's a lot of funny lines here where Jay is just talking out his ass, and I love him for that.
So what's in the bag? A gesture of sweet, sweet romance. You see, when a hot girl shakes her naked tatas for a living, word gets around.
Alex says she's gonna quit the strip club to make Paige happy, but she doesn't. She's still doing it in secret.
A big fat lie. Now there is a solid foundation for a relationship.
But then she ends up getting fed up enough that she quits when a man propositions her, and she says, I'm a lesbian. What didn't you get?
Okay, what part of I'm a lesbian didn't you get?
Oh, also right before Sean is going to army, Emma thinks she might be pregnant, but it turns out she's not. It's just a pregnancy scare. And that's the end of season 6. So a quick recap of season 6. JT dies, rest in peace. That's like literally so sad. Season 7 is their last semester at Degrassi. Season 6 is like okay. I feel like the plots were getting really shaky after the older kids went to college. So they're like kind of scrambling to like make up new plot lines. I'm also like really sad that JT had to die because like, I don't know. He's like one of the best characters and it seems sloppy that they put him with Mia just for like a couple episodes just to have him eat it. Like it could have been literally anybody else and I would have been fine. As Boris Johnson once said, them's the breaks. Some of my favorite moments from this season are Jimmy's boner shot was pretty good. Jay is really a bestie now. I like that about him. I love my boyfriend. But yeah, let's move on to season 7.
You know who we need? Someone like Rudy Giuliani or George W. Bush, someone who's gonna take names and kick butt.
Okay, season 7. This is where things go a little bit wild because they added a bunch of new kids to the mix. I'm not going to put them up because their storylines are completely separate from everyone up here. So that would be another thing if I was going to do that, and I'm not going to. So I'm going to be, from now on, just focusing on the plot lines that include our besties from here. Episode 1. We're back at school after winter break, and Manny has the most villainous haircut ever. She got like bangs and bleached it, but didn't tone it. It's like bright yellow. It's awful, but we forgive her. Also, we find out that over winter break, Lakehurst burned to the ground. Okay, so now all the Lakehurst kids go to school with them. Again, okay. That's such a Secret Life plotline. Also, in Degrassi, like Degrassi High, Degrassi Junior High, like all the versions of Degrassi, they also use the burning to the ground school plot a lot whenever they need to merge schools. So that's cool, I guess.
Lakehurst burns to the ground. How appropriate.
Believe me, I wish we're anywhere but this dump.
Yeah, that makes 2 of us.
I'm sorry I called you a digi-wiener and kicked your ass.
In episode 2, Dylan fucks off to Switzerland, so him and Marco break up. At the beginning of episode 2 as well, trigger warning, assault. Darcy and Peter have just woken up after being at a party, and Darcy knows she had sex but can't remember who she had sex with, and she thinks it was Peter. She realizes she was drugged, and this episode is going to need a very big trigger warning. She goes to Manny and is like, what if everyone thinks I'm a giant nympho?
What if people find out? What if they talk and say I'm like this big nympho? I swear I'd die.
Darcy ends up trying to kill herself in the bathroom. This episode is a lot. Like, just skip this one for real. In episode 3, Holly J comes in, and Holly J is actually one of my favorite characters, but I'm not going to put her up because she's in the next set of kids. Manny and Damien get back together, which I never broke them up, so okay. And they're trying to combine all the teams in the school so that Lakehurst and Degrassi aren't separate. Emma makes a comment about how segregation worked so well in South Africa.
No, hey, all right, cool your jets, guys. Come on.
Hey, let's instill segregation. Apartheid worked so well in South Africa. Why not here?
Holly J hears a rumor that Manny's a racist, and she says, I hear you're a racist.
So, Manny, Shantae and I were just trying to figure out who's hotter, Brad or Kanye.
As long as he's not black, right?
Excuse me? Rumor has it you're a racist.
Paige is getting fed up because she's working so hard, and Alex is just laying on the couch, and she once again breaks up with Alex because she thinks their goals aren't aligned. Paige is annoying for that.
It's the history of history.
Okay, that is too boring for words. It behooves me, as you and Eleanor's closest friend.
Oh, actually, I don't really like you.
In episode 4, Ashley and Jimmy, who are together, are going to send their demo into a recording studio because Craig, who's now out of rehab, just released his first album, and it's a big hit.
I'm looking so awkward posing.
You know, if Craig was still here, it would cut the amount of dork in the talent showcase by like 33%.
Look, she is the Ash.
Jimmy and Ashley want to get on that train. They record a song. It's the worst.
Tell me anything but the truth, cause I don't really know if I can take it now. Tell me anything but the truth, can't figure out how I'm supposed to make it now. Tell me anything but
Stop, Jimmy, stop.
Jimmy raps on the song. 21, can you do something for me? 21, do your thing, 21. Do you think 21? That's all I can think about when he raps. I'm pretty sure this picture's from that episode. And Ashley gets self-conscious because Jimmy's rap is so much better than her song. She's afraid they won't want her, they'll just want Jimmy. She deletes Jimmy's rap from from her song in like a really dramatic thing and then sends it to the record label without his rap on it. And then she doesn't get picked up. So, okay, karma, bitch.
Jimmy rambles his rhymes unrehearsed, they go wild. Everything's easy for him.
Yeah, except walking.
Jimmy meets up with Marco, one of Marco's roommates.
Cool chair, man.
One of the perks of being shot.
Marco, Ellie, and Paige live together with a fourth roommate because Dylan's gone, so they had to replace him. And he lives with a man who has connects in the industry. And the guy is like, you need to market yourself as a rapper in a wheelchair. Everyone's gonna love that. And Jimmy's like, I don't want to be the rapper in the wheelchair.
All these rappers glamorizing gang culture. You're the antidote.
I was shot in the back running away from a trivia nerd covered in yellow painted feathers. You're right. Who wants to hear from a rapping wheelchair gimp?
Better than being the rapper that grooms children, am I right?
This also happens.
In episode 5, Spinner is having pain in his balls. And Jimmy's like, bro, you need to go to a doctor. That's not normal. They say jungular area way too many times for it to be normal.
The jungular area. Stupid, okay? Yeah, you're stupid. Shut up. Look, Spin, I've had my issues with the jungular area.
It's not normal after once, actually. After Spinner gets in a fist fight with Johnny DeMarco and he gets hit in the stomach, it's like really bad pain. He does end up going to the doctor, and the doctor says they have to run some tests. Spinner's trying to be really cool about it. Jimmy's like, hey, what happened at the doctor? And he's like, well, she said it might be cancer of the nuts.
It's a total freak show, man. This lard ass ate a box of donuts. Really? And then there was this other dude who reeked of onions and horse pee. That's nasty. So, the doctor had nothing to say, though? She said I could maybe possibly have cancer of the nuts. Are you serious?
Another really random thing that happens this episode is this scene in the cafeteria in which the Lakehurst kids are constantly fighting with Degrassi kids. And Spinner says, we need someone who's gonna lay down the law in here, like George W. Bush or Rudy Giuliani.
There's a fight almost every day. It's anarchy.
You know who we need? Someone like Rudy Giuliani or George W. Bush, someone who's gonna take names and kick butt.
What the fuck is that about? That's the second time George W. Bush has been mentioned in Degrassi, The Next Generation. May I remind you that this TV show is Canadian, by the way, not American. A question I have about Canadians is what their obsession is with American politics. Like, I understand that Canada is really boring, and all you have is Justin Trudeau and his offensive little Halloween costumes, and we have a lot more going on down here. But what possessed the writers of these episodes to mention George Bush so often, and in this case, in like a positive context for children? I wanted to do some digging into who wrote these episodes and why they might possibly include this, because it seemed really weird that George Bush showed up twice in seemingly like there was no pushback on it, right? It was like we talk about George Bush in a positive context, and then there's no pushback on it. Also, the inclusion of Rudy Giuliani, that was just weird. Like, who the fuck was talking about Rudy Giuliani when this came out in like 2008 or whatever? Like, it just seems strange. So I thought maybe the writers of these episodes,
It's season 6, episode 5, and season 7, episode 5, whatever that means. I was like, are they conservatives? Because I just assumed nobody who worked on this show was a conservative, but maybe I was wrong. But I did some digging. First of all, the writer of season 7, episode 5, the one in which Spinner mentions both George Bush and Rudy Giuliani, is James Hurst. He also wrote on a bunch of other episodes, nothing like too crazy. After I figured out his politics, I'm not concerned about the other episodes he wrote, but if I was actually concerned about him being a secret conservative, I would be concerned that he wrote the gay bashing episode. But I've come to the conclusion that he's not a conservative, so it's okay. He is married to another writer on Degrassi named Shelley Scarrow, and she's the one who wrote season 6, episode 5, the first instance and mention of George Bush. I don't know what the fuck that's about. They're in on some little secrets together about writing George Bush into the narrative. I don't know. Like, I have no idea. When this came out, this was at the height of, like... When did this come out? I was right. This aired in 2008, which means... in January 2008, which means they filmed it in 2007. So this is probably right in the middle of Obama's first election cycle. George Bush is coming on to the end of his presidency. Bold choice, I guess, to be talking about George Bush at the end of his presidency like he was a good president. Like, what's that about? I'm pretty sure at that point everybody knew George Bush was like a war criminal, bad person. But like, okay, whatever, James and Shelley. So I looked into it. These two are married. I don't know. They seem to be pretty liberal. They're talking about how they hate Trump and stuff online. They're both still TV writers. I don't know, like, why. I just don't understand why they would write stuff like this. Like, the first inclusion, it was Darcy talking about George Bush. So maybe they're trying to say, oh, Christian people love George Bush. But then the second time, Spinner talking about George Bush? That just seemed unnecessary. Like, why did we need to give Spinner that political take? I don't get it. I also think it's weird that Canadian television, like, obviously this was aired in the US as well, but the fact that we hear almost nothing the entire show, like literally nothing about Canadian politics at all, but then they're just throwing in stuff like this about George Bush and Rudy Giuliani. We only hear about George Bush and Rudy Giuliani, never ever any other American politicians. Like, what was the point of including that? It just seems like such a strange choice. And again, I have to ask, why are Canadians so obsessed with American politics? Because their argument could be, well, the show is really popular in America, so we're trying to send a message to American kids. But, like, what message? There was never any pushback against him saying George Bush and Rudy Giuliani are strong men that put their foot down. There's no pushback against that. That was just it. And then it stopped. It ceased existing after that. And the George Bush is a cheerleader thing, that was just like a random fucking inclusion there. But like, the kids watching the show, they're not going to get any political message from that. They're just going to hear the name and be like, oh, okay, I guess maybe he's cool. It just seems like a really strange, it's just a really strange thing to include. And I don't know why Canadians are so obsessed with us. Like, I do. It's like the Jordan Peterson curse. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. He's a Canadian who's like obsessed with American politics. I considered doing a political compass, kind of like I did last time, but I realized I don't know enough. Like, because these are the only political statements that are like ever made in the whole show, I can't even do that. So it's just such a weird and strange place to put the only two specific mentions to politics. Anyway, in episode 6, the video of Spinner beating the shit out of Johnny goes viral on YouTube, or whatever version of YouTube they have in this universe. And then we also find out that Spinner has been diagnosed with cancer, which has lent itself to have some really funny screenshots from the Degrassi wiki.
What's going down in Junktown? You ever take that call from the doc?
Yeah, it's the big C, dude. Cancer.
In episode 7, Manny is really fed up that her parents don't take her acting goals seriously, so she devises a plan. They're having this Filipino debutante ball type thing. She thinks if she can find someone to date who her parents hate a lot, that will take their mind off acting, and they'll say, if you break up with him, you can act. So she decides on Jay. They start fake dating.
What are you getting from all this?
The 3 things that I love the most: a hot girl, fake commitment, and free food.
You know anything about me? I love a fake dating plot. I'm literally pretty sure I've read every fake dating romance book on the market right now. So Jay ends up going over to Manny's house for dinner, and as it turns out, her parents fucking love him. They literally love him so much.
18th year, 18 candles, 18 Lords of Leaping. Sounds like fun.
Whoops! Turns out she likes Jay as well. So Jay ends up being able to talk to her dad and convince him anyway. So it all works out, and then they just continue dating. Jimmy is still trying to get into his rap dreams, and he's also going to physical therapy, and he meets a woman who he takes an interest in.
I'm Trina, semi-professional hard ass.
Jimmy Brooks, aspiring wheelchair escaper.
He also falls over. Every time someone falls over on screen, I'm like, okay, now that's funny. In episode 8, Ellie is back with her weird boss, but then she walks in on him making out with Caitlin Ryan because they're all journalists. Ellie is interviewing Caitlin on stage and calls her a slut in front of the whole school.
Humanity is wandering around in a drunken state?
No. Why'd you hook up with Jesse?
Why?
Don't. And how was it, Jesse? Was it worth it? Slut.
And there's also a really funny scene in this where they're all in their house and there's a party going on, and Marco's like, I guess that's what we get for rooming with an engineer. And it's just a room full of people in blue construction hats.
You picked a fine night to try to study.
Remind me again why we chose an engineering roommate.
In episode 9, there's an energy drink that has come to sponsor the school called Purple Dragon. And Emma, Liberty, and Manny all try out to be models, but only Emma makes it. But then she starts realizing how toxic it is to be a model for this energy drink company. She goes to drink a pop or something, and the girl goes, whoa, don't drink that. That's a ticket to Obese City.
Oh my God, what are you doing? I'm going purple with refreshment. Seriously? Don't drink that. 2 zillion calories per can. It is a ticket to Obese City.
At the end, she sticks it to the man by getting up in front of the whole school and stripping.
I am not going to shut up.
She gets absolutely no punishment for this, and Snake is in the audience. In episode 10, Spinner is dealing with the fact that he has a lot of pain from his cancer treatment, so he starts smoking a lot of weed to deal with the pain. We also get introduced to a new character, Jane.
Maybe I just wanted an excuse to hang out.
You have to come up with a better excuse than this.
She's like a goth emo Lakehurst girl who came in this season as well. Spinner's interested in her, but she doesn't like that he's high all the time, understandably. Darcy is also spiraling and has been hanging out with Spinner so they can both be emo and dramatic and sad together. They have some funny lines.
I thought I was a mess.
I'm so high.
Spen, it's fine. What's the worst that happens? You fail English.
For the 3rd time. What kind of idiot fails his own language 3 times?
Look, life's a prison.
Darcy's like, life's a prison. She's being really fucking dramatic. Spinner's just high the whole episode.
I don't think anyone would disagree with the statement. Technology continues to improve all our lives. But with the good comes the bad, and today we'll discuss all the ways technology might threaten our society.
Simpson's gonna bust you. Shh, I'm watching a monkey. Dude, monkeys are awesome. I mean, they're just like us, but with fur, you know.
Prosecution rests, Your Honor. The defendant has smoked a chronic.
But by the end, he stops smoking, and him and Jane get together.
Besides, I'm in the no-weed zone today. I need my brain for school.
You would not believe what I have gone through on this day. Right before my phone ran out of storage, I said, everything's good in Spinnerland except for the fact that he has cancer. I ran out of red tape. So now yellow means relationship. That's where we're at. Episode 11, Jay and Manny continue to get closer. It's just cute. I like them. Marco considers prostitution, but he doesn't. So that's cool. In episode 12, Jimmy finds out that Ashley deleted his part of the rap on their demo, and he breaks up with her.
I wasn't trying to hurt you. You've had so many disappointments.
Yeah. And you're the biggest.
Also, Darcy is like truly like off one. Her and Peter are like at school, and she tries to fuck him on the roof, and he's like, we can't have sex on the roof, and she says, better than on roofies.
Whoa. You want to have sex on the roof?
Better than on roofies.
After Peter breaks up with her because she's unstable, she starts a rumor after hanging out with Snake a lot that Snake inappropriately touched her. So, oh, by the way, did I say that? Holly J is Heather Sinclair's sister. Holly J says, my sister said one of her friends made out with Snake.
Seems so nice. Well, that's how he lured girls into his nerd den. My sister said he made out with one of her friends.
So Snake is on suspension until the rumors are proved true or false. And then everyone's bullying Emma about it. Johnny DeMarco says something like, when you see a stepdaddy, say hi. I just imagine he talks like the Joker.
Hey, when you see your daddy, tell him I say what's up. But don't get too close. He might get grabby.
And then Darcy, again, is like off it. She thinks she's a slut.
I'm a crazy slut.
Crazy slut. Episode 13 begins with Spinner saying, hey, what's up, Tony Hawking? Saying that to Jimmy. And Jimmy goes, did you get cancer in your brain too?
Hey, Tony Hawking, wait up. It's Stephen Hawking. Did your brain get cancer too?
Which is a good comeback. If anyone has a friend with cancer, that's a good comeback for you. Darcy and Peter both get sent to a troubled teen camp, which is taking place in the gym at school. Darcy and Peter end up getting back together during this troubled teen camp that's run by some freaky weirdos.
Welcome to the Red Pine Ascent Program for Troubled Teens. I'm Spirit Bear, and this is Link. And the people who love you have reached a point of hopelessness.
Manny, Emma, Ashley, and Liberty are all heading to tour a college. There's also going to be a concert there called Off the Wagon with Purple Dragon.
Rocking out on the Smithdale campus. Huh?
Is this Off the Wagon with Purple Dragon? How did you win these?
So the boys are going to go to that. Liberty's trying to get in with the sorority her mom was in. And Manny is auditioning for the theater program. Manny makes an audition tape, but she also makes a tape of her making out with Jay. Fair. Jay and her get in a fight right before she leaves, and he switches the tapes out and sends her with the tape of them making out. Emma and Liberty find it right before our audition, and Liberty says, what is this, the humping of the shrew?
That's one way to get noticed.
What work of Shakespeare is this? The humping of the shrew?
Oh, no.
Manny breaks up with Jay, obviously. In episode 14, Jay comes back and tries to win Manny back and make things right. He ends up seducing the theater teacher all night long.
Perhaps a foot rub?
Do you enjoy Shiraz, Mr.
Hogart. Jason Hogart.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Look what I've done.
Oh, don't worry, my guy.
All right.
gets Manny an audition, which she passes. So he did that for her. They fight again after he finds out she made out with someone at a party while he was schmoozing with the teacher. But then in the end, they end up getting together again. And he gives her a ring because they were fake engaged to freak out her parents. And now they're real engaged. I like that for them, though, to be honest.
Crazy enough to be my fiance for real this time?
Shortcake? Get yourself a deal.
In episode 15, Danny and Derek are partnering up with Peter for a school project. And Peter says, "Show me what you got, Afro dorks."
Show me what you got, Afro dorks.
Everyone is bullying Emma at school because they think Snake's a pedo, even though Darcy admitted she lied. But apparently that doesn't matter.
So when's stepdaddy coming back?
Danny and Derek are kind of fighting over the same girl, but the girl ends up choosing Danny. So while they're filming their presentation, Derek frames Danny for shoplifting, and he gets in a lot of trouble because he's a black teenager. Derek apologizes at the end by making a video that says how to betray your best buddy.
Because it couldn't be you. Right, my brother? Step 1. Get jealous when your best friend gets the girl you like.
Derek, how about for now we just focus on the assignment?
Yeah, totally. Absolutely, focus. Step 2. Try to get even with some stupid prank. Sneak it into his bag. Step 3. Let your best friend take the fall. It was a joke.
It's never a joke when a black kid gets caught with stuff in his bag. Man, you just don't get it.
D. With these easy steps, you'll end up with no project, no girl, and no best friend. Thank you.
Real touching. C+.
And they make up, even though that's kind of unforgivable, I think. Like, Danny could have gotten, like, seriously injured or hurt, but, you know, the girl tries to say sorry to Danny, and he goes, "For what? Did you invent racism?"
I'm so sorry.
For what? You invented racism?
Emma and Damien have gotten closer, and they start dating this episode, but they're keeping it a secret from Manny for now, because she used to date Damien. Bonk, 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 bonk. Wait, I'm a beatboxer just like Chris. In episode 16, we get more conflict with Mia.
She's a mom. Isn't doing the splits what got her into this whole mess in the first place?
The baby daddy, who happens to be Jane's brother for some reason, wants back in her daughter's life, so she invites him to the daughter's birthday party. He goes, "Hey, do you remember me?" And she goes, "It's my birthday."
Hey, Izzy. Remember me?
It's my birthday.
We also get a line from Mia's daughter, where she goes, "I want chocolate cookie."
Sorry, where were we?
I want a chocolate cookie.
This little girl is carrying, absolutely carrying. Jay is getting in a fight with Manny because Manny found out the ring he gave her was real.
Anyone got some bling they want to test?
And she got confused and upset because she wasn't sure how serious they actually were. I don't really know. They're fighting. He tries to make it up to her, and he's wearing a fake mustache.
The sacrifices I make for my girl.
I know.
Manny. Dimples.
In episode 17, Paige starts dating the engineer roommate. His name is Griffin. I didn't print him out. She also finds out after they've had sex that he is HIV positive because she finds his drugs and looks them up online. And then she gets upset because he didn't tell her.
Go to hell.
It's whatever, another HIV episode that they could have handled better but didn't handle the worst. In episode 18, Snake gets cleared of all of his charges and he goes, "What has 2 thumbs and isn't a pedophile? This guy."
What has 2 thumbs and is officially not a pedophile? This guy.
But then he goes back to school and all the Lakehurst kids are being rude to him and they made a website that says, "Ha ha ha, perv teacher." In episode 19, Peter, Danny, Spinner and Sav. Sav is another character I'm not going to add on the wall, but he's really, really sexy. Start a band called the Studs, which is just the Studs, but they pronounce it the Studs. And their whole shtick is that they play with masks on, so nobody knows who they are.
What is that noise?
It's not noise, it's awesomeness.
Is that... Are you?
It's a secret.
Right, okay, nobody knows who they are, sure. They become really, really popular at Degrassi. No one knows who they are and everyone loves them. They sing songs such as House Arrest, House Arrest. In episode 20, the whole school is doing some sort of hunger strike activity to raise money for hunger.
Me need food.
Anya, another character who's not up here, tricks Holly J into eating on camera and then shows it, so then everyone there is really mad at Holly J. And then the Studs come out and they sing, Holly J sucks, Holly J sucks.
It's the Cookie Monster!
Holly J hungry! Hey!
It's kind of iconic. Manny and Jay break up again. Wah wah. In episode 21, Sean comes back from the army and Emma's like, I have a boyfriend now. And he's like, okay, happy for you. I have a new picture for Sean once he comes back from army. He looks really cute. I like his clean cut look, so I will put that up in a second. The rest of it is just kind of plot with Mia and her daughter again, where she's trying to be a family with the baby daddy. It's like fucking stupid. At one point the daughter goes, Mommy, my tummy hurts, and she goes, I'll get you milk in a second. And all I can think is like, is that how you fix this hurt tummy? I don't know.
Mommy, my tummy hurts.
I'll get you some milk in a second, okay, sweetie?
Also at the end of this episode, Ellie and Marco end up in bed together. Hold on to that thought, because the next morning, they wake up in bed together naked, okay? Marco walks in the kitchen, and they're all acting really weird. Paige is in there, and she's like, what happened? And Marco said, me and Ellie, we hooked up last night. And Paige goes, define that sentence immediately.
Details. Now.
Ellie and I, we hooked up last night.
Define that statement immediately.
But it turns out they were just drunk, and that's just what happened. Also, there's a weird clip of Simpson on the TV that looks extremely green screen.
I know many of you have been waiting anxiously for the answer to this question. Well, the valedictorian votes have been counted. Congratulations to Liberty Van Sant.
Episode 23, Spinner no longer has cancer. Yay! But now he has to pass physics or else he won't graduate. So Jimmy helps him, and it's like this whole thing because Spinner's not appreciating Jimmy as he never does. But in the end, he makes it, and he will be graduating. There's Sean's clean-cut army photo we love. Episode 24 is the last episode of the season. The plot in the beginning is that there's going to be like a prom. So it's like a last hurrah before graduation. Liberty and Damien, who are both on student council, are trying to win a competition so that Natasha Bedingfield plays at their prom, and they end up winning.
We just won a contest, and Natasha freaking Bedingfield is playing at our prom!
So they get to announce it to everybody. I think Natasha Bedingfield, no, she's literally British. She talks in this episode. But they're really going hard on this, and Emma's like, I love her. Unwritten is my favorite song.
For real? I mean, Unwritten is my favorite song.
And then Toby is like, we're all gonna get lucky tonight. And everyone just stands there and stares at him.
So lucky.
I think we're all gonna get lucky tonight. No, I mean, she's concert. She's singing.
Nice. The way he backtracked there was so similar to Fousey Tube in his acceptance speech where he goes, I felt gay. I mean, is that just what they told me?
I felt worthless.
I felt ugly. I felt gay. I felt that like that just based on what they told me.
That's exactly what it reminded me of. Maybe that's just because I can't get that clip out of my head. They're like really hyping up Natasha Bedingfield for whatever reason. And then at the prom, she's literally there and she's like, I'm Natasha Bedingfield and this is unwritten, or whatever the hell she says.
Cheers, Degrassi. Thank you for having me at your lovely prom. And now, let's toast to your lucky contest winner, Liberty Van Zandt. This is Pocket Full of Sunshine.
And they all look cute. They're all in their dresses. Liberty looks really good.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, don't you all look super fly?
During the dance, Liberty and Damien go outside of the gym and start kissing each other. So Damien's cheating on Emma with Liberty. Toby walked in on them fooling around, and all the kids had broken into a swimming pool to swim in their clothes, which Jimmy's in the pool, by the way. Like, is he okay? How's he gonna get out of there? Like, these kids are not strong. Toby gets mad because Liberty is not only making Damien cheat, but also Toby thinks that Liberty should have more respect for JT. And he goes, you know, JT, your deceased ex-boyfriend.
Don't you wish JT were here? Your recently deceased ex-boyfriend?
And then Emma finds out that they cheated and breaks up with Damien.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone that Liberty and Damien fooled around and now he's bragging about it.
After that, Liberty and Emma end up making up before graduation. And then the kids all graduate while Unwritten is playing. And it's actually a really sad scene at the end because they have created the JT York Memorial Garden and it has a plaque and everything for JT. And then Toby, Manny, Liberty, and Emma bring a graduation cap to the garden and set it up with his picture, and they all together flip his tassel. Oh my god, I'm like getting emo thinking about it in my mind.
Whoa,
Shit.
Whoa, the rest is unwritten. Whoa, whoa, da da da, oh, the rest is unwritten.
This is my interpretation of Unwritten, by the way. Not gonna lie, I cried. Not gonna lie, I cried during that. Literally so sad and also cute. And it's just a really good moment. It's just a really good Degrassi moment. Like, I think maybe I need to eat something, but like that's making me sad right now. I'm drinking another Red Bull though. Before I end season 7, Darcy is going to be leaving. Darcy has decided that her only way forward after her mental breakdown is to go to Africa to help with something over the summer, like Grace Tease from Secret Life. However, she ends up literally never coming back. And her sister Claire becomes the main character of the second half of the Next Gen. And even when Claire is like, when their parents get divorced, when Claire gets cancer, she doesn't even come back. She doesn't think about them once. So that's really iconic of her. Darcy's out of here. Bye-bye. So season 7, my favorite moments. That last scene really gets me. That's one of my favorite moments because I'm very emo about it. Ellie and Marco hooking up and then Paige going, define that sentence immediately. I liked that a lot too. The boyfriendication of Jay, literally, I feel like he's hit his peak this season just with like how great he is. And him and Manny together, I literally love them together so much. And they will be getting back together. Spoilers. I really, really like the character development he did this season. Spinner, whatever. I really like Spinner, but like his stories are just like, Jane is annoying. Jane annoys the shit out of me. But overall, like, it was an okay season. I think better than season 6 somehow. Continue on with season 8.
You're a terrible principal.
And you're a little bitch.
I've realized I looked like a crazy person for a lot of that, so I redid my hair. I got a new shirt. It says, I visited the JT York Memorial Garden, and all I got is a stupid t-shirt. Yes, I designed it myself. Things are about to change here, because season 8 and season 9 are the last seasons I'm going to be covering. However, I will only be covering them to the extent that the main characters I started with, so the people in the circle, the original circle are concerned. If it's a plot line that just involves Mia, I won't be covering it. But if it's a plot line that involves Toby and Mia, then I will be covering it, right? Okay, so only 13 episodes in season 8 involve these characters. And then in season 9, I will only be covering the 4-episode TV movie Degrassi Takes Manhattan. Season 8, we're introduced to a lot of new characters. I won't be bringing them up unless I feel the need to. That would literally be a whole different thing if I included all the kids that enter school that are like in Claire's grade. Like, no one wants to see that. But if you do, I would have to make another video, which after this, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't even think I can make money off of this because I'm pretty sure Degrassi, not that I'm making money anyway, but you know, like Degrassi claims the shit out of their content, so whatever. Who we do get introduced to though is Kelly. I put him down here. Kelly is Liberty, Manny, and Emma are all going to college together. And they get there, and Liberty and Manny both have separate rooms to Emma. But Emma has decided to go behind their backs and pull some strings because she's nervous about being in college. And she calls the registrar and changes their rooms so they're all rooming together. Now, all 3 of them have a same room, and they have a 4th roommate who is named Kelly. And this is actually a man, but the registrar, because his name is Kelly, thought it was a woman and put him in their room. So now they're rooming with Kelly, who is a sexy man, and they all have a crush on him at once. He's also introduced when he walks in on Liberty naked.
Courtesy of the Russell Hall cast, apology breakfast for my roomies.
While Manny and Liberty are having a really easy time making friends at school because Manny has her theater friends and Liberty is going to join a sorority, Emma's having trouble, so she ends up falling in with Kelly, and Kelly goes, I came from the Yukon and I made it. Something like that. Fucking weirdo.
I came here from the Yukon without a single friend.
In episode 4, this is actually one of like the best I think this is one of the best episodes of the season, just for like the moments in this are crazy. Liberty is trying to join a sorority. She was really interested in the one her mom was in, but these other girls kind of poach her and are like, we're the most prestigious one, come join us. But it turns out they only want her because she's black. She goes to their like mixer thing. First of all, the girl says an alumni instead of alumni.
We count both MPs and Nobel Prize winners as alumni.
But they're going around saying, what's the hardest thing that's ever happened to you? And Liberty says, I had to give up my baby. And then one of the other girls says, well, was the father at least supportive? And she goes, he died.
Well, the toughest time in my life would be when I had to give my baby up for adoption. Oh my God. Was the father supportive? He died. He was stabbed.
So all the girls in the room assume she's from like a horribly underprivileged background with gang fighting and stuff.
In a gang fight?
Not exactly.
She tells this to like Emma, and Emma's like, really? Both your parents are lawyers. And she's like, I know. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, while everyone in the sorority is being racist towards Liberty, Emma and Manny keep committing microaggressions against her as well. The people come up to them and are like, hey, Liberty, could you teach me to dance hip hop later? And Emma's like, what the fuck, bro? And Emma says, do you think you can teach me to crunk down first?
I was wondering if you could help us out with some hip hop moves for tonight's lip sync.
Liberty? Teach you to dance?
I can try. See you later?
Yeah. Maybe you can teach me to crunk down low first.
Okay, Emma. And then the next day in class, she says, do they still think you're ghetto-licious?
Do they still think you're ghetto-licious?
Emma, shut the fuck up for once. She finds out that they're just using her as a diversity token, so she goes and joins the sorority her mother was in. In episode 6, Manny, Emma, and Liberty all have a crush on Kelly, but only one of them can have him. So they're fighting over it. They're paired off in their humanities class to do a compatibility test, and Liberty gets paired with Kelly, and they do their compatibility test and find out they're not compatible at all, so Liberty gives up on the crush.
But found that we would be completely incompatible as mates because we have very different goals.
Manny and Emma, however, are vying for his attention, and they're going back and forth fighting and bickering as they do. Like, Manny, please realize your worth.
Oh, here's a very true for you. I am a domineering person.
Me? Okay, I am attracted to unavailable people.
And in the end, Kelly is like, well, if I wasn't your roommate, I definitely want to be with one of you. And they're like, one of us? Well, which one of us? But he doesn't say. In episode 7, Spinner is now the manager of the Dot, and Holly J is looking for a job because her parents fell on rough times, and she comes to work there, and she has a huge crush on Spinner, but they're also just friends now, and I actually really like that pairing, so I just included that. Spinner is playing like Who's Had It Worse with Holly J, and he says things such as, one time I stole my friend's MP3 player. Flashback. My Discman!
I stole my best friend's MP3 player once.
Why?
Because he had all the stuff, and I didn't.
Since Quan broke my Discman last year, I'm back to cassettes.
My Discman!
And also he says, did you ever have ball cancer?
You got both parents?
Yeah.
My dad died on me.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Thanks. You have ball cancer?
Of course not.
Well, I did.
Oh my god, do you guys hear that? It's the sound of Paige bullying a girl for her weight. And you know what that means. It's time for a Heather Sinclair intermission.
Let's go! Should she suffer? All right, clap if you think she should suffer.
Fuck yeah. You know what the fuck it is, baby. It is time for a Heather Sinclair intermission. I am putting this Heather Sinclair intermission here because after this, there is no more mentions of Heather Sinclair in Degrassi The Next Generation. There's a few mentions of her after that because she is Holly J's sister. But up until this point, this is the last we hear about Heather Sinclair. Rest in peace. May she rest in peace. Let's get started. In Season 4, Episode 10, Neutron Dance. Neutron Dance. Not Neuron Dance, Neutron Dance. Hello? Jimmy, are you there? Oh, there's a Jimmy in this show. Jimmy Neutron, Jimmy Brooks. Jimmy Neutron, Jimmy Brooks. In this episode, Heather Sinclair was almost shown. You can see her in the back of a scene, but her arms are covering her face in yoga class with Mr. PEDO Matt. He's touching her. I don't know. We see her body, and that's like the most we ever see of Heather Sinclair. So this is a very interesting inclusion. Season 4, Episode 18, Modern Love. Paige tells Matt that Heather isn't scary unless you see her in granny panties after gym. So that's awesome. We love judging women. In Season 4, Episode 20, West End Girls. Ashley says to Craig they need to get to the food before Heather Sinclair does. I don't know what that is trying to insinuate, but it's not my business, to be honest. In Season 5, Episode 4, little bit of a jump, Toby tells JT that Heather auditioned for the video announcements with a booger dangling from her nose hair. Hello? JT fails his audition for the video announcements because he's too preoccupied with the fact that Liberty is pregnant. Understandable, bestie. Liberty says Heather Sinclair gets the job. Okay, so apparently JT did so bad that Heather Sinclair with a booger dangling, can I read? With a booger dangling from her nose hair beat him. Good for her. Good for her. I might be Team Heather on that one. In Season 5, Episode 12, this is the episode in which Paige tells Marco that she likes another girl, and he says, oh my god, it's Heather Sinclair, I knew it. That's a pretty good scene. I really like that scene. I think, I don't know what it is, but I think Marco in that scene is like one of the best acting moments. Like, he just seems so genuine, and I don't know, I just really like that scene. That's a good scene. In Season 5, Episode 16, Paige and Alex laugh over the fact she is wearing volley shorts to school. What does that fucking mean? Hello? Let me type it. Volley shorts. They're less technical than board shorts. Whatever the fuck that means. They're just swim trunks or what? Okay, anyway. In season 6, episode 4, Can't Hardly Wait, Ashley puts her hands over Jimmy's face and tells him to guess who. He guesses Heather Sinclair, and she tells him that he is funny. Straight to the point. But after Jimmy guesses Heather Sinclair and Ashley tells her that Ashley tells him that he's funny, we don't see Heather Sinclair for a while. She doesn't come back until season 7, when we find out that Holly J is Heather's younger sister, who's transferred from Lakehurst. Why her sister would be going to Lakehurst when she went to Degrassi, since apparently she was in 3rd grade and had a sock hop. I don't know. Whatever. This isn't listed, but in that episode where Snake is suspended because what's her name is spreading lies about him, Holly J walks by and is like, my sister said that her friend made out with Snake. So there's another Heather Sinclair mention. She's a liar. Maybe. I don't want to call her a liar. Believe women. But it seems as if she's starting rumors. Rumors and tricks. Feeling a little devious. But the very last time we see her, besides that, is in season 8, episode 7, Money for Nothing, in which Holly J is having financial issues, and Heather sends her money so that she can go to cheer regionals. So that's really nice of her. We like that for her. She loves her sister. What's there not to like about that? But anyway, that's the last we hear about her. She had a good run, mostly negative. A few positive things in there. Damn, I really can't believe they wrote this character. It's funny that they wrote a character that's just always talked about, but you never see her. But why'd they have to be so nasty to her? She's just this invisible enemy. Let me know what you think about Heather Sinclair in the comments. And thank you for tuning in to the second Heather Sinclair intermission. I forgot to mention there was no physical characteristics talked about in these scenes, so this is the last picture we have of Heather Sinclair. Last picture ever taken of Heather Sinclair before disaster. Heather Sinclair, were you silent or were you silenced? In episode 8, Spinner, who has applied to go to police school, cop college, police college, they say he gets rejected. They say he didn't pass the test to get into cop college. When he goes to talk to Jane about it, she just assumes that he got in, and he doesn't want to disappoint her, so he says he did get in. So he's lying to Jane the whole episode. In this episode, the amount of times they say cop college, police school, cop school is off the charts. I'm going to cut together every time they say it. It's insanity how much they say it.
Whoa, police school. Better sit down for this. How do I tell her the truth about police college? Jane, I know you're really excited about this whole police college thing.
You must be so excited about police college.
I can't believe you're gonna be a cop. Working out a lot and
Spin's off to police school. Don't want to ruin Spin's real police school surprise.
So you must be really excited about police college.
We want to hear about cop school.
can't believe in a few years we'd be busting perps.
You're way too hard on yourself. Jane hates me. My friends think I'm stupid, and I'm probably never getting into police college. You do shape a compelling argument. Thank you.
So Jane, thinking he got into cop college, does a party for him. Holly J and Jay are the only ones who know he didn't actually get in. And Holly J tells Jane that he didn't actually get in because Holly J has a crush on Spinner, so she doesn't like Jane. And this leads to Jane breaking up with Spinner because he lied. Kelly and Emma are getting closer, and he's teaching her how to play guitar. Okay, you know how men are with their guitars.
I even let him teach me guitar.
Jay and Spinner are like real besties in this episode too, which is just really cute. I really like their duo together. We know this. In episode 9, Spinner and Jane end up making up, getting back together. He talks about how he felt self-conscious, but whatever, they get back together. Also, this is the last appearance of Toby ever, when he is hosting a robot competition that everyone in Claire's grade is at. So He's flanked by two hotties, and he's just the MC at this robot competition, and that's the last we see him.
After 10 hours of battling, Degrassi has fought back for a chance at the podium. And things are getting tense for the third place battle. St. George and Degrassi are truly fighting to the death. 25 seconds left, folks.
Emma and Kelly go on a date, and they end up starting to date. Sorry to Danny, I kind of went right over him, but country girls make do. Episode 11 has none of the main characters in it, but there's two parts that I think are important. First of all, there's a new principal, and he's just a cunt. I almost said it again. He's just the worst sexist man, and for some reason, he gets upset with Claire, and he goes, "And you're just a little bitch."
You're a terrible principal.
And you're a little bitch.
Just the way he says it is so fucking funny. The thought of like the thought of a principal saying to a student, "And you're just a little bitch," is so funny. The other thing I wanted to talk about is Connor. Connor is a character that comes in at the beginning of season 8. He's in Claire's grade. He's a nerdy, smart kid. We find out this episode that he's autistic, and I can talk more about this if I ever do another video. The way they portray Connor's autism is deeply upsetting to me as an autistic person and just a person with a brain. Snake explains that he has Asperger's, which we don't use that term anymore, but he's autistic. Snake explains this to Claire, to which she says, "Well, there's a cure, right?"
Asperger's syndrome?
It means his brain is wired differently. Social rules that we all know he has to learn.
But there's some sort of cure, right? Like medication or something?
I just want to make it very clear that I despise how the show handles autism in general. Episode 15, we're learning all about drugs. Emma finds out that Kelly and his friend Dyson...
Now we can play Frisbee guilt-free tomorrow. Frisbee!
What? Vacuum teas? Kelly and his friend Dyson smoke weed. Emma's upset because everyone on her floor calls her Blonde Emma or Kelly's girlfriend. She doesn't really have a personality outside of that.
Hey, Cal, Blonde Emma. How can she still be calling me Blonde Emma?
Kelly! Girlfriend of Kelly.
And she wants people to know who she is, so she's trying to make a personality. So when Dyson comes in and hands Kelly an envelope, he goes, "Check it," and there's just a joint in there.
Aww. Check it.
You don't smoke, do you?
She ends up taking the weed and smoking it with girls on her floor and becomes a total pothead overnight.
Hey. Do you wanna, please?
Happens to the best of us. So she's trying to become cool with the people on her floor. They're also having like a floor Olympics kind of deal. So she makes pot brownies and feeds them to everybody. And Manny and Liberty are fed up with her because they're like, "You're so annoying, Emma." But she's happy because they stopped calling her Blonde Emma and now they call her Blaze.
What you did tonight was rad in a big style way, Blaze.
Yeah. So she gets everyone high out of their mind on weed brownies, and she's just so ha-ha quirky. She's like, avocado. It's so fucking stupid.
9.5.
And avocado. You are the funniest.
One of the girls that Emma was feeding weed brownies to gets so high and drunk that she passes out, forgets to take her insulin, and goes into a diabetic coma. That was Emma's fault because she gave her weed brownies. So now Liberty and Manny are like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, Emma? You literally almost killed this girl."
What's going on?
At the same time, now the RAs are searching for the weed. The cops come in and they knock Kelly to the ground. He gets in trouble. Oh, also in this episode, another short Connor thing. Just this scene is just really funny to me.
Your turn, think fast.
Ouch! Strange noises coming from the stage. Coach Armstrong. Strange noises coming from the stage.
In episode 18, Holly J and Spinner are at the Dot, and a man comes in to rob them.
Go on. Scoot.
Are you kidding me?
Scoot? Whoa, dude! Give me the cash.
After a while, they're being held hostage, and someone comes to visit Holly J, and she writes gun on the window to let them know that there's someone with a gun inside.
Okay. I won't bother you again. Have a nice life.
Okay.
Spinner gets shot in the shoulder, and he's laying.
Spinner! Spinner! Oh my god! Are you okay? Spinner, I'm right here.
This is Spinner.
Spinner, I'm right here.
The end of season 8 is episode 19 through 22, and this is a 4-episode movie called Degrassi Goes Hollywood. Next season, we get Degrassi Goes Manhattan. So episode 19 is the first. It starts off with Paige, who is now an assistant to an actress in Hollywood, but she's trying to get into acting as well. Manny goes to an event at her college that Kevin Smith is at. Because he's there, and she's like, oh no, Kevin Smith knows me, we're besties. She's also dating her professor, and he's a freak and a half. He's like super controlling and abusive, so we don't like him. Her professor, and her theater friends go to the Kevin Smith event, which Kevin Smith starts by walking into the room saying, hey, Smithers!
Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Smith! Hello, Smithers!
So I like that that's his fandom name. When will we get a Kevin Smith light stick? Kevin Smith. Like, what's his fan chant? Kevin comes with this Bo Burnham ass looking man who only talks with his bottom teeth showing.
Look, I'll hold a special audition for you. Please come.
And then Manny goes up to talk to Kevin Smith after, and as she's talking to him, he's like hyping her up. He's like, hey, he's talking to Bo Burnham. He's like, you should audition this girl. She's fantastic.
Studio has given this Mama Luke full casting control. He gets to cast an unknown female lead. Who are you? An unknown female lead.
And so this guy comes up to Kevin and says, Mr. Smith, your car is ready. And Kevin Smith goes, thank you, Juicy.
Your car is ready.
Thank you, Juicy.
No problem.
Later, Manny's computer makes a noise. It's literally shut. And it makes a noise. She opens it, and Kevin Smith is already on video call on her computer. And she goes, Kevin, what are you doing on my computer? And that's my question, too, because she never answered the call.
Kevin, what are you doing on my computer?
At the end, Paige ends up getting a role in the same movie that they're trying to cast Manny for, because she is in the right place at the right time. She meets an agent, and this agent is like knockoff Dan Levy, derogatory.
Now let's not overreact.
That man makes me homophobic. Like, for real, I don't know what it is. Like, I see that man and he makes me so fucking angry. Like, gay on gay crime. I've never been more homophobic than when I look at Dan Levy or listen to him talk. But Paige calls Marco and goes, I got a part in a movie. And he goes, my best buddy is gonna be a big star.
My best buddy, about to become a big star.
In episode 20, Ellie and Marco are gonna head down to Hollywood to see Paige. So Marco walks into the newsroom and goes, Ellie Nash, hi. And the way he says it is really funny.
Ellie Nash. Hi.
Paige is acting in the movie. She's doing a terrible job.
Hello, I thought you were a brainiac. I meant stop staring at their melons.
And then, so stupid. Ellie's walking down the street when she gets to Hollywood, and who does she run into but Craig with Pete Wentz. This is the best scene. Like, I'm just gonna have to let it play.
In one bite. Ellie Nash?
Craig? Oh my god, hi.
Hi. I can't believe you're in LA.
I can't believe you're eating ketchup chips with Pete Wentz.
I'm gonna say, we're addicted.
Yeah, this is Pete, and this is Cassidy from Hey Monday.
Hey. Hey. Hi.
Dude introduced us to ketchup chips, and now we can't go on tour without them.
Yeah, they're so hard to find, but so worth it.
I can't believe you're eating ketchup chips with Pete Wentz. It's like the most clearly obvious commercial I've ever seen in my life. Like it's like horrific. Manny really wants to audition, but her abusive boyfriend is like, no, you can't go. So Jay shows up and tells her what's right. Love them. They're back together. Not like officially yet, but they're about to be. And he says he'll drive them all down to Hollywood to audition for the movie.
Well, then welcome aboard.
Episode 21, Jay says, enough with Professor Sociopath. And he was so right for that, and he throws her phone.
No more Professor Sociopath, not on my watch.
And then they go to a dive bar, and Jay can play the drums, and he looks sexy. I find playing the drums sexy.
Welcome to my train wreck, baby.
I feel like I always wanted to play the drums as a kid, but it was like too expensive of a hobby. They come out of the bar and the bus is missing, and then that episode ends.
Dude, did you move the bus?
It was right here.
Episode 22, one of them goes, hey guys, look over there, the bus. And the bus is there.
Guys!
What?
Look over there!
Kevin continues to be on people's computer because apparently he couldn't film in person.
Paige is prepared to accept an apology.
Jay and all them, Manny, are speeding down to Hollywood so they don't miss the audition. They get there last minute and they end up missing it. But Paige, who has been fired from the movie, runs into them when she's getting out of a car at a movie premiere. And she falls over and screams, my leg!
Paige? Manny? Oh! Oh, my leg!
Literally dead ass, she screams that, just like in SpongeBob. She ends up vouching for Manny, and there's this scene where she leads them all to the window, and they watch Manny rocking it out on top of the school bus while Jay and all the rest of them play instruments, and she gets the part. And then
You need to come to the window now.
Trust me, Robbie, you're gonna want to see this. You insisted I use her, and I tried. But not only is she a bad actress, she has a bad attitude.
they show her in the movie. She becomes like a big actress, and her and Jay separate, but they have like the promise for continuing to be together in the future. So I'm just gonna say that they are together. Ellie finds out her dad is back from Army. Army had a half day, mother.
These are my words, Mother. From Army.
She's like really upset about it. She meets up with Craig. They have this whole montage. They end up kissing at the airport, and then she goes home. Marco follows her eventually, and that's the last we see of them. Ellie and Craig, maybe. I don't know, it's kind of left on a questionable note. And then Paige calls Marco on his phone, and his phone lights up with like the craziest looking picture page ever. She apologizes for being a bitch. That's the end of season 8. Season 8 kind of sucked. Degrassi Goes Hollywood is definitely not my favorite. I like Manhattan a lot better. I did enjoy a man finally getting punished for his abusive actions in Manny's boyfriend. And I love Jay and Manny together, so I can't complain too much. Spinner and Jane, I just do not enjoy them together. Although I do really enjoy Holly J and Spinner being friends. As for like the college plot lines, Emma's still annoying. Emma's always been annoying. Liberty deserves better. Like, that's just how it goes. And then let's just get into season 9 and finish this out.
Did you two get married last night?
So season 9, I'll only be talking about the last 4 episodes, although Spinner does show up A few times throughout, it's just Spinner. So episode 19 through 22 is Degrassi Goes Manhattan. It's the second TV movie, and this is going to be the last appearance of a lot of these characters, if not all of them. Just for some setup, Jane is still with Spinner, although she has been cheating on him with a new student who just moved here from America named Declan. Declan has a twin sister named Fiona. Jane has been cheating on Spinner with Declan for a while. In episode 19, this is when everything's hitting the fan. This is right before summer. They're all going to go to Manhattan for summer. Jay and Manny come back, and they seem to be like in some sort of relationship. It's never like explicitly stated, but they both look really fucking good. They look really fucking good together. Also, Manny says, "Holy bridezilla porn. People get crazy about weddings."
Holy bridezilla porn. People get crazy about weddings.
And then Spinner ends up finding out about Declan and Jane, and he punches Declan in the face, and it's a really funny punch.
No, Spin, don't! Spinner!
Oh, shut up! You knew about this!
But him and Jane are now over. Emma has dropped out of college because she's decided it's not for her. She moves back home and starts working at the Dot with Spinner.
Minnie, you're an actress in LA. You know how to make a cappuccino.
While Spinner is punching Declan in the face at the pool party, Emma is burning down the Dot. So he comes back and it's on fire, and she goes, "Is there anything I can do?" And he says, "Yeah, go back in time and not burn down the Dot."
I just wanted to see if there was anything I can do.
How about you go back in time and not burn down the Dot?
In episode 20, the rest of them are in Manhattan. We're getting a quick little break from those people. So like Jane went to Manhattan, Holly J went to Manhattan. By all of them, I mean those four. Fiona, Declan, Holly J, and Jane all went together. Holly J is getting with Declan now that Declan and Jane are not together. Holly J has like a fashion internship, and she runs into Jay Emanuel from America's Next Top Model on the street, and that's just like completely fucking random.
Oh, you choose.
Oh, thanks. Jay Manuel? Wow, do you work here? Because if you do, I guess we're coworkers. I'm just an intern, but...
Let me guess, first day on the job?
Yep, TVM, I'm reporting to Kristen. What? Why are you making that face?
No reason. You know what? You'll do great. As long as you avoid breathing with your mouth and eye contact. Good luck.
Okay.
In order to cheer up Spinner, Manny, Emma, and Jay all go to a casino and get really fucking drunk, and Spinner and Emma end up kissing. So while they're super drunk, Spinner and Emma end up kissing and decide they want to be together, which I'm not opposed to, actually. But then, episode 21, they wake up in bed together naked, and Emma is wearing a bridal veil and has a massive rock on her finger.
Emma!
Oh, volume down, please.
Look at your finger.
And Manny and Jay come knocking, and they go, "Spinner, Emma's not in her room. Do you know where she is?"
Spinner, Emma's not in her room. Do you know where she is?
What do we tell them?
She's in here.
It looks like you two had fun last night.
Oh, we had fun, all right.
Is that a veil? Did you two get married last night?
And this is just like the funniest like interaction between the four of them. I love it. They all go home and they're trying to figure out what to do. Emma is in Spinner's apartment, and she finds a shelf where he has all of his like memorabilia from high school, and they mention two very important things. One, he talks about his drama class boner.
Is this my grade 9 health food project? The one that you helped me with?
Well, it did lead to embarrassing Spinner moment number 312. Drama class boner.
One of my classic favorites. And two, he says, "That's why I boycotted the calf."
I can't believe you kept it.
did boycott the calf because of it.
Boycott the calf. Hey guys, the calf has bugs. Boycott the calf.
My number one of all time classic favorite, boycott the calf. The calf has bugs. But I have to say that this is not correct. I know everything about boycott the calf and Drama Class Boner. The recalling of lore here is just not correct. Boycott the calf happened in season 1 and Drama Class Boner happened in season 2. So therefore, him boycotting the calf could not have been a result of Drama Class Boner. Completely separate. Get your lore straight, Degrassi writers. How could you ever forget something as important as this? They end up deciding that they are going to stay together, or they're going to try. But then the next morning, she wakes up and he's singing a song about making eggs for her. And she finds a bunch of Jane's stuff in a box and gets cold feet. So they decide they're going to get divorced.
I'm gonna make some eggs for Emma. She's upstairs, down soon. I'll grab her a plate, put some pepper, and salt on that.
So they go to meet the divorce lawyer, which is a guy from Whose Line Is It Anyway?
You ever had a hernia? Not fun. You got married on a whim? Was alcohol involved?
Slightly. Totally.
Bingo. Claim intoxication? Poof. It's like it never happened.
But then they talk to him for a little bit and end up deciding to stay married. It's fucking stupid. It's all stupid. Another thing that happens in this episode is that while they're in New York, Holly J is now dating Declan. His twin sister Fiona is like jealous that Holly J is taking so much of Declan's time. So in the middle of a party, she kisses him on the mouth. And then the headlines the next day are like twincest.
What's got people talking this gossip minute? Twincest.
This is just literally insanity that happened. And they almost never talk about it after this. Like, the fact that happened is just, like, erased from everyone's memory. Except for mine, it was not erased from my memory. In episode 22, Spinner decides that Emma deserves a wedding. So there's this really, really cute scene in which he runs across town and runs into Snake and Spike's house. Manny is there, and he proposes in front of her whole family. It's really cute. Like, this scene is just really cute overall. And Snake and Spike are like, sorry, what? And then Emma asks them to walk her down the aisle together, and Snake cries, and it's really cute. That's just like, I mean, overall, that's like a really, really cute scene.
Emma! I know this is crazy.
Oh. Do you want to talk about this outside?
No. No, I need them all to hear this. Emma, I want the rest of our lives together to start now. I don't care if it started as an accident.
What's with the flowers? What's going on?
I'm asking your daughter to marry me, sir.
How pregnant are you? Not even a little bit.
Hold on. You just moved home, and now you want to marry Spinner Mason.
Actually, we already have. At a casino.
Mr. Simpson, Mrs. Nelson, I've been through stuff. I know how precious time is. And sometimes you don't know what you're looking for until it burns down your place of work.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah. We'll make it official tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
I was hoping that you would both walk me down the aisle.
Well, in that case, we'd be honored.
Take me away. I actually really like these two together, Emma and Spinner. For some reason, I just very much enjoy that. And in the lore of Degrassi, he ends up showing up like down the line a long ways, and they're still together. Oh, and right before he went to run to propose, he's at the dot smashing things with a hammer because he's angry. And Peter walks in and is like, "It's hammer time."
It's hammer time.
And then Peter talks him into going to propose.
Dude, you all right?
When they show up to the wedding, it's on a beach and Liberty's there, and somebody says, "Hey, Liberty, got the Evite?"
Liberty, you got the Evite?
No, I just happened to be strolling along this beach.
Jane finds out that Spinner's going to get married to Emma, and she's on her way back from Manhattan. They're speeding because she wants to talk to Spinner to try to convince him to not. I don't know. She shows up, and Manny is like, "Oh, hell no, bitch," and they get in a physical fist fight.
I'm not telling Spinner that Jane's here.
Man, if I tell him, he will break me.
You're overreacting.
Man, I'm like a twig.
Manny misunderstands, but Jane is just saying goodbye to Spinner. Jane, she goes to meet Holly J and Declan, who arrive on a boat. Also, this whole scene, she is wearing a shirt I used to own. I wonder if I can find a picture of me wearing it. I used to wear this exact outfit when I was in middle school. I was like shocked. She came on screen and I was like, oh my God, I used to own that shirt. I think I got it at Macy's. I don't know if they have that in Canada, but whatever. Jay officiates the wedding and they get married and Manny sings them a song. And that's the end of Degrassi as we know it. Obviously, the next season just starts up with new characters without a gap, but that is the last we see of all of these characters. Did you like it? The amount of lines on here is like actually crazy to me. So overall, I guess let me talk about some of my faves and least faves of the whole show. I love this show. This show is great. I would happily watch like seasons 1 through 3 over and over again. And I think it will become that kind of show for me. If it suffers from one thing, it's how many fucking characters there are. And as you can see, just like how much nonsense happens. And I think in the first few seasons, it definitely suffered, as I said, from like the one episode wrapping everything up syndrome. Where's Emma's trauma from being locked in a hotel room with a man who's sniffing her? She doesn't seem to have any. But overall, I really think that they do a good job handling like issues that are real. And generally with diversity, there's some things that obviously don't work out how they want, but I think they make good characters, good plot lines, storylines. Another thing they suffer from is just recycling the same exact plot lines. Like they bring in this new cast of characters and it's obvious that they're all just like carbon copies of these characters, which like is fine. But if you're watching it all the way through, it becomes extremely boring after a certain point because you know what's going to happen. Jay, my fave. Manny, my fave. Alex. I also love Marco and JT and Spinner. That is the end of Degrassi The Next Generation. I didn't think I would make it. For joining me on this journey. It was rough. It was really rough. My feet hurt. I'll move out of the way so you can get one last look. Slay.
I felt ugly. I felt gay.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. If you made it this far, congratulations. Truly congratulations. Thank you so much. Also, thank you so much for watching. I hope you loved it. Of course, leave me comments. Leave me suggestions, ideas. This kind of shit is really hard for me to do. It's a lot of work, and I'm obviously getting nothing out of it. Like, I don't think this is going to be monetized. Not that my channel could be. Anyway, I don't have enough subscribers or views. This kind of stuff is a lot of work. If I was able to get monetized eventually, maybe I would keep doing it. However, this might be the last you see of me for a little bit. I'm busy. I'm an adult. I got shit to do. You know how it is. But if you liked it, like it, comment, share with your friends, tell everybody how funny I am, and to subscribe to me so I can be monetized, and then I can come back and entertain you. Dance when you dance. You know what I mean? Okay, great. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for watching. I love you all so, so much. And I will see you sometime in the future, maybe. Bye!